Good morning and welcome to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Zach Horner. 6 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast and 3 o'clock over on the West Coast. We appreciate all of you joining us this morning as we get you caught up on all the big stories of the day from all around the country and around the world as well. Let's start with a live look outside. This is at Auburn University. Just want to put that shot up there because it's kind of beautiful, those glowing lights there on the campus there at the Auburn University. So let's get into some of those big stories of the day. You probably heard a bit about this. We've been covering it pretty extensively. Banking fears spread across global markets on Wednesday after shares of Switzerland's second largest bank tumbled more than 20%. Fox Business correspondent Colin McShane has that story.
The problem is the bond market. And my prediction, I called Lehman Brothers years ago. And I think the next bank to go is Credit Suisse.
Growing fears on Wall Street, this prediction could come true after shares of Credit Suisse plunged on Wednesday. Shares tumbling after the bank's largest investor, the Saudi National Bank, announced it would no longer buy more shares due to regulatory limits. This prompted a sell-off that at one point saw Credit Suisse losing more than a quarter of its value, which eventually led to a pause in trading in the Swiss market. The drop sent shares of other European banks tumbling, some by double digits.
Credit Suisse is going to fail. Let it fail. I mean, my whole point is we should have let Silicon Valley Bank fail, Signature Bank fail.
The banking crisis comes just days after the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank here in the United States. Both banks were shut down over the weekend, with the federal government unveiling a plan that protected depositors. The turmoil has prompted some lawmakers on Capitol Hill to call for tougher banking regulations.
We're reaping the consequences of lighter regulation. When Chair Powell started leading the deregulatory movement in the Federal Reserve and getting the regulators to lighten up, the consequence is problems get missed. The oversight becomes lighter.
Senator Elizabeth Warren and other top Democrats are also pushing for the Justice Department and the SEC to open an investigation into the failure at Silicon Valley Bank. In New York, I'm Colin McShane, Fox Business.
With so many Americans facing hardships because of inflation and a shaky economy, some are turning to their retirement funds early. Experts, however, say taking out any amount of money before it's time will only hurt you in the end. Fox News correspondent Garrett Tinney has more on this story.
The statistics all look pretty grim. That in general, the amount that people have saved for retirement.
Cash-strapped Americans are raiding their retirement funds prematurely. According to data from Voya, people without enough savings are 13 times more likely to choose this option despite the potential tax penalties for early withdrawals. The rise has financial experts sounding the alarm.
Do not cash that thing out. Cashing out should be the absolute last resort in the most extreme circumstances.
According to Fidelity and Vanguard, withdrawals rose to nearly 2.5% last year. That's up from 1.9% in 2021. A record number of those cash removals were hardship withdrawals to help with emergencies like medical care or possible evictions. But it's not just those in need who are dipping in. Professors at the University of Colorado Boulder studied about 162,000 people leaving their jobs over a 3-year period and found at least 40% of them took some, if not all, of the money out instead of rolling it over into a new plan.
It's basically like you've been working for some company for, in our data, on average 6.6 years. You've been contributing, your employer's been contributing, and now you're back at square zero. No other part of the world allows you to cash out when you're leaving a job.
If you're changing jobs, experts suggest you transfer the money from your retirement fund into your new employer's plan or into an IRA. In Chicago, I'm Garrett Tinney, Fox News.
Now turning to the latest in weather here, people across the Northeast digging out from a powerful nor'easter. This as residents in California are reeling from more flooding, mudslides, and damage after yet another atmospheric river slammed the state. Fox weather correspondent Robert Ray has more from hard-hit Ashby, Massachusetts.
Chaos from coast to coast as intense storms pummeled both sides of the country.
It snowed like a bejesus for 24 hours.
It's a day of cleanup for folks in the Northeast and New England. Digging out from a late winter snowstorm that dumped more than 3 feet in some areas.
We were all ready for springtime. This is not what we wanted to do. in the middle of March.
The storm started Monday night with rain becoming heavy, wet snow by Tuesday. Near whiteout conditions creating treacherous travel and forcing road closures. Gusting winds toppled trees and power lines, leaving the biggest lingering impact from the storm: widespread power outages. Crews are working to restore service to tens of thousands of customers in almost every state across the region. And mass amounts of people are in the dark in California, more than 100,000 without electricity. This after the most recent round of atmospheric river storms soaked the state.
I'll be thankful when Mother Nature finally is done with this.
The relentless rain triggering fears of flooding and destructive mudslides, like this one east of Sacramento. High winds coupled with the already saturated ground unable to keep trees rooted in place, tipping them onto cars and homes.
So I was laying in bed and I heard the cracking, and then I jumped up, and as soon as I jumped up, it all just kind of came through.
And it's not over yet. Another round of storms expected to cross the country and come in later this week. In Ashby, Massachusetts, Robert Ray, Fox Weather.
And sticking to weather coverage here, more than 100,000 Californians still in the dark after another winter storm pounds the state with heavy rain and strong winds. Fox Weather correspondent Max Gordon has the latest.
It's crazy, I know. I just wish it would stop.
California just can't catch a break after two atmospheric river events hit the state in just a few days' time. The latest storm knocked down trees, power lines, and led to flash flooding and mudslides in some areas. Hundreds of thousands had their power knocked out.
The real challenge with restoring the power is the extent of the damage.
One of the hardest hit areas, the town of Pajaro in Monterey County. That's where thousands were put under evacuation orders last week when a levee breach on the Pajaro River led to massive flooding. Repairs have been made to plug a 400-foot gap in the levee, but local leaders say more needs to be done. A request Governor Newsom personally heard while touring the area Wednesday.
We are committed to the long haul, and we're committed to this community, and you have my word on that.
While rains have subsided, more bad weather is expected to hit California later this week. Local authorities say they're preparing for possible flash floods and are urging residents near rivers and creeks to be on alert.
Even though the rain has subsided, danger is still present. With the amount of rain we have received over the last couple of weeks, our reservoir systems and dam systems are at maximum capacity.
In total, 43 of California's 58 counties are under emergency declarations due to the severe weather. In Santa Cruz County, California, Max Gordon, Fox Weather.
In other news, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin is rejecting Moscow's claim the U.S. is to blame for the downing of an American drone over the Black Sea following a collision with a Russian jet. Fox News senior correspondent Mike Tobin has more from Ukraine.
Fears of a military conflict with Russia are growing after a collision between a Russian jet and an American drone on Tuesday. It happened over the Black Sea, just southeast of Ukraine. There's been plenty of tough talk on both sides. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin saying Wednesday the Russians were, quote, dangerous and reckless, once again insisting the incident took place in international airspace and Moscow had no reason to scramble jets.
This hazardous episode is part of a pattern of aggressive, risky, and unsafe actions by Russian pilots in international airspace.
The Russians firing back, claiming the U.S. is to blame because its drone was flying with its transponder off. Officials tell Fox News that's not likely because this drone was not a stealth aircraft and was flying a routine reconnaissance mission. Moscow also claiming the collision was due to an unexpected movement by the drone.
The Russian pilots acted very professionally. No weapons were used by our fighter jets. This unmanned aircraft performed a sharp turn and collided.
American lawmakers now calling for swift action, hoping to show the Russians continued aggression will have consequences.
I think we continue the sanctions. We make those. They should be as crushing as they possibly can be. And we should continue in Ukraine to supply what Ukrainians need to defend their sovereignty.
Secretary Austin also says the U.S. will continue to fly these reconnaissance missions in international airspace despite new threats from Moscow. In Kyiv, Mike Tobin, Fox News.
The worsening climate crisis could spell trouble for many of our favorite winter pastimes. Fox News' Ted Linder takes a look at how ski resorts are fighting back against the warming planet and why many are pressing for political change so the snow on their slopes can survive.
Warmer winters with less snowfall are jeopardizing the future of the ski industry. And while the worsening climate crisis may cause resorts to shutter over the next few decades, in the meantime, companies trying to combat the effects of the warming planet say those efforts will result in higher costs for outdoor enthusiasts.
Season length is likely to decline, which is going to mean less ticket sales for downhill skiing. It's also likely going to increase operational costs at ski resorts due to snowmaking.
Because climate change happens over time, it can be difficult for people to understand its effects. But sustainability coordinators at several U.S. resorts say skiing can help put it all into perspective.
Skiing is a sport that's been around for centuries, that's beloved by people, that whole families participate in. And the risk of that going away is something visceral that Americans, Europeans, globally we can understand.
For years, many resorts have been making adaptations to lower their carbon footprints, like using renewable energy instead of fossil fuels. But now, many say it's time to go a step further and advocate for change at the political level.
Business as a whole has simply kept its head down when it really needs to say, look, we care about this issue, it threatens our economies, and we need action.
Besides encouraging communities surrounding the resorts to reduce fossil fuel consumption, some resorts are also messaging local lawmakers and asking for more legislation that addresses climate change.
We have to ask ourselves, will we have stood on the right side of history on this issue?
Ted Lindner, Fox News.
It is 6:12 on the East Coast and 3:12 over on the West Coast. I'm your host this morning, Zach Horner. We got a lot more to get into today. Before we go to a break, our first commercial break of the hour, we take a look at Chicago, Illinois. That is a live look there. Beautiful looking shot this morning there in the Windy City. Right after the break, though, we'll be turning our attention to Atlanta and some news out of there. So stay with us. We'll be right back in just 2 short minutes. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we take a live look outside there at Atlanta, Georgia. As I said, we would turn our attention to for this next story here. Well, 2 years ago, shootings at 3 metro area spas left 8 dead, including 6 Asian women. Today, members of the Asian American and Pacific Islander communities will honor the victims as they remember the tragedy. They plan to renew their calls to end violence against their people on this somber anniversary. Lindsay Tuman joins us live outside the state capitol, where a tribute will be held later this morning. Lindsay, good morning.
Good morning to you, Zach. And things will kick off with a news conference scheduled for 8:30 this morning inside the state capitol. After that, a rally here in Atlanta. There are more planned all across the country as well. This comes as the Asian American and Pacific Islander community says more needs to be done to stop hate and violence across the country. It's been 2 years since a deadly shooting spree at 3 spas across metro Atlanta ended in 8 lives lost and countless more impacted forever. Senator Raphael Warnock paid tribute on the Senate floor.
It was 2 years ago today that a hateful act of violence shook metropolitan Atlanta, reverberated across our state, our nation, and the world. In the span of a few hours, our sense of safety and sanctuary was ripped apart by bullets born of hate and fear.
Robert Aaron Long was arrested for the 8 murders. He's already pleaded guilty to 4 of them in Cherokee County and is awaiting a death penalty trial for the other 4 in Fulton County. In the 2 years since, there's been work locally and nationally to address hate crimes, including the COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act, which Senator John Ossoff helped pass.
To all Asian Americans in Georgia, please know that I am here to serve you, and I stand with you in defiance of hatred, bigotry, and intimidation. I will continue working to strengthen and support public safety for all communities in Georgia.
Senator Warnock called for continued efforts against hate and violence, citing increases in crimes against Asian Americans and other minorities.
I think back to how Georgians charted a path forward for our nation 2 years ago. 2 years ago, we came together and reminded each other that the only way to face the future is to love one another, to be respectful of our different histories while focused on our shared future.
Again, that news conference scheduled for 8:30 this morning at the state capitol. There will be a number of state and federal leaders there, as well as leaders from the Asian American Pacific Islander community as well. After that, at 10 o'clock this morning, there will be a rally. Reporting live outside the Georgia State Capitol, I'm Lindsay Tuman. Back to you.
All right, a very somber anniversary indeed. Lindsay, thank you so much. All right, it's 6:17 on the East Coast, 3:17 over on the West Coast. We're going to take our second commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back in just 2 short minutes. Stay with us. Good morning and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Zach Horner, as we go through all the big stories of the day from all around the country and around the world as well. Let's take one of our live looks outside here again. Brought this up earlier. This is Chicago, Illinois. Again, a live look there at the city skyline. A beautiful start to the day there in Chicago. But let's turn to some of the other stories of the day here. Talk about TikTok. Well, they'll be adding a new feed exclusively for science and math content, and it will be available later this month. Some skeptics say it may be just a way to ward off growing criticism regarding the app's alleged mental health and national security risks. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera reports from Washington.
You can find a lot of different content on TikTok. Now the social media giant says it's taking things up a notch with a new feed focused on STEM.
Hi, my name is Kat. I started my career as a NASA electrical engineer.
According to TikTok, the space will be dedicated to videos related to science, technology, engineering, and math to inspire and inform users. But at least one medical expert believes it's just a way to stave off efforts to ban the app.
It's not that it has no value, but now they're trying to fight back against the regulators and creating a separate feed called STEM.
Earlier this month, a bipartisan group of senators introduced a bill that would authorize the Secretary of Commerce to crack down on TikTok and other foreign-based tech companies that could pose security risks from countries like China, Russia, and North Korea. TikTok is owned by Beijing-based company ByteDance.
100 million Americans are on TikTok an average of 90 minutes a day. That data is residing in China, no matter what TikTok says.
Critics say TikTok could be filled with misinformation, potentially harming young users.
Who's to decide what's right and what's wrong? Because science is about debate. Science is about challenging presumption. TikTok is loaded with dogma, and you can choose the dogma you want.
But TikTok is pushing back, adding that the content on its STEM feed will be assessed by Common Sense Networks and Pointer to make sure it's appropriate and that the information is reliable. The U.S. is reportedly demanding TikTok's Chinese owners sell their stakes in the company or face a ban of the app. But TikTok says a new ownership won't change data access or flows. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
After at least 6 major incidents at U.S. airports this year, the Federal Aviation Administration has hosted a safety summit this week as they began discussing among industry leaders on how to improve safety for everyone on the ground and in the skies. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard is in Washington with more.
A video simulation shows a close call last month in Austin, Texas, when a FedEx cargo plane almost landed on the same runway that a Southwest passenger jet was waiting to take off. Also last month in New Jersey, a United plane clipped another plane's wing on the tarmac. And in January, a computer glitch caused the first nationwide ground stop since 9/11.
Basically, what in the heck is going on out there?
After multiple close calls this year alone, just outside Washington, D.C., where there was another near miss last week between planes at Reagan National Airport, the Transportation Secretary met with industry leaders at an air safety summit.
Aviation has to be about safety first and moving people and goods within that safety first framework.
Increasing the strain on the system, the surge in travelers since the pandemic, plus a wave of new employees at the airlines.
Change and fresh faces are not new for regional aviation.
The group has promised to continue discussions on how to improve safety as quickly as possible, but the head of the National Transportation Safety Board says just talking isn't enough.
The NTSB has issued 7 recommendations on runway collisions that have not been acted upon. One is 23 years old and still appropriate today. How many times are we going to have to issue the same recommendations over and over and over again?
The aviation leader said Congress needs to increase funding for their industry in order to help modernize it and keep up with demand. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Law enforcement has been increasingly using a new tool to help crack unsolved cases: genetic genealogy. It's something they say is proving to be a promising new technique. Fox News correspondent Dan Springer has more from Seattle.
Genetic genealogy has become a crucial asset for law enforcement by using DNA to identify human remains and criminals. Sources tell Fox News genetic genealogy played a part in leading Idaho police to Brian Koberger, who was accused of murdering 4 college students in November.
It's always a puzzle, right? But we're building a picture and we're putting those pieces to get that picture.
My role is to be able to identify unknown samples of DNA.
Genetic genealogist Misty Gillis, who has not worked on the Idaho murder case, says the unknown sample of DNA is uploaded to a database where it's compared with millions of other people's profiles for similarities. Those starting data points are then used to build a family tree for each person.
We look for common ancestors amongst those trees and genetic networks, and then we build down to identify our sample. I think about the possibilities for all those cold cases out there.
Cold cases like the so-called boy in the box, a young Philadelphia boy found dead in a box in 1957, who Gillis was able to identify as Joseph Zarelli 65 years later.
I just was, hopeful and excited at the idea of being able to bring his identity back.
Former cold case investigator Paul Holes helped identify the Golden State Killer, Joseph DeAngelo, in 2018, decades after he committed dozens of murders and rapes.
We built a family tree that consisted of thousands. And then ultimately we landed in on a California branch with a small number of individuals, of males of the right age.
Chris Pedretti, who was raped by the Golden State Killer, credits genetic genealogy for providing her with some sense of closure.
Thank God for DNA, because you can't run from that. Joseph James DeAngelo had fooled everybody for so many decades.
Genetic genealogy relies on information pulled from DNA profiles of people who voluntarily submitted their DNA to various companies that track ancestry. Now, some of those businesses only share information with law enforcement when presented with a subpoena, but others are an open book, raising questions of privacy and unwittingly helping police solve cases that may hit very close to home. In Seattle, Dan Springer, Fox News.
Homeowners in Florida are on a tight deadline to make repairs to their homes, especially as this upcoming turtle nesting season approaches. Our Fox 35 Orlando team has more on how this protected species could likely halt many of the repairs owners have to make.
As you can see, it's about 6 inches from starting to take my deck away. And if we get a nor'easter or another storm, I don't know if the house will survive.
Hurricane season is not that far away. I mean, no. It's coming, and construction takes time.
Correct.
So is that a big concern?
Oh, absolutely. And they're saying that if a turtle comes up and puts a little nest right there, it's over. They won't let me do anything. And as much as I love turtles, that's a problem.
Florida's turtle nesting season starts in less than 2 months. Daytona Beach Shores Mayor Nancy Miller tells me the clock is ticking.
If you have not started your construction by May 1st, they are saying you cannot do that.
She asked the Department of Environmental Protection to be flexible with residents and potentially change their rules. But for now,
let's face it, be honest, there are some people that are not going to make that May 1st deadline. What we need to do, along with the county and the state, is put in temporary measures that are going to work. So the trap bags, there's people that have used those vinyl stakes, so we need some sort of temporary restoration.
Residents who have had construction companies they've hired on standby are frustrated.
Part of the problem is there are several different agencies involved, the state, the federal, the coastal people, and they can't decide what they want. And they keep changing their mind, and they make the architect or the engineer redo the plans, and then they don't like that, and he redoes them again. They don't like that. We had one engineer quit because he said he just couldn't deal with the state, and we started all over again.
It is 6:29 on the East Coast, 3:29 over on the West Coast. I've been keeping an eye out for some live events that are going on, and it looks like we have one right now. I want to see if I can pull this up for you here. There we go. This is SpaceX. They have a cargo capsule that should be attaching to the International Space Station at some point this morning, probably in a little over a half hour is what I'm told. So this is a live event happening right now. We might dip into this because there's a little bit of audio, some narration behind this. But first I'm going to go to a quick commercial break. We'll be right back in 2 minutes, and then we'll go ahead and dip back into this. So stay with us. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. As I said before the break, we're going to dip back into this live event here. This is a sort of a vessel from SpaceX. It'll be attaching to the International Space Station at some point this morning. Like I said, there's a little bit of narration behind this, so let's dip in and just see what they have to say.
Towards station, as there's a couple of pretty critical navigation items that we're going to be using for this approach. Again, Dragon flying itself autonomously. It's got a couple of different tools at its command to help essentially tell it where it is, talk to station, find out where station is as we do this final approach. Some of the primary ones are GPS units. Dragon has both absolute GPS units, which are the spacecraft communicating with GPS satellites to give itself its position in space, and then what's known as RGPS, or relative GPS. And so those are navigation sensors and antennas on Dragon that are talking directly to essentially a similar system on board the space station. And so the two vehicles are able to use their own GPS data to talk to each other, and that helps really fine-tune where they are in relation to each other and telling Dragon's flight computer essentially where it needs to go. Once we get in close, though, we'll switch over to using systems like the Dragon Eye, which is located at the very top and uses LiDAR sensor, essentially laser range finding sensors to ping off of different reflectors on the space station itself, and that's where it's getting really high fidelity real-time data on just distance, rate of closure, and just essentially what part of station it's looking at and where it needs to line up for the docking targets. And so that's what we'll be using to help guide that final approach in.
Thanks, Nicole. Well, sounds like you were reading our minds. Thanks for making sure it got done.
And it looks like we got a little bit of a lull there in the narration, but if you are just joining us, this is a SpaceX cargo vessel that is going to be attaching to the International Space Station this morning. So that's what we are looking at right now, a live look. Looks like they started talking again, so let's listen in.
And we're still about 16.5 minutes away from hitting waypoint 0, just about 400 meters below the space station, but everything continuing to go smoothly so far this morning. Again, we're about 20 minutes ahead on the timeline so far, so docking should be just about 53 minutes from now. That'll continue to get tweaked as Dragon either holds or just proceeds right through these different waypoints, but that'll put our docking time at about 6:28 a.m. Central Time.
Station Munich on Space Ground 2 for Steve. At your convenience. And Steve, first of all, thank you so much for all the work you did today on immunity assay, and I should say actually this week. And second thing, we have a remaining cubic 6 activity this afternoon, and we would like to offer you to either do it today or we can replan it for tomorrow. And this is just to make sure that you can get some free time for the ISS crew orientation.
We'll get to it today. I'll do the restow here after we get the SpaceX docked, and then I'll be able to get to that this afternoon.
Perfect. Then we'll talk to you later. Thank you.
Station Houston on 2. Dragon range has passed through 1,000 meters. Please monitor long-range approach steps per steps 1 to 4 in 1.102, Dragon approach and retreat monitoring.
Station copies. Good work.
And just now you heard the Capcom here, Mission Control Houston, Nicole Lewis, was recently selected to be a flight director and is currently serving as a Capcom as well. The first time we've had somebody actively training to be certified as a flight director also serve as a Capcom. She just gave a heads up to NASA astronaut Woody Hoberg on board. The Dragon is inside of that 1,000 meters again. So we are inside of the approach ellipsoid. We're actually about 870 meters away in range right now, continuing to close in on waypoint 0, coming up in about 13 minutes and 45 seconds. She was giving him a call to essentially start going through a couple of steps. The crew has procedures on board that it's anytime you hear them call out a number, in this case it was 1.102, that's their rendezvous and approach monitoring. And again, Woody Hoberg has different displays and tools set up, so he's able to monitor Dragon's telemetry in real time and send commands to the vehicle if required. So he's just watching as it continues to fly in. He'll be confirming when they've got a good visual on Dragon, looking at the spacecraft once it arrives on that docking axis. So again, that'll be once we're past waypoint 0 and up on waypoint 1, just making sure that everything looks good and aligned, and then really just monitoring the flight computer's vehicle state and what the range is as it continues to fly in. And again, he's doing all of this. There are no people on this Dragon able to take control, so the crew acts as an additional person in the loop to send commands to the spacecraft if required, if we need to tell it to abort or to hold at any point, either with an issue with Dragon or if we have any issues on the station side. And there's several steps that happen on the station side just to get ready for a Dragon spacecraft. The different console positions here in Mission Control Houston responsible for essentially commanding and flying the space station. And they're doing everything from configuring solar arrays to be in a specific orientation just to make sure they're not getting any excess plumes from Dragon's thrusters as it flies in. And then the ADCO position here in Mission Control Houston has some very specific steps to take with attitude control. So once we get into the docking part of today's mission will be entirely controlled on the U.S. side, so we use 4 large gyroscopes, essentially called CMGs, or control moment gyros. Those are what are spinning at an extremely fast rate, and we use those to actually help maintain and control the attitude of stations, so which way it's pointing, really. And our 2 primary means of control are...
Station, we see range decreasing through 700 meters. Attitude looks good. Dragon is pointed at station.
Copy all. Sounds good.
So Woody Hoberg giving a quick all down. So primary range, less than 700 meters. Attitude, as he described, pretty self-explanatory. Dragon is pointing. We're looking straight at the nose cone of Dragon right now, right down towards the top of it. So it's pointing at the space station itself, and it's going to continue to maintain this attitude even as it swings up and out in front, as again you're using some navigation sensors located at the very top part of Dragon to essentially do we're essentially bouncing lasers off the space station back and forth between Dragon to give it a lot of very valuable real-time data, like just how far away it is, that's your range, and then how quickly it's either flying towards or away from the space station, that's your range rate. So you're going to constantly hear a call out of range. All of the sensors giving that data out in meters and a range rate, and that's going to be given in meters per second. And since we're approaching, that shows up as essentially a negative value for everyone in our telemetry, but that's just telling you how quickly Dragon is closing in. and that's a relative velocity, is both Dragon and Station traveling relative to the Earth at more than 17,000 miles an hour, but the relative velocity between the two will be fairly slow. Once we hit that final approach and docking, we'll be moving typically around or just a little bit below 1/10 of a meter per second. So it's going to be pretty slow and methodical crawl once we're up on the docking axis towards that docking itself, which should be coming in about 46 minutes from now. But next major milestone is going to be hitting waypoint 0, 400 meters below the station, and we are just at 9 minutes away from that expected time.
Houston Station on 2 for Dragon docking monitor.
Go ahead on 2.
Hey, Nicole, we're showing no video right now. Can you just confirm that's expected?
And yep, we can confirm that is expected. We are waiting until we switch the data rate, and then we'll be able to get that video.
Okay, station copies, thanks.
And again, a quick exchange between Woody Hoberg, who's prime for monitoring Dragon's approach from on board the space station, and the Capcom down here in Houston, Nicole Lewis. He was referring to no video. He's talking about getting video feed from Dragon itself as it approaches. And the team here in Mission Control Houston confirming that that's expected, and we'll get that once we essentially switch to a higher data rate in our connection between station and Dragon. Once Dragon gets this close, we're essentially communicating with it on something called C2V2. It's common communications for visiting vehicles. That's a common control scheme that we use across a fleet of different spacecraft that now fly to the space station and dock to the US OS side, so all of the docking ports on either Node 2 or the berthing ports on Node 2 and Node 1. And that allows us to essentially transfer data back and forth between the two spacecraft, and also use the space station's downlink system through the TDRS satellites to also get video not only to the crew on board station, but that serves as an additional command path to get Dragon data down here to the teams. Once Dragon is docked to the space station, it'll essentially switch off all of its transmitting antennas and move to using station systems. That'll happen once we get docked and get umbilicals deployed. Those will start to provide power and data to Dragon using those station systems. So Dragon has its own solar arrays, its own batteries on board that it's able to charge and power all of its systems throughout free flight. But while it's docked and goes into what's known as a quiescent mode, we're able to essentially power down those different systems and just plug Dragon into the station's much larger ones. So it'll essentially become an integrated piece of the space station while it's docked, able to draw from those large solar arrays to power its systems on board, a lot of which get powered down once we are docked, but also, again, be able to use the station's different...
And if you are just joining us here, we're looking live in. The SpaceX Dragon will be docking with the International Space Station sometime this morning. We think that'll be happening here pretty soon, so we're keeping an eye on that. Also, you see that other box there, that U.S. drone collision with a Russian jet. That is new video we just got our hands on. That is that Russian jet that hit the propeller there on the U.S. drone, and then you see it kind of just go right in to the ocean and then lose the feed. So pretty dramatic video there. That is just all new that we just got not that long ago. But I do want to take our last commercial break of the hour, then we'll come back and take a look and see what the SpaceX Dragon is up to, see if it's getting close to the International Space Station. But stay with us. We'll be right back.
So you're able to.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We're looking in live here. This is that SpaceX cargo vessel known as Dragon. Will be approaching the International Space Station and docking at some point this morning. We think here possibly pretty soon. So there's a little narration behind this. They're talking about what's going on. And again, this is live. So let's dip in and see what they have to say. Take a listen.
Could hit there sooner, but everything continuing to run pretty smoothly so far with the approach and docking. We are coming up less than 2 minutes away from waypoint 0, and the Dragon will be ready to move on to waypoint 1. We'll see it swing up in front of the space station.
All right, it looks like they've stopped talking there for a second, but again, we are looking at the SpaceX Dragon vessel as it makes its way to the International Space Station. But I'll pull up this setup here for you. Take a look at that video in that top screen there. That is the video we just got our hands on not too long ago of the Russian fighter jet. You just saw it right there. It clips that propeller of that U.S. drone. This is the big news that happened over the past few days. We're just learning about this and getting this video. So pretty dramatic stuff to look at there. That is when that Russian jet hit that U.S. drone. So it looks like the narration has started back up with SpaceX Dragon. Let's dip back in and hear what they have to say.
County looking for your go on step 10.1 for MH unit removal. Step, 10.1.
Yes, Frank, you are go at step 10.1 and still can meet you on Space Ground 3.
Great, thanks so much.
And it should be just about 10 seconds away until we pass waypoint 0. It was NASA astronaut Frank Rubio, who's off working on a couple of different science items. He will join Woody Hoberg and Steve Bowen, as well as Sultan Al-Niadi, with some cargo transfer operations with Dragon a little bit later in the day. And confirmation, we have moved past waypoint 0. next up is going to be waypoint 1. So we're going to see Dragon now start to not only get closer, but start to swing up and out in front of the space station itself. The crew's going to continue to monitor throughout this process. They're just still making sure that Dragon essentially keeps a range outside of that keep out sphere. Really, they don't want to see it approaching closer than a little less than 200 meters away, but it's going to stop at a point directly in front of the station at about 220 meters, so we're still maintaining that distance outside of the keep out sphere. So you've got teams here in Houston watching the systems on board Dragon. You've got the primary Dragon team out at MCCX and Hawthorne controlling the systems, but again, Dragon largely flying itself. And then we have Woody Hoberg as prime on board the station, monitoring Dragon during its final approach. But we're already a little less than 400 meters away, and Dragon's already starting to move up to waypoint 1. In about 12 minutes or so, we'll get the go, no-goes between the joint NASA.
2, we see range inside 400 meters. Vehicle mode is transition to docking axis, and attitude is as expected.
Copy all. That's great news. Thanks.
Woody Hoberg just reporting again. Dragon spacecraft a little less than 400 meters away now from the space station, moving up to the docking axis, so that's going to line it up, not perfectly, but essentially right in front of its expected docking port. And since we're going to the forward port, that's going to be directly in front of the space station itself. And then attitude, just talking about which way Dragon's pointing. And again, we're going to be essentially expecting it to point nose forward directly at station for the remainder of this flight, as that's where your primary navigation cluster is located. And so that's going to continue to point at Dragon, or at station, even as it begins to swing up and out in front. And then obviously pointing that direction once we get into the final docking is the docking ring, and all of the capture mechanisms are at that very top part of Dragon.
And if you are just joining us here, looks like we had a little bit of a lull in the narration there. We are looking at the SpaceX Dragon capsule. That's a cargo vessel making its way to the International Space Station. Sounds like from what they were saying there, this might be getting pretty close. But again, this is a live look at that Dragon capsule as it slowly makes its way, probably not too slow, actually probably moving pretty quick there, but going towards the International Space Station. And again, just to talk about that video that you see, that jet hitting that U.S. drone. That's video we just got our hands on here, probably within the last half hour, showing that Russian jet colliding with the propeller there on that U.S. drone. And then that drone went into the Black Sea and is believed to have sank thousands of feet, potentially. I was listening to a press conference yesterday actually on that topic. So whether they recover that drone or not remains to be seen. It sounds like the narration just kicked back in the SpaceX Dragon capsule live shot there. Let's listen in.
Expected arrival at waypoint number 1. And that'll put us just about 220 meters directly in front of the station on what's known as the docking axis. So again, if you were to essentially draw an imaginary line straight through the middle of the space station with the docking port on the forward end of node 1, that's where we are headed. And so it'll get to waypoint 1 in a little less than 10 minutes. The teams are going to do a joint go, no go to essentially proceed beyond waypoint 1 and on to waypoint 2, which is our final waypoint before we actually get into docking. And that will be inside of that keep out sphere and is a position about 20 meters in front. So expectation is everything continues to look good on Dragon and on station as we'll move right past waypoint 1 and onto waypoint 2. And then even once we get to waypoint 2, we might only have a short pause before we proceed in for that final approach and docking. Again, Dragon's going to continue to fly itself autonomously. You've got a couple of different teams and individuals in the loop monitoring and able to send commands to the vehicle on board the station. We've got NASA astronaut Woody Hoberg, who's been radioing down some different performance calls to the teams. But again, everything we've heard so far is everything looking as expected. Dragon right now a little over 330 meters away from the station. We're expecting it to close in to about 220. Some of the primary stuff that Woody and the different teams on the ground are looking for is just Dragon maintaining the appropriate distance away from station, and as it continues this very gradual swing up to the docking axis. During that final approach, we'll see it start to close in on the forward port of Node 2, the Harmony module, where we have one of our 2 international docking adapters. This will be taking the port that was just vacated by the Crew 5 mission on board Dragon Endurance when they came back just last weekend. And this Dragon for the 27th resupply mission for SpaceX expected to stay docked for about 30 days, during which the crew members on board of Expedition 68 will be unloading the approximately 6,000 pounds of cargo that's flying up for them. There's also a payload in Dragon's trunk that's going to be removed and attached to station robotically that has a suite of different research projects on board. Some of the experiments will come off, and then they'll immediately have to essentially install, execute, and then load back onto Dragon before it comes home later on in April. Dragon, in addition to being in the fleet of cargo vehicles delivering cargo, is really the primary means we have, the only means that we have to deliver large amounts of cargo back down to Earth. And so we're able to essentially bring a lot of those different research experiments back home for then further analysis on the ground. We don't do a lot of the actual analysis, or very little of the analysis to get results from the hundreds of experiments taking place on station. It doesn't happen on station. We need to get it back down to the different scientist labs back down here on planet Earth and Dragon, that critical pipeline right now to get that research back down. Also have the ability to return different hardware to the ground. So we've brought things like spacesuits back in the past for analysis and refurbishment before eventually flying them back up on Dragon. There is one, it's called an SEMU. It stands for short EMU. It's essentially the acronym that we use for the primary part of a spacewalking spacesuit, that extravehicular mobility unit. One of those is packed away on Dragon that's going to be delivered for use on future spacewalks, which should be picking up a little bit later in the summer as we continue to essentially outfit the station and prepare to go through the final stages of installing new solar arrays, with that final pair expected to fly a little bit later this year, potentially as early as this summer. But just checking in on the ops right now, we're about 5 minutes away from our teams here in Houston and out at Hawthorne doing their joint go-no-goes to proceed beyond waypoint 1, at which point we'll be able to move into waypoint 2. We're a little less than 15 minutes away. So Dragon right now is moving from a position beneath the station to right out in front of it. And we're going to see it essentially staring the station down, and pretty soon we're also going to be switching to a higher data rate of communications between Dragon and the station, using that common communication for visiting vehicles, that C2V2 system, and that's what's going to start to deliver live views from the Dragon camera, both to the crew on board, and then should be delivering that down to us here on the ground, and we'll be able to show you the view from Dragon as it starts to approach. Right now we are in a quick handover. So essentially the the satellites that the station uses to communicate with all the teams down here on the ground, the TDRS, the tracking data, and relay satellites. That's how we get all of our telemetry, our data, everything down here on the ground. We'll be getting that shortly. Right now, though, you're looking at Marcos Flores. He's the flight director leading the Orbit 1 team in the room here in Houston. And he's leading those joint go-no-goes between us and SpaceX as we get through the final approaches of Dragon. And just above him at the Capcom position is Nicole Lewis. So she's the voice you're going to be hearing talking back and forth with Woody Hoberg and the other crew members on board the space station right now. But it looks like we're already getting back those views. So the space station right now in that orbital daytime. So now this is a camera view from the top part of station, essentially looking out into the front, and you can see Dragon start to slowly make its way up. It's going to eventually be pretty much right in front of the space station, looking dead on the docking axis towards that front port of Node 2. So it's doing this pretty slowly. It's not really increasing its proximity to the space station. It's not really getting any closer at this point. We'll get about 100 meters closer or so over the next 12 minutes, but primarily just doing that translational maneuver to move up and out in front to the docking axis. And we expect it to be there in about 12.5 minutes, and then we'll swing right through waypoint 1 and onto waypoint 2, which will bring us just 20 meters away from the station and get us ready for that final docking. And everything continuing to run about 20 minutes ahead of schedule. We are expecting docking about 25 minutes from now, so it should be happening at about 6:28 a.m. Central Time. We'll get an exact docking time, though, once Dragon makes that initial contact with the forward port on Node 2.
If you are just joining us here, we're looking at a live shot of the SpaceX Dragon capsule as it makes its way towards the International Space Station. Got a little bit of information on this Dragon capsule here. This is straight from NASA. This is a cargo shipment, like I said, en route to the International Space Station there, following a successful Falcon 9 launch of SpaceX's 27th resupply mission for the agency. It's carrying more than 6,200 pounds of science experiments, crew supplies, and other cargo. The SpaceX Dragon spacecraft was launched to the space station by, again, that Falcon 9 rocket, and that was on 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time on Tuesday, blasting off there from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. So that is kind of what they got on board, a lot of supplies and more stuff to do some science experiments up there on the International Space Station. So let's listen in and wait for this to dock again to the International Space Station there. Take a listen.
All right, so we're about 8.5 minutes away from Dragon heading waypoint 1. Again, that spot just about 220 meters ahead of the station. It's about 300 meters away.
Station on 2, range is 318 meters, vehicle mode, transition to docking access, attitude remains as expected.
Copy all. We're configuring for 6 meg now, so should see video soon.
Excellent. We'll be watching.
And you heard a call out from Woody Hoberg again. He's on board the station monitoring Dragon as it continues to swing up. As both Dragon and the station about to make a pass right over the central part of the Indian Ocean. Dragon just about 7 minutes, 45 seconds away from waypoint 1. It's going to continue until it's just 220 meters approximately straight in front of the space station, and then begin to proceed on to waypoint 2, just about 20 meters in front of the station. We also heard a call out of stepping up to a 6 meg, so that's just talking the speed at the data connection between Dragon and the space station itself, and that's going to allow us to start to bring video from Dragon itself both into the station for the crew to monitor, but then also hopefully down to us here on the ground. So we'll see, in addition to these different views from the space station itself of Dragon's approach, we'll see some views of Dragon looking back at the station. Again, the primary mode of navigation right now is using those Dragon eyes, so using LiDARs for Dragon to essentially get real-time range and range rate information, just telling it how far away it is from the station.
Station Houston on 2. Houston and station are go for Dragon to approach to 20 meters.
Station copies.
And so as promised, now getting views from a centerline camera on Dragon itself, looking back at the station. Again, we're going to be lining up just on the docking axis about 220 meters away from the docking port on the forward end of node 2. We'll be getting there in about 5 minutes. And we just heard the Capcom Nicole Lewis call up to the crew that everybody here in Houston, the joint teams have given the go to proceed into 20 meters, so that'll be, and that's the final waypoint that we hit before we actually hit docking. Now, typically we'll pause at waypoint 2. It can be a very short pause, or if we have to work any issues, we can hang out at waypoint 2 for an extended period of time before Dragon moves in for that final approach and docking. I'm not tracking any issues on the vehicle though, no issues on the station side, so everything continuing to move about 20 minutes ahead of the timeline. Expected to be just a little over 17 minutes away from docking. We're still targeting right around 6:28 a.m. Central Time, but we'll get you an exact point once we make that initial contact and capture. So in a little over 4 minutes, Dragon's going to hit waypoint 1, and it'll be 220 meters away from the space station itself. And we've already given, the joint teams have given their go, and Dragon will proceed immediately through waypoint 1 and begin approaching the docking port. And it's going to, again, hit waypoint 2, so it'll be just 20 meters away. Waypoint 2 is when we do our final alignment with the docking port. So we'll be essentially in a specified range of that docking port once we hit waypoint 1, but we don't worry about doing the real fine tuning of that approach until we're only about 20 meters away. That way you're not kind of burning excess prop that you don't have to, since you're going to be needing to do that final approach anyway. The crew on board has essentially a corridor, so they'll have, and this is a view of what Woody Hoburg's able to see. This is an overlay that he has on a laptop on board the space station using that centerline video and getting a couple of different data points. One of the things to pay attention to at the very top, you can see getting from those primary sensors the range and the range rate. Again, that's telling you how far away Dragon is and how quickly it's approaching. But we are just about 3 minutes away from waypoint 1, after which we're going to start seeing Dragon just fly closer. So we're going to cross that keep out sphere area and start to approach until we're just 20 meters away. And then just before we get to waypoint 2, which is that 20-meter away area, the teams will do kind of their final go, no-go for docking, where we're essentially saying everything continues to look good on Dragon, everything's ready on station for the vehicles to dock, and then Dragon's going to autonomously fly itself in. We'll do the final alignment with the docking port once we hit waypoint 2, and then Dragon will start to slowly approach. It's going to be moving.
And if you're just joining us here, we are looking into live coverage here from NASA of the SpaceX cargo vessel Dragon that will be attaching to the International Space Station with a number of supplies and science experiments and a number of other things on that cargo load there. We'll dip back into this here in a little while. It sounds like in about 15 minutes around there, that's when that docking will be happening. But we're going to turn our attention here after this short 2-minute break to Orlando, Florida, where we'll talk about a big story happening there. But stay with us. We'll be right back in just 2 short minutes. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We're taking a live look outside. That's Orlando, Florida. And there in the distance, you can actually see Icon Park, which is the focus of our next story here. Well, next Friday marks 1 year since 14-year-old Tyree Sampson fell to his death from the Orlando free fall. Now his mother has reached a settlement with the ride's operator. However, she and her attorney agree there's more work to be done to make sure something like this never happens again. Fox 35 Orlando's Matt Trezza is live from Icon Park. And Matt, as their fight continues, crews are working to take down the free fall before the anniversary of Tyree's death. Is that correct?
Yeah, they're really working here. They actually, this machine, this heavy equipment, this crane just started up behind me here. The engine just turned on, so they are getting ready to start the work for today to continue taking down the Orlando free fall ride. They have got the heavy machinery out here. They've been taking it down bit by bit over the last couple of days, again racing to make it to get it all down before the anniversary of Tyree Sampson's death. Now, Tyree's mother, Nakia Dodd, visited this area for the first time since her son's deadly fall from the Orlando freefall ride. She announced that her family's reached a settlement with the owners and operators. Now, Sampson fell to his death on the ride after slipping out of his seat. Investigators concluded that his seat was adjusted to fit larger size riders. Now, the family's also backing new state laws to keep tragedies like this from happening again, and we talk with his mother about her feelings as she visited the site.
Unfortunately, when he passed, I wasn't there for him. So I had to do this. I had to do this. I didn't want to come under these circumstances, but I had to.
Once the ride gets all taken down, for their part, the lawyers for the owners and operators are saying that they are happy that the settlement's been reached and also backing the family's efforts to change state law to make these rides safer. We're live in Orlando. Matt Trezza, back to you.
All right, Matt Trezza with Fox 35 keeping us updated on that big story there. Matt, thank you so much. All right, it's 7:18 on the East Coast and 4:18 over on the West Coast. We have plenty more to get into here on Live Now from Fox, but I do want to go to another commercial break here. We'll go back to that SpaceX, it's the Dragon capsule that will be attaching it to the International Space Station. Actually, before we go to a break, let me just pull that up for you real quick. Let's take a look in there. You see it? There it is. It's about to attach here probably in the next 10 minutes or so. But like I said, we'll take a quick commercial break and we'll come right back to that here in just a moment. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are looking in live right now, some coverage from NASA. The SpaceX cargo vessel Dragon will be attaching to the International Space Station here, I believe, probably in the next 5 to 10 minutes. That's what I was hearing last time we checked in on this. So let's listen in and to see if there's any narration, as there has been some person speaking behind this, kind of updating everybody on what's been going on. So let's listen in. It looks like they've ended the narration, at least for now. We'll see if they come back up and give us any updates. But a little information about this particular vessel. Again, this is a cargo vessel that'll be bringing a number of things to the International Space Station. And this information here I'm about to read, this is straight from NASA. This vessel, the Dragon vessel, carrying more than 6,200 pounds of science experiments, crew supplies, and other cargo. The SpaceX Dragon spacecraft was launched to the space station by the Falcon 9 rocket that was at 8:30 Eastern Time on Tuesday, and that blasted off from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. So a few of the things they have on there in terms of science experiments, looks like 3D heart cells they'll actually be bringing to the International Space Station. Something called a student ball clamp monopod project. Looks like that is a group of high school students paired with NASA to actually create that. I'm sure we'll learn more about that in the coming days as they do begin these experiments there on the International Space Station. But also liquid life support systems, bacterial biofilms, and line-of-form origins survival supplies. So very interesting stuff. I won't pretend to know exactly what all of that is, but that is from NASA's website. So let's listen in here real quick and see if they've started talking about any updates on when this will attach. Like I said, the last update I heard, it should be happening, we'd think, within the next 5 to 10 minutes, but we'll see. Let's listen in.
Less than 100 meters away. We're a little inside 2 minutes from that final go, no go. We should be hitting waypoint 2 in about 3 minutes, 40 seconds from now. Then expected docking just 5 minutes away. So Dragon definitely getting in close. You're seeing it really come into view. Just some of the different items that you're looking at. So you're looking at the very top. The nose cone of Dragon obviously opened and off to the lower right of the spacecraft. Those 4 holes you're seeing, those are where the forward bulkhead thrusters are located. And then we can't see them because of the exposure, but your primary navigation elements are in that, essentially that nose ring, including the LiDAR. So there's a better view. You can see those smaller holes in the top left part. Those are where a lot of your really sensitive navigation pieces of equipment are, including the Dragon eyes, which are using laser rangefinders to help Dragon navigate its final approach. We're not using those forward bulkhead thrusters for any of these final approach maneuvers. We're using the clusters of Dracos around the base of the capsule itself, and so you'll occasionally see those fire.
Station Houston on 2 for situation awareness at waypoint 2. Dragon will briefly pause to align for docking and then automatically resume approach.
Station copies. Thanks for that awareness.
Capcom Nicole Lewis giving Woody Hoberg on board the station a quick heads up. So the Mission Control Houston team has reported they are go for final approach and docking. And so we're less than 2 minutes away. Dragon will hit that waypoint number 2, and it'll be just 20 meters away. It's going to pause just to do a final alignment. Again, we're not doing a final alignment with that docking port until we get this close in. Just again, otherwise you'd essentially be doing it the whole way in addition to approaching. So just the easiest way to conserve on propellant is saving it until you're essentially in much closer to the station itself. So in a little over a minute, Dragon will pause about 20 meters away, and it'll do its final alignment, and then it's going to automatically begin approaching the station. So docking should be coming up in just a couple of minutes. We could be inside 3 minutes away from docking. We'll get you that exact time once we make that initial contact with the docking port on the forward end of node 2. And we see Dragon start to slow down as it hits waypoint 2. And we're going to see it pause here. You're going to see thruster firings pick up a little bit as it hits this pause point, and it'll enter into its final alignment to really line up with the docking port itself. And confirmation we're holding at waypoint 2. So Dragon now going to maneuver itself slightly just to line up with that docking port, and then it's going to it's going to automatically start to approach. And so we can see through the centerline camera, it's going to line itself up. We're looking right at the business end of the international docking adapter on the forward port of node 2. And in just a couple of seconds, once Dragon's finished lining itself up, we're going to see that range rate start to tick up again, and we're going to see it start to approach.
Station Houston on 2, mode is approach to docking port, range is inside 20 meters and decreasing, attitude as expected.
Copy all. Dragon is on final approach and is go for docking. Monitor for steps 5 and 6 in 1.102.
We copy, cruise and step path.
All right, so Dragon past waypoint 2, it's in its final approach. So we are inside 20 meters. We're actually inside 17 already at this point. So just a couple of minutes away now from docking. We'll see those thrusters continue to fire just as Dragon maintains that precise alignment. Just again, about 25 seconds or so beforehand, we'll hear the call out for chop, crew hands off point. Just again, giving the notification to the crew that we're close enough that they should not be sending abort commands, as it would just be needed to handle, or it would need to be handled by the vehicle itself. So should be seeing docking in just a few minutes, potentially in about 3 minutes from now. But we'll continue to stand by and give you an exact time once Dragon makes contact with the International Space Station. Dragon inside of 10 meters away. So we should
10 meters, all errors less than half a degree.
Copy all.
Woody Hoberg confirming less than 10 meters away and talking the error bands all green. So that's essentially just meaning Dragon continues to be well in control of itself and in good alignment as it approaches this docking port. Expecting docking in about 90 seconds. Five meters to go.
Crew hands off point.
Copy, crew hands off.
Crew is hands off. We are less than 2 meters away.
Dragon contact and soft capture complete.
And capture confirmed at 6:31 a.m. Central Time, 7:31 a.m. Eastern, while Dragon and Station flew 261 statute miles over northeastern China. The vehicle's linking up right as the station was flying over the border between China and Russia. But again, that time, 6:31 a.m. Central, 7:31 a.m. Eastern, docking 261 statute miles over northeastern China. So that's that initial contact and capture. Now the docking sequence will continue. So the docking ring is going to start retracting.
In progress.
And getting the confirmation there that the ring retraction has started. So this is going to start bringing the vehicle in a little bit closer, bit by bit, until it's essentially locked up with the docking adapter itself, and that will allow us to start engaging the hard capture system. So that's done through a series of 12 hooks, done 6 by 6, and that's what's going to firmly hold Dragon in place. And essentially pull us in enough so we have an airtight seal between the Dragon and the station side, creating what's known as the vestibule, that space between the Dragon hatch and the hatch on the station side, known as the A-pass hatch. And so once that's completed, we'll also deploy 2 umbilicals that are going to connect Dragon's data and power systems into station and allow it to start just feeding off station systems while it's docked to the orbiting lab. And that will complete our docking sequence. That all takes about 12 to 13 minutes or so following that initial capture. But right now we're just waiting for the docking ring to finish retracting, and then we'll start getting ready to deploy those hooks. But again, if you missed it, the docking happening at 6:31 a.m. Central Time, 7:31 a.m. Eastern, with Dragon and Station flying 261 statute miles over northeastern China. So with that, we now have 2 Dragons again docked to the space station. It's going to be like this for the next month. In total, 6 different vehicles currently attached to the station now, with 1 Soyuz and 1 Progress, or rather 2 Soyuz and 1 Progress over on the Russian segment. Cygnus's 18th commercial resupply mission still docked to the Earth-facing port on Node 1, and then both a crew and a cargo version of Dragon. So a couple of minutes now until we get these hooks in place and the docking sequence will be completed. But everything completed right as expected, actually getting a little bit ahead of the timeline, docking a little less than 20 minutes before we were originally anticipating, but a flawless flight uphill and docking for this Dragon on the 27th resupply mission for SpaceX. So again, right now the docking ring in the mechanism onboard Dragon still retracting. Once that's completed, we'll get ready to start engaging the hooks. There's 12 of them that are going to engage to secure Dragon to the international docking adapter. And so we're gonna see those get deployed in 2 different sets. First set of 6 will engage, then the second set of 6 will, after that first set is already locked in, and then we'll have 12 hooks securing Dragon to the station itself. So again, if you're just now tuning in, you missed the exciting part.
Ring retraction complete. Docking sequence is holding for MCS reconfiguration.
Station copies.
You missed the exciting part, but Dragon already made that initial contact and capture. Now we're waiting for the docking sequence to be completed. So the docking ring has retracted, and now MCCX, the flight controllers, out at SpaceX Mission Control in Hawthorne.
And MCS is configured. Proceeding with hook driving.
And the call from the Capcom right there, the MCS being configured, that's the motion control system on board the station. Essentially, we just need to make sure that means we use to control the attitude on station or in their proper configuration. For hook driving, it's really to make sure that the thrusters on the Russian segment are disabled, as any inadvertent firing of those thrusters could potentially interrupt or cause issues with the ring deploy during Dragon. So just getting stationed in the right configuration, and with the MCS, the motion control system, now configured, we'll start to see those rings deploy. Again, six in the first set, 6 in the second, and the Dragon will be attached to the station. And getting confirmation that the first set of hooks are traveling. So 6 hooks driving now. It'll take a couple of minutes, and then once they're in place, the next set of 6 hooks will drive, and then we'll have Dragon secured. It'll have a couple of other steps, deploying to umbilicals before we are essentially fully done with the docking sequence. But once these hooks are in place, Dragon will be securely mated to the station. And meanwhile, on board the station, so NASA astronaut Woody Hoberg was monitoring throughout all of this final approach. He's going to start to tear down some of the tools that he used, the laptops that he used to monitor Dragon during its final approach, and then is going to get ready to do everything on the station side to get Dragon ready for ingress, for the crew to actually start moving in. One of the major things that has to happen is going to be pressurizing the vestibule, so that's the space between the Dragon and the station hatches. Previously, that was just exposed to vacuum. Still a vacuum environment in there right now, as we're just essentially creating a sealed environment right now, though. And then Woody Hoberg will be able to open a valve on the station side to slowly flow some atmosphere from the station stack into that vestibule area. So we need to bring that up to the same atmospheric pressure as we have with the rest of the station and inside Dragon before we start opening up hatches. They'll typically pause at about halfway up to that appropriate pressure, which is 14.7 psi, just to do leak checks. As you're introducing atmosphere, you're changing not just the pressure inside, but thermal conditions, and as things heat up, your pressure can rise, so you want to make sure that the pressure readings you're getting are actually based off of how much volume of atmosphere is actually in there, and not just thermal changes. So they'll pause to essentially allow things to equalize for a few minutes, and then conduct leak checks both on the Dragon side and the station side, make sure we don't have any leaks in the vestibule before we begin feeding additional atmosphere through. And then once that's brought fully up to essentially the same pressure as the station stack, he'll be able to open the hatch on the station side and then open up the hatch on the Dragon side. But right now, the hook process continuing the first set of 6.
And if you are just joining us here, the SpaceX cargo vessel Dragon attaching itself to the International Space Station. Well, docking to the station is the official term for that. That's what we've been watching in. This is happening live, raw, and unfiltered. We might dip into this here in a little bit and come back to it and just see what kind of updates we have so far. But we do need to go to a quick commercial break. But before we do that, let's take a little live look outside. That is Buffalo, New York. When we see these lovely shots on our live cameras, we like to dip in and show them to you as well. A lovely start to the day there in Buffalo. Like I said, I do want to go to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but stay with us. We got plenty more on the other side.
Bloomberg was on board monitoring Dragon.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We do have a live shot coming up here pretty soon out of D.C. on TikTok, looking at a ban there potentially, but as we wait for that, we'll dip back in here to this live coverage of NASA. They have a SpaceX Dragon capsule attaching to the International Space Station, so let's listen in real quick.
The space station itself before they get ready to open up the hatches and begin cargo operations later today. Dragon's expected to stay docked for about 30 days, departing later on in April, where the crew is going to be repacking it full of cargo and science experiments to then get delivered back down here to the ground. But with Dragon successfully docked, we're going to go ahead and wrap up our coverage today. Thank you for following along with the final stages of Dragon's rendezvous and docking with the International Space Station, kicking off, again, another busy month, but another successful cargo delivery to the station itself. So we will go ahead and sign off. Thank you so much for joining. This is Mission Control Houston.
And it looks like that coverage there is wrapping up. Again, we were watching the SpaceX Dragon capsule attaching to the International Space Station, and then NASA left us with this lovely shot here of the Earth, it looks like. I'm not sure if that's a live shot or not. Well, I know it is the Earth, but I'm not sure if it's live or not, but a beautiful shot nonetheless. I want to turn to some different news, though, here. Let's go to a live look at the Capitol there, that is in Washington, D.C. Let's talk a little bit about TikTok. So the federal government is now leaning hard on TikTok at this point. The Wall Street Journal reporting that the Biden administration is now threatening an all-out ban on the app. The social media giant might be gone unless it agrees to a sale. We do have Fox's Doug Luzader. He joins us from Washington this morning. And Doug, it sounds like TikTok is actually firing back now. Is that right?
Good morning. TikTok says this kind of forced sale won't solve the problem, which has to do with the company's deep ties to China.
Where does all that TikTok data go? The Wall Street Journal now reporting that the White House has heard enough, citing a demand from a multi-agency federal task force that would require TikTok's Chinese owners to sell or face a nationwide ban here in the U.S.
I think it's high time Congress steps in on this.
Many lawmakers agree something needs to be done. TikTok is hugely popular, but its Chinese ownership raises questions about the security of user data, and there are concerns that China's communist government could use it as a propaganda tool. TikTok says a change in ownership would not impose any new restrictions on data flows or access. There's already a ban in the works for federal devices, and an ultimatum may have strong support on Capitol Hill.
Either a social media app such as TikTok, controlled by an adversarial regime, in this case the Chinese Communist Party, should not be allowed to operate, or that it should be forced to sell its assets, its company, to, for instance, an American company.
In the meantime, there is another potential solution.
Stop using TikTok. That's the only way that we can de-risk ourselves from our information going to China.
Okay, that may be easier said than done. TikTok has some 100 million users here in the U.S. Back to you guys.
Well, Doug, I wanted to ask you, do you know where all this data would go? What's the concern? All this data that could be collected, what would China do with something like that exactly?
Well, you know, to some degree, it mirrors the concerns that we have about data collection, even with social media companies here at home, that this data could be used commercially, but there are also some national security implications as well for all of that personal data potentially going to another country.
Absolutely, plenty to stay on top of there. Fox's Doug Lazater joins us this morning with all the details. Thank you so much, Doug. We do appreciate your time. All right, it's 7:49 on the East Coast, 4:49 over on the West Coast. I do want to take another quick commercial break. We'll be right back in just 2 minutes. Stay with us. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. So it looks like our live camera there is moving a little bit. That is Cleveland, Ohio. Little do they know, they're actually giving us a beautiful panning shot there of the skyline of Cleveland. I do want to turn to some of the other big news here. This video, actually, I want to play for you. Take a look at this. We just got this within about the last hour. This shows that Russian jet actually running into that U.S. drone over the Black Sea. You see it right there. It makes contact with that propeller. You can actually see the propeller dying right there, and then this drone goes straight into the water. So yesterday I was watching a press conference on this, and General Mark Milley, he said that it's very likely this drone went to a depth of about 4,000 to 5,000 feet, at least several thousand feet, so it's unknown if recovery efforts would be possible. But we do have some insight. We have a national security expert who did an interview with our LiveNOW team on this subject and what happened with this U.S. drone colliding with that Russian jet. So I'm going to play that for you. Take a listen.
Let's talk about what we did learn with national security expert and CEO of Global Risk and Intelligence Planning, Hal Kempfer, with the latest. Hal, thanks for joining us yet again. I thought that Milley and Austin were quite forthcoming about what they know, what they don't know, about what exactly happened. I want to get you to respond. I want to put up this tweet here. Liz Frieden, Jennifer Griffin's producer for Fox at the Pentagon, she says, Russian Security Council Secretary Nikolai Patrushev told Russian state TV Russia would try to retrieve the MQ-9 drone. He says, I don't know whether we will retrieve it or not, but that has to be done, and we'll certainly work on it. I hope, of course, successfully. Now, you just heard Milley there, Hal, say essentially that there's probably not much to recover, and it's in quite deep of waters. What do you make of that?
Andrew, I think the key phrase was mitigative measures. It may not sound like an exciting phrase, but a couple things. Apparently, it's been reported widely, and it sounds like the sourcing is pretty official, that they can wipe the hard drives. So whatever intelligence data was on there, they can wipe the hard drives and do some things electronically with the sensor systems. Now, the other thing is with these types of aircraft, it's not uncommon that they would also have, as was talked about with the Chinese spy balloon, that they would have explosives on board. It wouldn't blow up the entire aircraft, but it would be placed around the most sensitive equipment, those sensor systems and things tied to those sensor systems. So if it is for some reason taken down, they can basically destroy or largely destroy that to make any useful recovery pretty much null and void. And it sounds like that's what he was hinting at, that they may have had some capability like that. So as it was probably getting closer to the ocean or closer to the Black Sea, they may have actually triggered it. The other thing is it's got this huge wingspan. Obviously, that's why it can stay up so long, is because of the tremendous lift capability, which means that even with the propeller going out, they could glide well out into the Black Sea. And as you heard, they put it in about 4,000 to 5,000 feet of water, which makes, with thermoclines and all the other issues, and especially if you had broken it up into small pieces, also a plane hitting the water like that, it makes finding it extremely difficult, and then finding anything useful virtually impossible in terms of intelligence value. So that's what he was kind of hinting at.
Okay.
Now, even though we don't have naval forces in there, we have NATO allies in there. There's commercial ships that we could charter and send in a underwater salvage team. So there's ways that we could go in there to do that.
Okay. Hal, you and I talked and have for the duration of the war in Ukraine now, and we're always kind of looking for these inflection points or flash points, especially when U.S. officials have to speak to their Russian counterparts. This was one of those moments. Austin and Milley got on the phone with their Russian counterparts in Moscow to talk about this. So the lines of communication, those channels still open. Who did they speak with?
Well, General Milley talked to General Gerasimov, who is basically his equivalent, his counterpart over there. And of course, Secretary Austin talks to Defense Minister Shoigu, who is his direct counterpart over there. And the Shoigu conversation that apparently has happened. The Gerasimov, it's not quite clear if that's happened yet. It sounds to me like it was scheduled, but they hadn't actually confirmed that it had taken place yet. And my guess would be a very direct conversation. It's not going to be couched in overly diplomatic terms, at least not at this point. One of the key contentions, and one of the things they have to make very clear, is that the Reaper was not in Russian airspace. It was in international airspace, and this goes to some of the overarching claims of waters, territorial waters, EEZs, everything else that Russia has made in the Black Sea. They'd like to think the Black Sea is a Russian lake. So this is one of the clarification things is, look, this is in international waters.
And that was brought up so many times today at this press conference by Austin and Milley both, that they kept repeating international airspace, international waters. This is where it took place.
Yeah, and we're going to be very clear about that. And by the way, they also have said we're going to keep flying. So even if the Russians put some out there, it's very likely that we could have another MQ-9 Reaper flying over whatever little fleet or salvage operations going on. The other thing is that the Russians should be thinking about is the Ukrainian capability to target their ships. They've proven it time and again that they can do that with unmanned surface vessels and with drones, normal, unmanned aerial vehicles. And so if the Russians put ships in a known location, at a fixed location in the Black Sea, they're taking on a risk that they could be targeted. And that's something that the Russians have to think about. And that would be rather embarrassing for the Russians to put Russian naval ships in a salvage operation trying to get a U.S. drone and then manage to get one of their ships sunk by the Ukrainians with a unmanned surface vessel or something like that.
All right, Hal, just lastly, you heard that question there from that reporter. Is this considered an act of war? Is that too strong of language? Is that very, very harsh? Is that how we're treating this?
Right now, I don't see anybody talking about being an act of war. And the reality is, and I think General Milley made it clear, as foolhardy, as haphazard, as dangerous and risky as what the Russians are doing, yes, it was intentional that they flew those Su-27s in and around the Reaper. Yes, they dropped fuel to not only cause problems with the sensor system, but they were probably hoping that might somehow knock out the propeller, knock out the propulsion on it. and they may have been trying to do a maneuver. This is possible. There's been some speculation that they were trying to do a maneuver very close to the Reaper, where what would catch jet wash and possibly make it unstable and force it to crash. The thing is, Russian pilots are notoriously foolhardy, but not notoriously skillful in how they do these things. So it could have very well been that particular thing that hit the propeller could have been accidental, not intentional. Okay. Everything else is intentional, but that particular part of hitting the propeller could have been an accident, and that's basically because you have a rather unskillful Russian pilot doing something really stupid.
Sure.
So,
well,
yeah.
We'll leave it at that. Hal Kempfer, thanks so much. We'll definitely be speaking again if this story.
Now turning to some of the other big news of the day, banking fears spread across global markets Wednesday after shares of Switzerland's second largest bank tumbled more than 20%. Fox Business correspondent Conal McShane has that story.
The problem is the bond market. And my prediction, I called Lehman Brothers years ago, and I think the next bank to go is Credit Suisse.
Growing fears on Wall Street, this prediction could come true after shares of Credit Suisse plunged on Wednesday. Shares tumbling after the bank's largest investor, the Saudi National Bank, announced it would no longer buy more shares due to regulatory limits. This prompted a sell-off that at one point saw Credit Suisse losing more than a quarter of its value, which eventually led to a pause in trading in the Swiss market. The drop sent shares of other European banks tumbling, some by double digits.
Credit Suisse is going to fail. Let it fail. I mean, my whole point is we should have let Silicon Valley Bank fail, Signature Bank fail.
The banking crisis comes just days after the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank here in the United States. Both banks were shut down over the weekend, with the federal government unveiling a plan that protected depositors. The turmoil has prompted some lawmakers on Capitol Hill to call for tougher banking regulations.
We're reaping the consequences of lighter regulation. When Chair Powell started leading the deregulatory movement in the Federal Reserve and getting the regulators to lighten up, the consequence is problems get missed. The oversight becomes lighter.
Senator Elizabeth Warren and other top Democrats are also pushing for the Justice Department and the SEC to open an investigation of failure at Silicon Valley Bank. In New York, I'm Conal McShane, Fox Business.
With so many Americans facing hardships because of inflation and a shaky economy, some are turning to their retirement funds early. Experts, however, say that taking out any amount of money before it's time will only hurt you in the end. Fox News correspondent Garrett Tinney has more on this story.
The statistics all look pretty grim, that in general the amount that people have saved for retirement.
Cash-strapped Americans are raiding their retirement funds prematurely. According to data from Voya, people without enough savings are 13 times more likely to choose this option despite the potential tax penalties for early withdrawals. The rise has financial experts sounding the alarm.
Do not cash that thing out. Cashing out should be the absolute last resort in the most extreme circumstances.
According to Fidelity and Vanguard, withdrawals rose to nearly 2.5% last year. That's up from 1.9% in 2021. A record number of those cash removals were hardship withdrawals to help with emergencies like medical care or possible evictions. But it's not just those in need who are dipping in. Professors at the University of Colorado Boulder studied about 162,000 people leaving their jobs over a 3-year period and found at least 40% of them took some, if not all, of the money out instead of rolling it over into a new plan.
It's basically like you've been working for some company for, in our data, on average 6.6 years. You've been contributing, your employer's been contributing, and now you're back at square zero. No other part of the world allows you to cash out when you're leaving a job.
If you're changing jobs, experts suggest you transfer the money from your retirement fund into your new employer's plan or into an IRA. In Chicago, I'm Garrett Tinney, Fox News.
Turning now to the latest in weather, people across the Northeast digging out from a powerful nor'easter. This as residents in California are reeling from more flooding. Mudslides and damage after yet another atmospheric river slammed the state. Fox weather correspondent Robert Ray has more from hard-hit Ashby, Massachusetts.
Chaos from coast to coast as intense storms pummeled both sides of the country.
It's snowed like a bejesus for 24 hours.
It's a day of cleanup for folks in the Northeast and New England. Digging out from a late winter snowstorm that dumped more than 3 feet in some areas.
We were all ready for springtime. This is not what we wanted to do in the middle of March.
The storm started Monday night with rain becoming heavy, wet snow by Tuesday. Near whiteout conditions creating treacherous travel and forcing road closures. Gusting winds toppled trees and power lines, leaving the biggest lingering impact from the storm: widespread power outages. Crews are working to restore service to tens of thousands of customers in almost every state across the region. And mass amounts of people are in the dark in California, more than 100,000 without electricity. This after the most recent round of atmospheric river storms soaked the state.
I'll be thankful when Mother Nature finally is done with this.
The relentless rain triggering fears of flooding and destructive mudslides, like this one east of Sacramento. High winds coupled with the already saturated ground unable to keep trees rooted in place, tipping them onto cars and homes.
I was laying in bed and I heard the cracking, and then I jumped up, and as soon as I jumped up, it all just kind of came through.
And it's not over yet. Another round of storms expected to cross the country and come in later this week. In Ashby, Massachusetts, Robert Ray, Fox Weather.
Now take a look at this video here. This is video we just got within the past couple hours. This shows that Russian jet running into that U.S. drone that went down over the Black Sea. You see it right there. That's when that jet clips the propeller on the U.S. drone, and this plunged into the Black Sea. And it sounds like experts say, we had an expert speaking earlier, that it could be about 4,000 to 5,000 feet underwater, so recovery efforts could be difficult if they are even attempted at all. But let's turn to this story here for the latest on Russian relations and the latest out of Ukraine.
Fears of a military conflict with Russia are growing after a collision between a Russian jet and an American drone on Tuesday. It happened over the Black Sea, just southeast of Ukraine. There's been plenty of tough talk on both sides. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin saying Wednesday the Russians were, quote, dangerous and reckless, once again insisting the incident took place in international airspace and Moscow had no reason to scramble jets.
This hazardous episode is part of a pattern of aggressive, risky, and unsafe actions by Russian pilots in international airspace.
The Russians firing back, claiming the U.S. is to blame because its drone was flying with its transponder off. Officials tell Fox News that's not likely because this drone was not a stealth aircraft and was flying a routine reconnaissance mission. Moscow also claiming the collision was due to an unexpected movement by the drone.
The Russian pilots acted very professionally. No weapons were used by our fighter jets. This unmanned aircraft performed a sharp turn and collided.
American lawmakers now calling for swift action, hoping to show the Russians continued aggression will have consequences.
I think we continue the sanctions. We make those. They should be as crushing as they possibly can be. And we should continue in Ukraine to supply what Ukrainians need to defend their sovereignty.
Secretary Austin also says the U.S. will continue to fly these reconnaissance missions in international airspace despite new threats from Moscow. In Kyiv, Mike Tobin, Fox News.
Now let's turn back to weather coverage, this time focusing on the West Coast. More than 100,000 Californians still in the dark after another winter storm pounds the state with heavy rain and strong winds. Fox weather correspondent Max Gordon has the latest.
It's crazy, I know. I just wish it would stop.
California just can't catch a break after 2 atmospheric river events hit the state in just a few days' time. The latest storm knocked down trees, power lines, and led to flash flooding and mudslides in some areas. Hundreds of thousands had their power knocked out.
The real challenge with restoring the power is the extent of the damage.
One of the hardest hit areas, the town of Pajaro in Monterey County. That's where thousands were put under evacuation orders last week when a levee breach on the Pajaro River led to massive flooding. Repairs have been made to plug a 400-foot gap in the levee, but local leaders say more needs to be done. A request Governor Newsom personally heard while touring the area Wednesday.
We are committed to the long haul, and we're committed to this community. And you have my
word on that.
While rains have subsided, more bad weather is expected to hit California later this week. Local authorities say they're preparing for possible flash floods and are urging residents near rivers and creeks to be on alert.
Even though the rain has subsided, danger is still present. With the amount of rain we have received over the last couple of weeks, our reservoir systems and dam systems are at maximum capacity.
In total, 43 of California's 58 counties are under emergency declarations due to the severe weather. In Santa Cruz County, California, Max Gordon, Fox Weather.
The worsening climate crisis could spell trouble for many of our favorite winter pastimes. Fox News' Ted Linder takes a look at how ski resorts are fighting back against the warming planet and why many are pressing for political change so the snow on their slopes can survive.
Warmer winters with less snowfall are jeopardizing the future of the ski industry. And while the worsening climate crisis may cause resorts to shutter over the next few decades, in the meantime, companies trying to combat the effects of the warming planet say those efforts will result in higher costs for outdoor enthusiasts.
Season length is likely to decline, which is going to mean less ticket sales for downhill skiing. It's also likely going to increase operational costs at ski resorts due to snowmaking.
Because climate change happens over time, it can be difficult for people to understand its effects. But sustainability coordinators at several U.S. resorts say skiing can help put it all into perspective.
Skiing is a sport that's been around for centuries, that's beloved by people, that whole families participate in. And the risk of that going away is something visceral that Americans, Europeans, globally we can understand.
For years, many resorts have been making adaptations to lower their carbon footprints, like using renewable energy instead of fossil fuels. But now, many say it's time to go a step further and advocate for change at the political level.
Business as a whole has simply kept its head down when it really needs to say, look, we care about this issue, it threatens our economies, and we need action.
Besides encouraging communities surrounding the resorts to reduce fossil fuel consumption, some resorts are also messaging local lawmakers and asking for more legislation that addresses climate change.
We have to ask ourselves, will we have stood on the right side of history on this issue?
Ted Linder, Fox News.
And let's take a live look outside. This is in Detroit, Michigan. That's where we'll be turning our attention to for the story after this next break. Talking about gun laws there in the Mitten State. We'll be checking in with our Fox Detroit team there for the latest information on that. But like I said, I do want to take another quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back with a live shot from Fox Detroit and more of the top stories from all around the country and around the world. You're watching Live Now from Fox. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We'll pick up where we started right before the break there. This is a live look at Detroit, Michigan, and that's where we will turn for our next story here. Well, the Michigan Senate is expected to pass a package of bills that would change gun laws. This 11-bill package was introduced after the Michigan State University shootings. Highlights include red flag laws, universal background checks, and safe storage requirements. Fox 2 Detroit's Robin Murdoch is joining us this morning with more details. And Robin, what can you tell us about these bills they expect to pass today?
They are expected to pass, so that is a good thing for people who are in support of these tougher gun measures. I can tell you those lawmakers in Lansing, they will meet in a couple of hours from now, and that is when they are expected to approve, as you mentioned, an 11-bill package revolving around gun safety measures, a lot of them. And this legislation, it was introduced just days after that shooting at Michigan State University that left 3 students dead and injured 5 others. And it has been moving through the legislature ever since for the past month or so. Now, some of the students on campus that day, they did attend a gun reform rally on the steps of the state capitol yesterday. It was organized by former Arizona Congresswoman Gabby Giffords, who nearly was killed in a mass shooting herself back in 2011 when she was shot in the head at a meet and greet event. Now, the measures that Michigan lawmakers are now considering, as you mentioned, they do have to do with universal background checks, the safe storage of guns, as well as extreme risk orders, also known as those red flag laws. They are all aimed at saving lives and protecting the people of Michigan. Take a listen to former Congresswoman Gabby Giffords.
Start, to move ahead, to not look back. I'm relearning so many things, how to walk, how to talk, and I'm fighting to make the country safer.
Lucky to be alive after being shot in the head back in January of 2011. Again, lawmakers in Lansing, they are expected to approve this legislation when they do meet in a couple hours from now. And when they do meet, and if they do in fact end up approving this, Michigan would end up being the 20th state to enact red flag laws in recent years. Of course, this is a situation that we will continue to cover throughout the day. I'll send it back to you, Zach.
All right, we'll wait and see how things develop there. Robin Murdoch with Fox 2 Detroit bringing us all the details this morning. Robin, thank you so much. It is 8:17 on the East Coast, and it is 5:17 over on the West Coast. I'm your host this morning, Zach Horner, as we get you caught up on all the big stories of the day from all around the country and around the world as well. Before we go to another quick commercial break, let's take a live look outside at the Capitol there in Washington, D.C. A beautiful sky and a beautiful shot there. Like I said, I want to take another quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back with plenty more right after this. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Zach Horner, as we go through all the big stories of the day from all around the country and around the world as well. And keeping an eye out for some live events as they do happen. We'll bring those to you live raw. And Unfiltered had the International Space Station, well, the docking of the Dragon capsule there from SpaceX, some coverage from NASA earlier. That was pretty cool to watch, but we'll have plenty more coming up as it does happen. Let's take a live look outside at the White House there in Washington, D.C. And I put this up because we were talking about TikTok earlier, and it looks like there could possibly be a TikTok ban. That's been a discussion there in Washington, D.C. for quite some time. And so for this next story, we'll talk about a new addition to the TikTok app, and we'll see what you think about it. Well, TikTok is adding a new feed exclusively for science and math content. It will be available later this month. Some skeptics say it may just be a way to ward off growing criticism regarding the app's alleged mental health and national security risks. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera reports from Washington.
You can find a lot of different content on TikTok. Now the social media giant says it's taking things up a notch with a new feed focused on STEM.
Hi, my name is Kat. I started my career as a NASA electrical engineer.
According to TikTok, the space will be dedicated to videos related to science, technology, engineering, and math to inspire and inform users. But at least one medical expert believes it's just a way to stave off efforts to ban the app.
It's not that it has no value, but now they're trying to fight back against the regulators and creating a separate feed called STEM.
Earlier this month, a bipartisan group of senators introduced a bill that would authorize the Secretary of Commerce to crack down on TikTok and other foreign-based tech companies that could pose security risks from countries like China, Russia, and North Korea. TikTok is owned by Beijing-based company ByteDance.
100 million Americans are on TikTok an average of 90 minutes a day. That data is residing no matter what TikTok says.
Critics say TikTok could be filled with misinformation, potentially harming young users.
Who's to decide what's right and what's wrong? Because science is about debate. Science is about challenging presumption. TikTok is loaded with dogma, and you can choose the dogma you want.
But TikTok is pushing back, adding that the content on its STEM feed will be assessed by Common Sense Networks and Pointer to make sure it's appropriate and that the information is reliable. The U.S. is reportedly demanding TikTok's Chinese owners sell their stakes in the company or face a ban of the app. But TikTok says a new ownership won't change data access or flows. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
After at least 6 major incidents at U.S. airports this year, the Federal Aviation Administration hosted a safety summit this week as they began discussing among industry leaders how to improve safety for everyone on the ground and also in the skies. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard is in Washington with more.
A video simulation shows a close call last month in Austin, Texas, when a FedEx cargo plane almost landed on the same runway that a Southwest passenger jet was waiting to take off. Also last month in New Jersey, a United plane clipped another plane's wing on the tarmac. And in January, a computer glitch caused the first nationwide ground stop since 9/11.
Basically, what in the heck is going on out there?
After multiple close calls this year alone, just outside Washington, D.C., where there was another near miss last week between planes at Reagan National Airport, the Transportation Secretary met with industry leaders at an air safety summit.
Aviation has to be about safety first and moving people and goods within that safety first framework.
Increasing the strain on the system, the surge in travelers since the pandemic, plus a wave of new employees at the airlines.
Change and fresh faces are not new for regional aviation.
The group has promised to continue discussions on how to improve safety as quickly as possible, but the head of the National Transportation Safety Board says just talking isn't enough.
The NTSB has issued 7 recommendations on runway collisions that have not been acted upon. One is 23 years old and still appropriate today. How many times are we going to have to issue the same recommendations over and over and over again?
The aviation leader said Congress needs to increase funding for their industry in order to help modernize it and keep up with demand. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Law enforcement has been increasingly using a new tool to help crack unsolved cases. It's called genetic genealogy. It's something they say is proving to be a promising new technique. Fox News correspondent Dan Springer has more from Seattle.
Genetic genealogy has become a crucial asset for law enforcement by using DNA to identify human remains and criminals. Sources tell Fox News genetic genealogy played a part in leading Idaho police to Brian Koberger, who was accused of murdering 4 college students in November.
It's always a puzzle, right? But we're building the picture and we're putting those pieces to get that picture.
My role is to be able to identify unknown samples of DNA.
Genetic genealogist Misty Gillis, who has not worked on the Idaho murder case, says the unknown sample of DNA is uploaded to a database where it's compared with millions of other people's profiles for similarities. Those starting data points are then used to build a family tree for each person.
We look for common ancestors amongst those trees and genetic networks, and then we build down to identify our sample. I think about the possibilities for all those cold cases out there.
Cold cases like the so-called boy in the box, a young Philadelphia boy found dead in a box in 1957, who Gillis was able to identify as Joseph Zarelli 65 years later.
I just was hopeful and excited at the idea of being able to bring his identity back.
Former cold case investigator Paul Holes helped identify the Golden State Killer, Joseph DeAngelo, in 2018, decades after he committed dozens of murders and rapes.
We built a family tree that consisted of thousands. And then ultimately we landed in on a California branch with a small number of individuals, of males of the right age.
Chris Pedretti, who was raped by the Golden State Killer, credits genetic genealogy for providing her with some sense of closure.
Thank God for DNA, because you can't run from that. Joseph James DeAngelo had fooled everybody for so many decades.
Genetic genealogy relies on information pulled from DNA profiles of people who voluntarily submitted their DNA to various companies that track ancestry. Now, some of those businesses only share information with law enforcement when presented with a subpoena, but others are an open book, raising questions of privacy and unwittingly helping police solve cases that may hit very close to home. In Seattle, Dan Springer, Fox News.
A Texas judge heard more than 4 hours of oral arguments from both sides of the abortion pill issue. Some 40 million women could be impacted nationwide. Here's another report from Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera. She's in Washington.
Since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade last year, the latest court battle is over abortion pills. A federal judge in Texas, appointed by former President Donald Trump, could force the drug mifepristone off the market nationwide.
The evidence is there that this is a safe drug.
It's part of a 2-pill regimen responsible for over half of abortions in the U.S. The Food and Drug Administration approved mifepristone over 2 decades ago, but a coalition of pro-life groups are suing, asking them to rescind approval.
The FDA has one job, which is to protect Americans from dangerous drugs, and the FDA did not do any safety testing on the chemical abortion drugs before allowing them onto the market.
The judge could issue a temporary injunction, stopping sales of the medication until the lawsuit is settled.
Abortion does not need to be legislated by a court, by a single judge who doesn't have expertise in this matter.
Critics say cutting access to these pills will drive up surgical abortions. The Biden administration is bracing for all possible outcomes.
The decision could be unprecedented, of course, and devastating to women's health, and we may find ourselves in uncharted territory once again.
Major retailers have been thrust into this debate. Walgreens already says they will not sell abortion pills in certain Republican states that have threatened legal action. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
It is 8:28 on the East Coast, 5:28 over on the West Coast. As we get ready to take another quick commercial break, I'm told this shot right here, this is Frankfort, Michigan. Kind of a unique view there. Yeah, interesting, never seen that skyline before, but gray skies there, probably a little chilly there as well. Like I said, we're going to take that quick 2-minute commercial break, but stay with us. We've got plenty more to get into here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Well, homeowners in Florida are on a tight deadline to make repairs to their homes, especially as this upcoming turtle nesting season approaches. Our Fox 35 Orlando team has more on how this protected species could likely halt many of the repairs that owners need to make.
As you can see, it's about 6 inches from starting to take my deck away. And if we get a nor'easter or another storm, I don't know if the house will survive.
Hurricane season is not that far away. I mean,
No.
it's coming, and construction takes time.
Correct.
So is that a big concern?
Oh, absolutely. And they're saying that if a turtle comes up and puts a little nest right there, it's over. They won't let me do anything. And as much as I love turtles, that's a problem.
Florida's turtle nesting season starts in less than 2 months. Daytona Beach Shores Mayor Nancy Miller tells me the clock is ticking.
If you have not started your construction by May 1st, they are saying you cannot do that.
She asked the Department of Environmental Protection to be flexible with residents and potentially change their rules. But for now,
let's face it, be honest, there are some people that are not going to make that May 1st deadline. What we need to do, along with the county and the state, is put in temporary measures that are going to work. So the trap bags, there's people that have used those vinyl stakes. So we need some sort of temporary restoration.
residents who have had construction companies they've hired on standby are frustrated.
Part of the problem is there are several different agencies involved, the state, the federal, the coastal people, and they can't decide what they want. And they keep changing their mind, and they make the architect or the engineer redo the plans, and then they don't like that, and he redoes them again. They don't like that. We had one engineer quit because he said he just couldn't deal with the state, and we started all over again.
Well, interesting story there out of Florida. Well, let's talk about artificial intelligence now. It's being called AI on steroids. OpenAI's newest software, GPT-4, is exhibiting a human-like performance. That's what they're saying anyway. Breaking technical boundaries and raising ethical concerns. Fox Business correspondent Lydia Hu has the details.
OpenAI says ChatGPT-4 improves upon the prior version with enhanced writing capabilities, additional document analysis, and the ability to analyze images. For example, ChatGPT-4 is shown this photo of a smartphone and lightning cable. It's asked, "What's funny about this photo?" The software writes, quote, "The humor in this image comes from the absurdity of plugging in a large, outdated VGA connector into a small, modern smartphone charging port." Another improvement is a feature called steerability. The user can tell ChatGPT to respond in the Socratic style, so it never gives a student the answer, but instead asks the right question to guide and help think through a problem. But ChatGPT-4 has its limitations too. OpenAI admits it is not fully reliable. It hallucinates facts and makes errors in reasoning, but the company says the intelligence is improved. GPT-4 is 82% less likely to respond to requests for disallowed content and 40% more likely to produce factual responses than its previous version. ChatGPT-4 is available only to paying users of ChatGPT Plus or to developers for now. Reporting from New York, Lydia Hu, Fox Business.
Turning now to financial news, banking fears spread across global markets Wednesday after shares of Switzerland's second largest bank tumbled more than 20%. Fox Business correspondent Connell McShane has the story.
The problem is the bond market. And my prediction, I called Lehman Brothers years ago, and I think the next bank to go is Credit Suisse.
Growing fears on Wall Street, this prediction could come true after shares of Credit Suisse plunged on Wednesday. Shares tumbling after the bank's largest investor, the Saudi National Bank, announced it would no longer buy more shares due to regulatory limits. This prompted a sell-off that at one point saw Credit Suisse losing more than a quarter of its value, which eventually led to a pause in trading in the Swiss market. The drop sent shares of other European banks tumbling, some by double digits.
Credit Suisse is going to fail. Let it fail. I mean, my whole point is we should have let Silicon Valley Bank fail, Signature Bank fail.
The banking crisis comes just days after the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank here in the United States. Both banks were shut down over the weekend, with the federal government unveiling a plan that protected depositors. The turmoil has prompted some lawmakers on Capitol Hill to call for tougher banking regulations.
We're reaping the consequences of lighter regulation. When Chair Powell started leading the deregulatory movement in the Federal Reserve and getting the regulators to lighten up, the consequence is problems get missed. The oversight becomes lighter.
Senator Elizabeth Warren and other top Democrats are also pushing for the Justice Department and the SEC to open an investigation into the failure at Silicon Valley Bank. In New York, I'm Connell McShane, Fox Business.
Now let's switch gears and talk to the latest in weather. Many parts of the United States being hit with some pretty crazy stuff. Well, people across the Northeast, they're still digging out after a powerful nor'easter came through. As residents in California over there, they're reeling from more flooding, mudslides, and damage after yet another atmospheric river slammed the state. Fox weather correspondent Robert Ray has more from hard-hit Ashby, Massachusetts.
Chaos from coast to coast as intense storms pummeled both sides of the country.
It snowed like a bejesus for 24 hours.
It's a day of cleanup for folks in the Northeast and New England. Digging out from a late winter snowstorm that dumped more than 3 feet in some areas.
We were all ready for springtime. This is not what we wanted to do in the middle of March.
The storm started Monday night with rain becoming heavy, wet snow by Tuesday. Near whiteout conditions creating treacherous travel and forcing road closures. Gusting winds toppled trees and power lines, leaving the biggest lingering impact from the storm: widespread power outages. Crews are working to restore service to tens of thousands of customers in almost every state across the region. And mass amounts of people are in the dark in California, more than 100,000 without electricity. This after the most recent round of atmospheric river storms soaked the state.
I'll be thankful when Mother Nature finally is done with this.
The relentless rain triggering fears of flooding and destructive mudslides, like this one east of Sacramento. High winds coupled with the already saturated ground unable to keep trees rooted in place, tipping them onto cars and homes.
So I was laying in bed and I heard the cracking, and then I jumped up, and as soon as I jumped up, it all just kind of came through.
And it's not over yet. Another round of storms expected to cross the country and come in later this week. In Ashby, Massachusetts, Robert Ray, Fox Weather.
And now let's go to some breaking news here that we're learning this out of Poland. The president says Poland plans to give Ukraine 4 MiG-29 fighter jets in the coming days and more later. This is from the Associated Press. We are learning about this right now. Some breaking news there. We know Ukraine has been asking for fighter jets from a number of different places, including the United States, and so far they had not received any, but it looks like Poland is going to be the first country to provide those jets to Ukraine. You see them actually on your screen right there if you want to get a look at what those actually look like. Again, 4 MiG-29 fighter jets from Poland will be going to Ukraine, so we'll have plenty more on that as that situation develops. We'll see where things go. Now, in terms of live events, we've got this going on right now. This is a live event in Atlanta, Georgia, a memorial for those folks that were killed in the shootings at the spas there coming up on 2 years ago. We do need to take another quick commercial break, but what we'll do is we'll come back to this live event just after this short 2-minute break. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We got a live event going on right now that we'll dip into here. This is a memorial in Atlanta, Georgia, coming up on the anniversary, the 2-year anniversary of those spa shootings where a number of people were killed. And so they're honoring those folks right now. So let's go ahead and dip in live, raw, and unfiltered. Take a listen.
That took the lives of countless Muslim worshipers. Around the country, mosques and Muslim communities continue to face death threats, intimidation. Sometimes they've had guns shot at their mosques, and it hasn't ended, and it hasn't abated. And at some point, I've had to ask myself, when is it going to be over? Because frankly, I'm tired of every day becoming a new anniversary to commemorate another of our loved ones lost. And so, in honor of those that we have lost, I sincerely hope and I sincerely pray that we dedicate each and every day to fighting back against this hate. Because even though it might not be as prevalent on every headline every day, it's still happening. And it's still happening against our communities. And so for all of you that came out today, thank you for being here. This is incredibly important to remember. This is incredibly important to teach those around us what our communities are facing every day. Because if we forget, those groups find ways to gain even more power. Because unfortunately, a lot of this hate is organized. While a lot of these actors may seem like lone actors, they are absolutely being organized online by extremist organizations to be hateful. The spread of mis and disinformation has become so dangerous that it has now turned into real-world action and hate and crime and violence. And so today I urge all of you to continue to remember those that we lost and continue working to preventing us from losing anyone else moving forward. Thank you for being here. So now I will introduce Erica. Okay. Erica Moritzatsku. Hey.
Thank you so much for that introduction. I'm grateful for your leadership, as well as all of those elected officials and community leaders and community members who are gathered here today. I'm here today to share the President's statement to the families of the victims and the community and his ongoing commitment to keep our community safer. In the immediate aftermath of the murders, the President and the Vice President were here to meet with the families of the victims, grieve with the community, and condemn anti-Asian hate and all forms of discrimination and violence. They have not forgotten about their promises to take action. In addition to signing the COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act to combat anti-Asian hate and hate incidents, President Biden has taken more executive action over the past 2 years to reduce gun violence than any other president at this point in their presidency. This includes signing the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, the most significant gun violence reduction legislation in almost 3 decades. And on Monday in Monterey Park, where I was with him, he also took historic action to further reduce gun violence and save lives. He announced an executive order with the goal of increasing the number of background checks conducted before firearm sales, moving the U.S. as close to universal background checks as possible without new legislation. The executive order will also keep more guns out of dangerous hands by increasing the effective use of red flag laws, strengthen efforts to hold the gun industry accountable, and accelerate law enforcement efforts to identify and apprehend the shooters menacing our communities. President Biden is also encouraging the Federal Trade Administration to issue a public report analyzing how gun manufacturers market firearms to minors. And he continues to call upon Congress to act. In the meantime, President Biden will do everything he can to end the scourge of gun violence and hate and extremism in this country. The administration will fight alongside you to protect our families and communities. We have a great faith in the community of the Atlanta metro area and hope for our country as we continue in this journey together to heal the soul of the nation. It's now my honor to introduce my friend. Oh my goodness. Hello. Please. She needs no introduction. No.
Well, thank you so very much. I am truly honored to be here today, to be in my home capital. And of course, today is a very difficult anniversary. Today, we remember the 8 lives that were stolen from us by an act of hate, facilitated by unfettered access to weapons. We mourn the tragic loss of 8 souls who should still be with us today. And we will reflect on our responsibility to condemn the racism and the bigotry that fueled this senseless tragedy. And we must rededicate ourselves again and again and again to our responsibility to act, to champion solutions that does save lives. I know what a day like today feels like. Last month, I actually celebrated what should have been my son Jordan's 28th birthday. He's been gone from us now for over a decade. And not a day goes by that I don't miss his smile or his gregarious laugh. My fellow survivors, which some are with us today, you are honoring the memory and the legacy of your loved ones in your advocacy. Thank you for your courage, and thank you for standing here and being a voice for this movement. We in Georgia are on the front lines of the fight to end gun violence. And I want to report that we are actually making progress. Last year, we celebrated the passage of the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, my law, a law that I passed, which is actually the first most substantial gun violence prevention efforts that we've had in this country in over 30 years. I'm so proud that my bill works to keep guns out of the hands of those who should not have access to them, who are posing a threat to themselves and to others within their communities. And I am pleased that the President took additional action this week to accelerate the work to reduce gun violence with his executive order. Here at the state level, Georgians are truly lucky to have such dedicated leaders standing behind me, working here in this Gold Dome, leaders fighting to end gun violence. Representative Au, I want to congratulate you on your safe storage bill receiving a hearing this morning. The legislative measures that you and your colleagues that are standing here today are working on to pass and to save lives, I want to remind those in attendance today that their efforts to find common sense solutions, these are efforts that overwhelmingly a large percentage of Georgians accept. A large percentage of Georgians overwhelmingly support these efforts, the work that they are doing right here in Georgia. It is such a privilege for me to be your partner in service to the people of this state. And I will always champion solutions that continue to preserve the lives, keep our children and our communities safe. And at this time, it is my honor to introduce Mr. Robert Peterson, the son of young A.U., also a survivor. And I want to thank him for his courage and his willingness to stand on the front lines to save lives here in Georgia.
Thank everybody for being here with us today. Thank you for standing with us. And as we remember my mother today, I also want to remember that she should be standing with us here today. She should be here with me. You see, when a family member dies in a public mass shooting, our families lose the right to grieve in privacy. We're not alone, but we are grieving together as a community. My mother was robbed of her voice, her life at 63. Her liberty and her pursuit of happiness was taken from her. It was taken through a violent expression of hatred and gun violence. Today, we are no longer satisfied with thoughts and prayers. We are demanding safety and justice for our community and advocacy for systemic change from our leaders. We continue to remember today and the lives lost, but also to recognize our different experiences of racism, our different pathways here to America, that we have a shared history of oppression and silence, but also one of resiliency and strength. Today is a day to reimagine and redefine what it means to be Asian in America, to show that we are no longer invisible and quiet, but we are now out front and center, loud and proud. And so thank you to everyone here today to stand with me and the other victims' families, and for hearing our story. Thank you. It is now my pleasure to introduce B. Wynn.
Good morning. I'm B. Wynn, and today I'm here in my capacity as the State Director for Senator Warnock, and I am also here as a member of the AAPI community and specifically as an Asian woman. Yesterday, Senator Warnock took the floor and delivered remarks to recognize the 8 Georgians who lost their lives 2 years ago on March 16th. The brutal tragedy rocked our AAPI community here in Georgia and across the country. I'd like to begin by sharing with you a portion of those remarks made by Senator Warnock. He said, "Importantly, I must mention that this attack was meant to harm Georgia's Asian American community and especially women of Asian descent. And unfortunately, this awful act that happened in Georgia is not isolated, but rather part of the same trend of growing hate and violence, which has caused pain to so many of us, especially members of the AAPI community. In recent years, anti-Asian hate crimes have increased significantly, more than 300% according to media reports. And at the same time, we've seen acts of hate rise against our Jewish brothers and sisters, against our Muslim friends and neighbors, against our LGBTQ+ community and our trans brothers and sisters, and against the sense of safety our students have felt at our historically Black colleges and universities. And so I think back to how Georgians charted a path forward for our nation 2 years ago. We came together and reminded each other that the only way to face the future is to love one another, to be respectful of our different histories while focused on our shared future. Georgia's greatest son, the great American, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said it best. We're tied in a single garment of destiny, caught up in an inescapable network of mutuality. Whatever affects us one directly affects all indirectly. The terrible act of violence we witnessed on March 16, 2021 ought to remind us that we all have a stake in each other's well-being, that it is our duty to stay committed to a peace that recognizes we are in this together. And so I want to say to my AAPI sisters and brothers, I want to say to all my neighbors, I will continue to stand with you against hate and against violence. Now, for me, as a Georgian, and specifically as an Asian woman, The violent massacre that took the lives of 8 people, including 6 Asian women, shook me to my core. And it was not because of my concerns for my own personal safety. It was because I saw in these women my own mother, my aunties, my grandmother. And in the aftermath of the tragedy, we would learn that many of these women were working vulnerable jobs and during the height of the pandemic, that it would take days to even learn their names, to know their identities, to learn that they were grandmothers, mothers, and daughters who came to our country in search of greater opportunity, and their American dreams ended suddenly and violently. And so suddenly that there were no last words, there weren't even screams. They left behind children, grandbabies, grieving parents, and an entire community of AAPI and immigrants in Georgia and across the country, in pain, in sorrow, in anger, in fear. The tragedy unveiled to us the often untold experiences of the AAPI community and immigrant communities. Our feelings of invisibility, what it's like to be unseen and to feel unheard, what it is like to live in the shadows. So today, as we gather together as a collective community, my hope is that we continue to be strong and steadfast in our efforts to build a safe place for our AAPI community, that we use our voices for ourselves and for other marginalized communities, that we are not just gathering together to share our collective grief, but we build together our power. And in doing so, we honor the lives of the 8 people, those who were robbed of their futures 2 years ago. So in closing, know that Senator Warnock and our team will always stand with Georgians, with the AAPI community, whether it means working to pass legislation like the COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act into law, or to better track and hopefully prevent future tragedies. We are in this together, and me personally, as an Asian woman, I will always use my voice to stand up for our community and other marginalized communities. Thank you.
At this time, I'd like to invite Patsy Austin Gaston to come up, please.
It would be a great morning if we were not here acknowledging what happened 2 years ago that impacted our community so terribly. My name is Patsy Austin Gatson. I am the DA in Gwinnett County, where we are the most diverse county in the state of Georgia, and we recognize the beautiful diversity in our county. And we ask that we do unite at this point to make sure that people are not constantly going through these types of hate crimes that we are dealing with. When the 8 people were killed, murdered, this impacted all of us. Because being an African American woman in the United States, being the first black woman as DA in Gwinnett County, we have come a long way, but we have much, much further to go. And being in the city that we are in Atlanta, a city of peace, we want to have that peace. And I implore all of the members of our community.
Good morning, everyone. If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, it is 9:02 on the East Coast and 6:02 on the West Coast. You are listening in as Metro Atlanta does reflect on the 2-year anniversary of the Atlanta spa shootings, where 8 people, including 6 Asian women, were murdered. State and local leaders honoring the victims with a series of events. Now, Thursday, the Asian American community is coming together here in Atlanta and all across the country to honor the lives lost and continue to push for action against hate and violence. We are hearing from several representatives here. This all began about 30 minutes ago, and as you can see on your screen, is still underway. A justice rally and documentary screening are also planned here. We'll continue to pop up the audio and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered. For now, really briefly, I do want to bring you some breaking news that we are following. This coming out of the UK. Take a look at your screen here. This is breaking at this hour as we have learned that the British government has officially banned TikTok on government-issued phones. They are banning that Chinese-owned video sharing app from mobile phones on security grounds, following some similar moves by the U.S. and European Union. Cabinet Office Minister Oliver Dowden told Parliament that the ban will apply to work phones and other devices used by government ministers and by civil servants. The ban itself does not apply to personal phones and devices. The U.S. government mandated last month that employees of federal agencies have to delete TikTok from all government-issued mobile devices, and now British authorities doing the same. As we get more details on that, we'll bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered. But for now, let's head back out to Atlanta.
Fears of a military conflict with Russia are growing after a collision between a Russian jet and an American drone on Tuesday. It happened over the Black Sea.
Michelle King from our Korean American community is going to say a few words.
Hello, everyone. My name is Michelle Kang, Secretary General of the Atlanta Korean American Committee Against Asian Hate. The committee was formed the next day, March 17, 2021, with the first generation Korean Americans. This is the first committee voiced about racial problems, and the social justice. And when we've been doing a lot of events like the vigil after the shootings, so March 25th and 2021, and we had another educational seminar why we need to include Asian American history in K-12 curriculum and other events. And we have second anniversary commemoration events tonight at Korean Community Center in Norcross. It's going to be community concert, open to everybody and free concert. We welcome every community members. I hope see you all there. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Michael Webb and Dr. Au are still in their subcommittee talking about gun control in terms of pediatric safe storage. The number one killer of children in the country is gun violence. And so Dr. Au has taken great steps towards addressing this issue that's facing us here in Georgia. I'd like to invite Robert Bernstein to say a few words.
Fears of a military conflict with Russia are growing after a collision between a Russian jet.
Good morning. The Jewish community of Atlanta has stood by our Asian brothers and sisters as they have stood besides us in the face of anti-Semitism. And it is important for us to all remember that we are all in one boat together, and that when someone strikes out to one of our minority communities, whether they be Jewish or Asian or Muslim or LGBTQ, they create a hostile environment which perpetuates violence. And that when someone attacks a minority group because of their membership in that group, there are not only the victim who is attacked, but the entire community which is made to feel under attack. And that's the reason that it is so important that we have hate crimes legislation here in Georgia. It is also so important when anyone in our community is attacked, that we all gather around them. And that's the reason that it's so important for those of us who are not part of the AAPI community to reach out and to help share the burden that this community feels today. I thank you.
Thank you, Robert. All right. I'd like to invite Mr. Michael Webb to come up and say a few words.
Good morning. My name is Mike Webb. Most of you know that my former wife, Xiaojie Tan, was one of the 8 people killed on 3/16. And most of you know that I adopted her 10-year-old daughter, Jamie, when we married in China. Last year, I pledged myself as an ally to the AAPI community in their efforts for equity, justice, and ending Asian hate crimes. And I meant it. I'm proud and honored to fight this fight with you. There are simply not words for me to express my gratitude to the Asian community, Asian lawmakers, and the AAPI caucus for their support over the past 2 years. Many of you know I'm a strong advocate for common sense gun safety and control. Even though I'm a lifelong gun owner and I don't share the same political affiliation as my friends standing next to me today. Last year there were 648 mass shootings, double that of 4 years ago. And there were over 48,000 gun violence-related deaths in the United States. Guns are the leading cause of violent death in the United States, and now guns are the leading cause of all injury-based deaths among children and young adults in the United States. And listen careful to this. 90% of all women, 92% of all children who were killed by guns in the world in 2020 were killed here in the United States. Folks, we simply have to get our arms around this, and we can't give up. It's now my pleasure to introduce Representative Michelle Au of the 50th District, someone I know will never give up.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Michelle Au. I serve in the Georgia House of Representatives. I apologize that Mike and I are joining you a little bit late, but I assure you it was for a very good reason. Before I tell you where we've been, let me frame how far we've come. So in the days following the March 16th shootings in 2021, the 5 AAPI lawmakers in office at the time dropped a slate of public safety bills in response to that tragedy. 2 of the bills had to do with language access to law enforcement for reporting incidents of violence and discrimination. And 1 bill had to do with gun safety. Because it's not possible to acknowledge the events of March 16th and the fact that they could not have had the deadly effect we saw without the easy, the ready, the immediate access the murderer had to a gun. So what happened to that slate of bills that we dropped that year? Well, I hate to tell you this, but they were completely ignored. Thoughts and prayers abounded, but hard action was scarce. I finished out my first term in the Georgia General Assembly just as we started, with our Republican majority refusing to give even the most common sense gun safety legislation even the courtesy of a committee hearing. But what has happened since with our AAPI caucus? Well, what happened is that we persisted, we stayed, and we grew. And this past year, we elected the largest legislative AAPI caucus in the continental United States, right here in Georgia. We pushed, we did not back down, and we made sure that we were heard, not just for ourselves, but for our communities, and for those voices not always heard in buildings like this, and for those we lost on March 16th of 2021. So this morning, I'm pleased to tell you that Mr. Webb and I just walked back from presenting HB 161, the first substantive committee hearing for a gun safety bill that we have had since the tragic events 2 years ago to this day. Because the AAPI community insists on being seen. We insist on being heard. And we know that in order to do that, we must raise our voices and demand it. So today we honor and remember those that we lost, and we continue to work on their behalf and in their honor. Their names are Sun Chung Park, Hyun Jung Grant, Sun Cha Kim, Yong A Yu, Xiaojie Tan, Dao Youfeng, Delania Yon Gonzalez, and Paul Andre Michaels. May our memories of them continue to be a blessing, and may the injustice of these senseless losses continue to fuel the change we need to see. And with that, I'd like to open to any questions for any of our speakers or community members here. Any questions? Raul.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are listening in as Metro Atlanta is reflecting on the 2-year anniversary of the Atlanta spa shootings, where 8 people, including 6 Asian women, were murdered. State and local leaders honoring the victims with a series of events throughout the day. The Asian American community coming together in Atlanta and all across the country to honor those lives lost and continue to push for action against hate and violence. You're hearing from several state representatives and representatives from other groups, including the Georgia Legislative Asian American Pacific Islander Caucus. A justice rally and documentary screening also planned. Let's pop that audio back up and listen in as this is underway.
Note is HB 520. This year, it's the second act of the Mental Health Reform Bill. Many people in the AAPI community have reported difficulties in accessing mental health care, again, for language access issues. So one of the things that I was able to add as an amendment to the Mental Health Parity Act Part 2, HB 520, is increased processing and accessing of information about mental health providers and what languages and cultures they're from in order to have a better database of how we can reach our immigrant communities for mental health care. Any other questions? Thank you all so much for coming out today. We're going to go.
All right, that is the wrap up of that event that is underway over in Atlanta. Again, the metro area there reflecting on the second anniversary of those Atlanta spa shootings where 8 people, including 6 Asian women, were murdered. You did hear from state and local leaders there. That began around 8:30 a.m. Eastern time, so about 45 minutes ago. There is this justice rally that is underway, and that's followed by a documentary screening that is also planned. We'll bring you more on that throughout the day here on Live Now from Fox. Look to the bottom right-hand side of your screen. We did just get this in as breaking news. We have learned that the British government has banned TikTok on British government-issued devices. This follows what the U.S. is doing, as well as some other countries due to security risks. Again, that information here just coming in. Up to the top right-hand side of your screen, video just released a short time ago shows that U.S. drone collision with a Russian jet. We'll be joined by a national security expert here shortly to help break down that video, what she sees and what's still left to figure out. That's coming up in just a few minutes. For now, let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we'll get back into those headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, taking a look at just some video that we did receive earlier today. The U.S. releasing this video showing that collision between a Russian jet and an American drone. It happened earlier this week over the Black Sea near Ukraine. And I do want to take a closer look at this video as there is a lot there. Let's bring in Rebecca Grant, a national security analyst and the president of IRIS, the independent research there. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us and help break this down for us.
Glad to talk about what these Su-27s were up to.
All right, so first off, just tell me what you see as you watch that video.
Here's the cocky Russian Su-27 dumping a little bit of fuel into the atmosphere. He's coming up behind the MQ-9 Reaper, trying to interfere with the propeller and generate prop wash that will make the Reaper tumble out of control. The Russians probably planned this operation for weeks. He's making a pass here to try to knock down this Reaper without having to fire on it.
Does it, based on what you're seeing, look like it could be an accident? Or, as you said, it kind of seems like it may have been planned?
Absolutely no way this is an accident. First of all, Russian aviation is very tightly controlled from the ground in all their intercepts. I think they watched the Reapers in their reconnaissance patterns for weeks, if not months, and very carefully planned this. Also, you see he's making one pass, coming up behind the Reaper. And then from this video, it looks like that first pass is not successful as the fuel dumps, but the propeller continues to turn. So the Su-27 comes around and makes another pass, and this time he screws up. He loses depth perception and gets too close and clips the back of the Reaper, knocking it out of its path, but damaging the Su-27 in the process.
Are you surprised that this video was released and the speed at which it was released?
It was released fast, but that's because U.S. forces in Europe wanted the world to see that we were telling the truth about what happened. This video shows you the Su-27s are really bullying this unmanned drone. It's happening in international airspace. There is civilian air traffic not too far away. It really shows you how dangerous the Russians are and that they're not real good fighter pilots. Their close-in formation flying skills are pretty lacking, so I'm not impressed with their airmanship either in this video.
So as far as this whole situation goes, do you think this is going to cause any sort of issues with U.S. and Russia relations? We know they're not the best to begin with, but is this going to cause an even bigger issue now that everyone has seen this video here?
Well, this really proves how provocative the Russians are. A day after this happened, they had another military aircraft up over Estonia, not 1,000 miles north, and the British and the Germans had to go intercept it. The fact is there's been a long record of Russian aggression down in the Black Sea. They actually fired on a British aircraft back in October. So governments around the world, especially those supporting Ukraine, already know that the Russians are being very aggressive here. I think that there have been some discussions between the Pentagon and their Russian counterparts along the lines of, knock it off, you've got to stay safe. NATO will keep flying, of course, and my message to Russia would be you better stay out of the way of NATO aircraft.
Can you tell me where this location is, where we're looking at? Because I know this is over the Black Sea. It's not, I guess, Ukrainian airspace. It's fairly close to Ukraine. Whose airspace is it even?
Yes, and U.S. Air Forces Europe haven't told us exactly where it is, but we do know it's in international airspace. So the Reaper drone would have been flying basically a very standard racetrack pattern. They fly for hours and hours in the same pattern so their sensors can operate and look at various objects. It's international airspace. And remember, the Crimea juts out into the Black Sea. Russia claims Crimea, but we believe that's still Ukrainian airspace. So basically, this Reaper flight was nowhere near Russian airspace. It was in international airspace, and that makes it all the worse that the Russian jets were acting so badly.
And so many people don't necessarily understand the magnitude of this situation. Why is what we're watching right here such a big deal?
Well, for one thing, we don't want to see the Russians try this on a manned aircraft. We know they've followed some of the manned surveillance aircraft around, but this is really a big deal. And I think, to me, this says that Russia's getting concerned about their forces in Crimea. They know that the Reaper and other NATO assets are helping to protect NATO, but also to provide some situational awareness to Ukraine, to keep the Black Sea safe and keep that airspace safe. And it basically shows that these Russian pilots, again, acting on orders, were basically sent out to provoke a NATO aircraft. And by choosing an unmanned drone, they're hoping for no retaliation. But it shows that they're willing to undertake a level of aggressiveness. It's really a foolish operation on their part.
In your opinion, was releasing this video right here the best option? Is it what the U.S. should have done?
Absolutely the best option, because this shows without a shadow of doubt that it really was the Russians doing the bullying. Hey, it also tells you that Reaper has some pretty nice sensors on board. So I think it was definitely the right move for EUCOM to release this video for everyone to see.
So I know there's concern that Russia could actually gain top secret intelligence from this drone here. How does that even work? How is that stored? Are they going to be able to recover it? How does all of that work?
So the Reaper transmits its information right away, whether that's radar or infrared or signals intelligence. The Russians apparently are looking for wreckage, but the water there is very deep. Remember, this Reaper was deliberately flown down into the sea after it was damaged, so it couldn't affect anything else. The wreckage will have broken up. I'd be surprised if the Russians are able to recover any of the payload of sensors from the Reaper. I don't think Russia's going to gain anything from this, even if they do find some of the wreckage.
Do things like this happen from time to time, whether it is, let's say, an accident, even though we've seen the video, or if it was on purpose? Do we see things like this happen from time to time, or is this just kind of a one-time occurrence?
What we see is Russian bombers flying near F-22s in Alaska and the pilots taking pictures. If they maintain distance, it's safe. But we've really never seen the Russians go after a U.S. Air Force plane, luckily an unmanned one. So I'd say this opens a different chapter in Russia's harassment of U.S. and NATO aircraft.
Where do we go from here? What's next in this entire situation here?
Well, step one is NATO will keep flying. There are aircraft up over the Black Sea daily, and of course, all along that NATO border in Europe. But the next step has to be what we're doing, and that is continued support to Ukraine. We've got to make sure that they can get enough of their own territory back in Ukraine to be able to achieve a lasting peace deal at some point. This incident shows you why we cannot weaken in the face of Russian aggression. Apparently, they really are willing to test and probe NATO as well. So the number one priority, strong support for Ukraine.
All right, Rebecca Grant, National Security Analyst here. Thank you for taking the time to join us. Anything else that you want to add about all of this before I let you go?
I'll say again, message to Russia, stay out of the way of NATO air power.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you, you too.
All right, everyone, it is 9:27 over on the East Coast and 6:27 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. Coming up in just about 17 minutes here, we will go live to Orange County, California. That is where our Fox 11 LA team is covering the aftermath here of that atmospheric river, the 11th one to hit California this season. I'm taking a look at just some of the cameras that we do have here. As you can see on our XRAD radar system, that storm system has moved out of the way, but yet another one appears to be approaching the coast of California, so they are not getting any break anytime soon. We also know there are still quite a few power outages in that area as a result. The state actually had more power outages than the northeastern part of the country as they deal with that nor'easter. Taking a live look here at the power outage map, I can tell you that there are 52,000 customers without power over in California. Now, it does appear about 35,000 are without power over in the northeastern part of the country as they are dealing with the aftermath of that nor'easter. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we'll get right back in your headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You are taking a look at one of the top stories we are looking at today, but take a look at that left-hand side of your screen. Those are the stories that we're covering here. The U.S. releasing that video showing the collision between that Russian jet and an American drone. We did have an expert join us just moments ago to help break down what you see in that video. We also have more than 50,000 people that are without power in California in the wake of the latest atmospheric river, the 11th one to hit that state this season, and it does appear there is more rain on the way. We'll go live to Fox 11 LA's Mario Ramirez as he is live over in Orange County, California to get the latest. Also coming up here in just about 28 minutes, we have Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen testifying to the Senate Finance Committee. We'll bring you all of that and more right here on Live Now from Fox. We also did learn a short time ago that the British government has now banned the use of TikTok on all government-issued devices, joining, of course, the U.S. and other areas that are essentially doing the same thing, telling them they must remove that Chinese-owned app from their phones. So the federal government also leaning hard on TikTok. The Wall Street Journal reporting that the Biden administration is threatening an all-out ban on the social media giant itself unless it does agree to a sale. Doug Luzader reports from Washington this morning about TikTok and how the app is firing back.
This kind of forced sale won't solve the problem, which has to do with the company's deep ties to China. Where does all that TikTok data go? The Wall Street Journal now reporting that the White House has heard enough, citing a demand from a multi-agency federal task force that would require TikTok's Chinese owners to sell or face a nationwide ban here in the U.S.
I think it's high time Congress steps in on this.
Many lawmakers agree something needs to be done. TikTok is hugely popular, but its Chinese ownership raises questions about the security of user data, and there are concerns that China's communist government could use it as a propaganda tool. TikTok says a change in ownership would not impose any new restrictions on data flows or access. There's already a ban in the works for federal devices, and an ultimatum may have strong support on Capitol Hill.
Either
a social media app such as TikTok, controlled by an adversarial regime, in this case the Chinese Communist Party, should not be allowed to operate, or that it should be forced to sell its assets, its company, to, for instance, an American company.
In the meantime, there is another potential solution.
Stop using TikTok. That's the only way that we can de-risk ourselves from our information going to China.
Well, that may be easier said than done. TikTok has some 100 million users here in the U.S. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
And in the meantime, TikTok adding a new feed exclusively for science and math content, and it'll be available later on this month. Some skeptics say it may be just a way to ward off that growing criticism regarding the app's alleged mental health and national security risks. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera reports from Washington.
You can find a lot of different content on TikTok. Now the social media giant says it's taking things up a notch with a new feed focused on STEM.
Hi, my name is Kat. I started my career as a NASA electrical engineer.
According to TikTok, the space will be dedicated to videos related to science, technology, engineering, and math to inspire and inform users. But at least one medical expert believes it's just a way to stave off efforts to ban the app.
It's not that it has no value, but now they're trying to fight back against the regulators and creating a separate feed called STEM.
Earlier this month, a bipartisan group of senators introduced a bill that would authorize the Secretary of Commerce to crack down on TikTok and other foreign-based tech companies that could pose security risks from countries like China, Russia, and North Korea. TikTok is owned by Beijing-based company ByteDance.
100 million Americans are on TikTok an average of 90 minutes a day. That data is residing in China, no matter what TikTok says.
Critics say TikTok could be filled with misinformation, potentially harming young users.
Who's to decide what's right and what's wrong? Because science is about debate. Science is about challenging presumption. TikTok is loaded with dogma, and you can choose the dogma you want.
But TikTok is pushing back, adding that the content on its STEM feed will be assessed by Common Sense Networks and Pointer to make sure it's appropriate and that the information is reliable. The U.S. is reportedly demanding TikTok's Chinese owners sell their stakes in the company or face a ban of the app. But TikTok says a new ownership won't change data access or flows. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
In other news here, adult entertainment star Stormy Daniels met Wednesday with prosecutors who are investigating hush money paid to her on former President Trump's behalf. Her lawyer providing that detail as Michael Cohen, a former Trump attorney who orchestrated that payment, gave his second day of testimony in front of a New York grand jury. That $130,000 payment was made back in 2016 as Trump's first presidential campaign was in its final weeks. Robert Moses with our Fox 5 New York team has more for us.
The Manhattan DA's criminal inquiry into a $130,000 hush money payment made to porn star Stormy Daniels appears to be winding down, and legal experts say former President Donald Trump could soon be indicted. The former president's longtime fixer, Michael Cohen, arrived at the courthouse in Lower Manhattan yesterday for a second day of testimony before the grand jury.
It's my last time, at least, for grand jury.
After emerging from the courthouse, Cohen said he testified for about 2 hours and answered questions directly from some of the grand jurors. In the waning days of the 2016 campaign, Cohen paid Daniels on his boss's behalf to stay quiet about an alleged affair, one the former president has denied ever happened. Authorities say the former president later reimbursed Cohen with monthly checks. In 2018, Cohen pleaded guilty to charges connected to the hush money. Cohen's case revealed that the Trump organization falsely recorded the monthly payments to Cohen as legal expenses. Legal experts speculate that the former president could face charges including falsifying business records and violating New York election law, since the $130,000 payment could be considered an illegal campaign contribution.
My position is that at the end of the day, Donald Trump needs to be held accountable for his dirty deeds if in fact that's the way that the facts play out.
For her part, Daniels spoke to prosecutors yesterday, according to her attorney Clark Brewster, who tweeted that she has agreed to make herself available as a witness or for further inquiry if needed. Daniels responded by thanking her attorney for helping me in our continuing fight for truth and justice. As he makes another run for the White House, former President Trump has decried DA Alvin Bragg's investigation as a politically motivated witch hunt. The former president declined an offer to speak to the grand jury. His attorney, Joe Tacopina, has attacked Cohen's credibility and insists the former president is blameless.
No crime was committed here, that there was no campaign law violation at all.
That was Robert Moses with our Fox 5 New York team providing the latest information, and we will bring you updates right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's head to the latest here on this nor'easter that struck the northeastern part of the U.S. We can tell you that the power outage numbers, thankfully, have gone down. Yesterday around this time, there were about 200,000 people without power in the northeastern part of the U.S. as that snow just kept falling. Now, that number dropping to about 35,000 as crews are working to restore power to everyone in that area. Robert Ray with our Fox weather team has a look at just some of that snowfall.
Chaos from coast to coast as intense storms pummeled both sides of the country.
It snowed like a bejesus for 24 hours.
It's a day of cleanup for folks in the Northeast and New England. Digging out from a late winter snowstorm that dumped more than 3 feet in some areas.
We were all ready for springtime. This is not what we wanted to do in the middle of March.
The storm started Monday night with rain becoming heavy, wet snow by Tuesday. Near whiteout conditions creating treacherous travel and forcing road closures. Gusting winds toppled trees and power lines, leaving the biggest lingering impact from the storm: widespread power outages. Crews are working to restore service to tens of thousands of customers in almost every state across the region. And mass amounts of people are in the dark in California, more than 100,000 without electricity. This after the most recent round of atmospheric river storms soaked the state.
I'll be thankful when Mother Nature finally is done with this.
The relentless rain triggering fears of flooding and destructive mudslides, like this one east of Sacramento. High winds coupled with the already saturated ground unable to keep trees rooted in place, tipping them onto cars and homes.
I was laying in bed and I heard the cracking, and then I jumped up, and as soon as I jumped up, it all just kind of came through.
And it's not over yet. Another round of storms expected to cross the country and come in later this week. In Ashby, Massachusetts, Robert Ray, Fox Weather.
All right, so let's take a look here at some of that video that is coming in out of the California area where they are dealing with landslides. We're talking about the 11th atmospheric river that has struck California just this season. A lot of rainfall, and they are expecting to get even more rain in the coming days here. I do want to head out live to Orange County, California. That is where we find Mario Ramirez with our Fox 11 LA team. He joins us live with the latest out there. Mario, thanks so much for being here. What are you seeing?
Hey, good morning, Josh. We're in the San Clemente neighborhood in southern Orange County. It is a dry morning, but we saw rain yesterday, and we've had so many recent storms this winter so far. And while it's dry, a lot of the hillsides are oversaturated, and I'll move out of the way because you'll notice here there's caution tape around several homes, 4 homes lining the street here, apartment buildings rather, that are left weakened, unstable because of this landslide just on the other side. And we have video here, drone video from the Orange County Fire Authority that shows you the landslide and the back of the homes that were directly impacted here. This all happening around 8 o'clock yesterday morning. It forced the evacuation of residents in 4 apartment buildings here along the 1500 block of Buena Vista after yet another rainstorm an hour hours of that heavy rain overnight. The hillside behind the buildings gave way. The beach trail below the landslide was closed. Initially, 4 buildings here were yellow tagged, but later in the day, 3 were red tagged, and that basically means they were deemed too unsafe to enter, and it left residents, along with some short-term rental residents, displaced, grabbing what they could before leaving. The Red Cross, they moved in quickly, and they were able to offer immediate shelter for anyone who needed. And we should mention that this is part of the reason Orange County has declared a state of emergency to help with the response and additional funding for storm-related damage just like this, along with another active landslide in Newport Beach threatening several homes in the Dover Shores neighborhood. Meanwhile, here in this neighborhood, residents near these 4 properties here, they've been warned to prepare for evacuations because the hillside, according to sheriff's deputies out here, they say it's still crumbling. And the more that happens, the farther out these evacuation orders could extend. So we're sort of standing by, waiting for updates as we continue to monitor this area. This is one of several areas Orange County is keeping a very close eye on here. Josh, we'll send it back to you.
I mean, that drone video is almost hard to believe when you see that all happening there. What are they seeing as far as rain in that area?
Well, some of the Southern California neighborhoods have been getting record rainfall. One of the property owners here, he estimated anywhere between 5 to 7 inches just yesterday morning alone. And we're expecting some scattered widespread showers through the weekend. Then next week, another big storm moves in, and that has the potential to cause more damage like this, because that's when we'll see up to an inch of rain per hour. And that's considered that high intensity rain that really comes down. And again, that could easily trigger these land and mudslides throughout Southern California, Josh.
California can't catch a break. It's just kind of hit after hit after hit there. Mario Ramirez with our Fox 11 LA team. Thanks so much, as always, for joining us.
Thanks for having me, Josh.
I want to take a look at just some of the cameras that we do have here across the country and across the world. This right here on your screen is Central City, Nebraska. You can see it is very wet there and the flag blowing all over the place. So that is Nebraska once again. I want to take a look at just some of the other cameras that we do have pulled up, and let's head over to Frankfort, Michigan. You can see it right there on your screen. No snow coming down, no rain, starting to look a little bit better than it has over the past several days. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we'll get right back into those headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time is 9:48 over on the East Coast and 6:48 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. I do want to head over to Central Florida. That is where the free fall ride is being dismantled about a year after the death of a young man who was riding that ride at the time. Let's head over to our Fox 35 Orlando team as they have more about the dismantling of that ride.
We watched as this crane took down the crown that was once on top of the Orlando free fall. But when it all comes down, what's next for the ride? Experts I spoke with think it could end up in another park. The Orlando free fall ride is coming down. In a matter of days, the world's tallest drop tower will be in pieces.
I know if I was a business person, I would not want that ride on my lot.
Attorneys for the Orlando Slingshot Group say that the company would like the ride to be gone by March 24th. That day is the anniversary of 14-year-old Tyrese Sampson's tragic fall from the ride.
Typically, when a ride's being taken down, it's usually served its purpose. It's lived its lifespan.
Watching the free fall come down in this state is an unusual process, but not unheard of in the theme park world. Typically, when rides come down, they are scrapped for whatever value they have left after years of operation. In this case, the free fall was practically brand new at the time of the accident.
This being a relatively new ride, there is always the possibility it could be taken and sold somewhere else.
Experts believe selling the ride will likely bring in more money than scrapping it, but they say it would have to be sold to a buyer outside of the U.S., as they can't imagine anyone inside the country would want to deal with the publicity around it.
If it does move to another park somewhere in the world, it will be re-engineered, and the issues that created the problem will be taken care of before it's sold and before anybody would buy it.
Tyrese Sampson's mother says that she wants to see the ride destroyed for good. The Orlando Slingshot Group, well, they say the ride's going to go into storage for now, but they're undecided what will happen after that. In Orlando, Dave Puglisi, Fox News.
And that was our Fox 35 Orlando team with the latest on that. Sticking in Florida here, the trial in the civil case filed by the parents of Gabby Petito against the parents of Brian Laundrie has been pushed back to spring 2024. But first, the judge has to decide on two key parts of that potential trial. During a hearing Wednesday in Venice, lawyers on both sides agreed they would need more time to gather case materials, including documents from the FBI about its investigation into the disappearance and death of Gabby. She was killed by her boyfriend Brian back in fall of 2021. Now her family is suing for creating undue pain and suffering. Petito's family claims Laundrie's family knew Gabby was dead and the location of her remains, but did not tell law enforcement. Before the civil trial can proceed, the judge will decide whether a key piece of evidence will be seen by jurors. Our Fox 13 Tampa team has the latest.
The case against the Laundrie family could take more than a year to be heard by a judge, which means that answers for both families and for the public remain elusive. The judge decided today that the civil trial will start May 13th, 2024, in a courtroom near the Laundrie home and near where Brian was found dead in a swamp after killing himself. The Petito family alleges that Laundrie's parents knew Gabby was dead and say their public comments suggesting that she could be found alive exacted cruelty against Gabby's parents. The judge said today that a hearing over the letter that Laundrie's mother, Roberta, wrote to her son would be held this May 24th. But the Laundrie's attorney says that the letter was written much before Brian killed Gabby in August of 2021 in the Grand Tetons. They want that letter excluded from the trial.
So our position is that the letter was written before Brian and Gabby even took their trip, and it really has no relevance to the cause of action that the plaintiffs have brought.
How is your client doing?
They're doing fine. This has obviously been a very difficult road for them, but they're hanging in there.
That letter, if it comes in, can open up a can of worms as it relates to discovery, as it relates to claims by the plaintiff. And that's why the defense is seeking so hard to keep it out. Because obviously when you have communication, especially between a mother and a child, people say things to their children that, may not want to hear in a public atmosphere.
There will also be a separate hearing this May 24th about whether a previous attorney for the Laundries, Steve Bertolino of New York, can be included in this lawsuit. The attorney for the Petitos say he also knew that he was making misleading statements about Gabby in the wake of the initial missing persons report. There will be many hearings along the way, but the jury trial is scheduled to begin in May of 2024. In Sarasota County, Evan Axelbank, Fox 13 News.
Evan, thank you for that report. Taking a live look here over in Washington, D.C. Any moment now, we will see the Senate Finance hearing. It's going to be Secretary of Finance Janet Yellen. She will be taking part in this testimony here, a hearing on President Biden's proposed budget requests for 2024. We will have coverage of that and bring you her comments. It's likely to go on for several hours, so we'll dip in and out of that throughout the day. For now, it is 9:54 on the East Coast and 6:54 on the West Coast. Let's head to our last 2-minute commercial break of the hour, and on the other side, we're right back into the headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to take a look at the stock board right now as the Dow is starting off to, not a great start, about down 0.5%, which as you can see is kind of matching what we saw yesterday as it did go down, down, and even further down. Banking fears are spreading across global markets after shares of Switzerland's second largest bank tumbled more than 20%. Fox Business correspondent Connell McShane has the story for us.
The problem is the bond market. And my prediction, I called Lehman Brothers years ago, and I think the next bank to go is Credit Suisse.
Growing fears on Wall Street, this prediction could come true after shares of Credit Suisse plunged on Wednesday. Shares tumbling after the bank's largest investor, the Saudi National Bank, announced it would no longer buy more shares due to regulatory limits. This prompted a sell-off that at one point saw Credit Suisse losing more than a quarter of its value, which eventually led to a pause in trading in the Swiss market. The drop sent shares of other European banks tumbling, some by double digits.
Credit Suisse is going to fail. Let it fail. I mean, my whole point is we should have let Silicon Valley Bank failed. Signature Bank failed.
The banking crisis comes just days after the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank here in the United States. Both banks were shut down over the weekend, with the federal government unveiling a plan that protected depositors. The turmoil has prompted some lawmakers on Capitol Hill to call for tougher banking regulations.
We're reaping the consequences of lighter regulation. When Chair Powell started leading the deregulatory movement in the Federal Reserve and getting the regulators to lighten up, the consequence is problems get missed. The oversight becomes lighter.
Senator Elizabeth Warren and other top Democrats are also pushing for the Justice Department and the SEC to open an investigation into the failure at Silicon Valley Bank. In New York, I'm Connell McShane, Fox Business.
Connell, thank you for that report. Taking a live look here once again in Washington, D.C., where in just about a minute or two, we do expect to have more testimony from Janet Yellen. She is going to be asked more questions about President Biden's proposed budget for the next fiscal year. We'll bring you much more on that here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, so many Americans are facing hardships because of inflation and a shaky economy, and some are turning to their retirement funds early. Fox News correspondent Garrett Tenney has more on that.
The statistics all look pretty grim, that in general the amount that people have saved for retirement.
Cash-strapped Americans are raiding their retirement funds prematurely. According to data from Voya, people without enough savings are 13 times more likely to choose this option despite the potential tax penalties for early withdrawals. The rise has financial experts sounding the alarm.
Do not cash that thing out. Cashing out should be the absolute last resort in the most extreme circumstances.
According to Fidelity and Vanguard, withdrawals rose to nearly 2.5% last year. That's up from 1.9% in 2021. A record number of those cash removals were hardship withdrawals to help with emergencies like medical care or possible evictions. But it's not just those in need who are dipping in. Professors at the University of Colorado Boulder studied about 162,000 people leaving their jobs over a 3-year period and found at least 40% of them took some, if not all, of the money out instead of rolling it over into a new plan.
It's basically like you've been working for some company for, in our data, on average 6.6 years. You've been contributing, your employer's been contributing, and now you're back at square zero. No other part of the world allows you to cash out when you're leaving a job.
If you're changing jobs, experts suggest you transfer the money from your retirement fund into your new employer's plan or into an IRA. In Chicago, I'm Garrett Tenney, Fox News.
Garrett, thank you so much for that report there. A lot of great information, especially as we do talk a lot about the economy and, no surprise, have been for several months now. In other news, adult entertainment star Stormy Daniels met Wednesday with prosecutors who are investigating hush money paid to her on former President Trump's behalf. Her lawyer providing that detail as Michael Cohen, a former Trump attorney who orchestrated that payment, gave his second day of testimony in front of a New York grand jury. The $130,000 payment was made back in 2016 as Trump's first presidential campaign was in its final weeks. I do want to dissect more on this, so let's bring in Bennett Gershman, a law professor at Pace University, to talk more about this. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us.
Glad to be here with you.
So first off, it sounds like all of this could be nearing an end because we know that Michael Cohen gave 2 days of testimony, and now that Stormy Daniels has spoken with prosecutors, does it seem like we are nearing the end here?
It does seem we are nearing the end. I mean, they're calling Michael Cohen as probably the last witness to put all the pieces together, suggests that the grand jury is poised to bring charges likely against Donald Trump.
What does it indicate, and you kind of just touched on this, but that Michael Cohen has been called to testify there and that it was 2 days of testimony. What to you does that indicate?
Well, Michael Cohen was Trump's lawyer. He was known as the fixer. He would do all of the dirty work for Donald Cohen. And in this case, he arranged the money that went to Stormy Daniels. They changed the name to Stephanie Clifford. And he was orchestrating this scheme where he created a shell company, and with that company, the money then was funneled to Stormy Daniels secretly, and then they falsified their records to make the money seem like it was legal fees to Michael Cohen. That's the false fraudulent documentation here. And to me, not only is it falsely making financial records, but it involves the money as a campaign finance violation, because this is money that would prevent a scandal from happening and in fact would benefit Trump in the election just a few days away. And in addition, to me, I mean, you have a conspiracy here, and you have possibly money laundering, because this is dirty money that was funneled to Stormy Daniels to keep her quiet, and then the money was cleaned up to make it look like it's a legal fee to Michael Cohen. So you've got a range of charges here. In addition, by the way, you still have the earlier charges that the Attorney General in New York is looking into, involving the gigantic fraud of Trump Organization and Trump in terms of inflating the value of their company in order to get loans, and then deflating the value in order to avoid taxes. So there's a lot here, and we really don't know exactly what the grand jury is going to do. But my speculation is that the grand jury is going to bring charges. There's going to be an indictment. What that indictment is going to say, who the persons indicted are, we'll just have to wait and see. But I think it's going to happen, and I think it's going to happen relatively soon.
And we know that Trump said that he was not going to talk to the grand jury. Is that a wise decision? Is it normal? What is the normal situation in a case like this?
Oh, sure. I was a prosecutor, and you don't expect the target of a grand jury to testify, because if the target testifies, and they can, the lawyer can't do anything. The lawyer is sitting there, but the lawyer can't do anything, and the prosecutor can interrogate that individual mercilessly, aggressively, and anything that person then would say could be used at trial, because the person made statements that were incriminating. The jury can hear all of those statements. So no good lawyer would let their client testify unless there was a huge element of sympathy, a showing of innocence that is pretty powerful. But it just won't happen. The risks are too great for the target to testify.
So what's next? At this point, is it just kind of a waiting game to see what happens?
It's a waiting game. Yeah, nothing can really happen. I assume Trump's lawyers are going to go talk to the DA and see if they can say something. But in his benefit to possibly close an indictment. But I mean, yeah, we're just waiting now to see what's going to happen. But it likely will happen relatively soon, I think.
All right. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. Anything else that you want to add before I let you go?
No, I mean, people have said that there are certain impediments to bringing a charge against Trump, and there are a number of questions that the district attorney has to address before he makes this decision. I mean, it's the most momentous decision in terms of criminal law probably in our nation's history. No president or ex-president has ever been charged with a crime. So this is not just a big deal; it's something that's unprecedented, and so obviously. The district attorney and the grand jury have to be very careful here in terms of what they're going to do.
All right. Bennett Gershman, law professor there at Pace University. Thank you so much for taking the time to provide that insight.
Glad to join you, Josh.
All right, everyone. So I do want to head out to this event that we've been leading up to here. We do expect Janet Yellen will be testifying before the Senate on President Biden's proposed budget. That's expected to start any minute now, as the chairman is saying a few words, some opening comments. This seems like the perfect time to step away for our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. On the other side, we'll pop that audio up and listen in as Yellen does testify. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. As you can see, the Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen is testifying at this point on President Biden's proposed budget. You can see that she is being asked questions, and she will be grilled on that topic and several others here. I do want to pop up the audio and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
For a long time about the need to address the basic unfairness of America's two-tiered tax system. One set of rules for people who work for a living, firefighters, nurses, teachers. They pay their taxes out of every paycheck. Then there's another set of rules for the very wealthy who can pay what they want, when they want to, and for years on end, little or nothing. Although the President and I have proposed slightly different ideas for addressing the unfairness, we are rowing in the same direction. One final issue. I have got serious concerns about the administration's approach to implementing a portion of the Inflation Reduction Act that deals with sourcing critical minerals. Free trade agreements cannot be unilaterally decided by the executive branch. They require consultation and consent from the Congress. That includes any agreement on critical minerals. Secretary Yellen, thank you again for being with us. I know you've got a hectic schedule. We're going to have a wide-ranging discussion. We look forward to question and answers, and I understand that you've got a hard stop at 1 o'clock, so we'll all try to keep them short and get to questions. Senator Crapo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and welcome to today's hearing, Secretary Yellen. I appreciate your appearing before the committee in this timely manner following the release of the President's budget. While the budget is the focus of today's hearing, I expect that the emergency measures that have been taken this weekend by Treasury, the Federal Reserve, and the FDIC will also be appropriately discussed today. It's important to learn more about what initiated the run on Silicon Valley Bank, the impact of the Federal Reserve holding interest rates low for too long, and what steps were or were not taken by the SVB and the banking regulators. In the meantime, I'm concerned about the precedent of guaranteeing all deposits and the market expectation moving forward. Once started, moral hazard, like inflation, is not easily contained and does long-lasting damage. Inflation played a key role in the recent bank failures as rising interest rates and mismanaged interest rate risk led to a liquidity crisis. Indeed, there is no issue more critical than the unacceptably high inflation that American families continue to face every day. Americans have now experienced 16 months of inflation at or above 6%. Costs of rent, groceries, and services continue to rise. Wages cannot keep up. Last year, the administration committed to working in a bipartisan fashion to address this serious problem, noting that the budget must complement monetary policy. Instead, what we've seen is a reckless tax and spend agenda that was forced through Congress, rolling out trillions of dollars in debt finance spending and hundreds of billions of dollars in new tax increases on U.S. job creators. The Congressional Budget Office says the Inflation Reduction Act will not only increase inflation in the near term, but Treasury will collect less corporate tax revenue with the partisan IRA in effect, despite being sold as a bill to make corporations pay their fair share. The Federal Reserve is having to compensate for this by growing interest rate hikes. Rising interest rates are impacting household budgets, the federal government's coffers, and as we saw this week, our banking system. The President's budget demonstrates the administration has not learned from its mistakes. After 2 years of policies that contributed to record high inflation and excessive deficit spending, this administration is doubling down with this budget with more of the same. The spending binge must stop. We must address our growing deficits in order to put the United States finances on a sustainable path, and pro-growth tax policy should be a part of that solution. The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act led to one of the strongest economies in generations. The TCJA introduced competitive tax rates while broadening the base, including by enacting the first global minimum tax of its kind and putting an end to corporate inversions. It also contributed to record high corporate tax receipts, both nominally and as a share of gross domestic product. But instead of considering bipartisan pro-growth policies, the president's budget includes a whopping $4.7 trillion of new and increased taxes on American job creators, which ultimately means fewer jobs and lower wages. It also includes higher taxes on American energy producers. Earlier today, Senator Barrasso and a number of his Republican colleagues, including myself, sent a letter to you, Secretary Yellen, raising concerns with the over $100 billion in increased energy taxes proposed in the President's fiscal year 2024 budget. And, Mr. Chairman, I ask that this letter be included in.
Without objection, so ordered.
The administration's short-sighted partisan agenda extends to its unilateral approach to the OECD International Tax Agreement. For the last 2 years, Treasury has used the OECD negotiations to attempt to compel changes in U.S. law without regard for U.S. revenue, for U.S. companies and U.S. workers. Not only has the administration failed to put a stop to digital tax services taxes, but now foreign countries threaten to impose extraterritorial taxes on U.S. companies under the global minimum tax at Treasury's invitation. The latest OECD guidance confirms the administration has agreed to allow foreign countries to collect U.S. guilty revenue and, worse, tax U.S. companies on their U.S. profits in violation of our existing tax treaties. The budget fails to consider these revenue impacts, which, if implemented, will result in billions of dollars of lost U.S. revenue. Meanwhile, the administration continues to hide its true intentions for transforming the IRS. The budget doubles down on the $80 billion already given to the IRS, including 2 more additional years of plus-up funding, totaling $29.1 billion solely for enforcement and compliance initiatives, in addition to $14.1 billion more of yearly funding. That's another $43 billion. Secretary Yellen, I agree with you that having a funding plan for an agency budget that dwarfs many others is critical. In the meantime, the IRS has embarked on a spend-first, plan-later approach that is not transparent or responsible and is a surefire recipe for error, waste, and mismanagement. While we may not have the details yet, we do know that only 6% of this existing plus-up for funding is for modernization, while over 62% is solely for hiring, more than 93% of that enforcement hiring. These new funds are not going to replace retiring U.S. agents, as annual appropriations already provide that funding. And the administration has not requested any reductions in IRS annual funding to account for replacing retirees with this plussed-up funding. Secretary Yellen, there are opportunities for the administration to work across the aisle on common-sense economic policies, but nothing suggests the President is abandoning the partisan tax and spend policies of the last 2 years. This administration must recommit to working with Republicans to develop real solutions that will stabilize the economy and create higher wages and opportunities for American workers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Crapo. Our witness today will be Secretary Janet Yellen. She's the first person to have led the White House Council of Economic Advisors, the Federal Reserve, and the Treasury Department. She's also the first woman to lead the Treasury Department. Before leading Treasury and the Federal Reserve, she was a distinguished fellow in residence at the Brookings Institution. She served as president of the American Economic Association. She's a member of the American Academy of Arts and Science and the Council on Foreign Relations. She also was a founding member of the Climate Leadership Council. We welcome you, Secretary Yellen, and please proceed.
Thank you. Chairman Wyden, Ranking Member Crapo, and members of the committee, thank you for inviting me here today. I'd like to start with an update on the recent developments in the banking system. This week, the government took decisive and forceful actions to stabilize and strengthen public confidence in our financial system. First, we worked with the Federal Reserve and FDIC to protect all depositors of the 2 failed banks. On Monday morning, customers were able to access all of the money in their deposit accounts so they could make payroll and pay the bills. Shareholders and debt holders are not being protected by the government. Importantly, no taxpayer money is being used or put at risk with this action. Deposit protection is provided by the Deposit Insurance Fund, which is funded by fees on banks. Second, the Federal Reserve is providing additional support to the banking system with a new lending facility. This will help financial institutions meet the needs of all of their depositors. I can reassure the members of the committee that our banking system is sound and that Americans can feel confident that their deposits will be there when they need them. This week's actions demonstrate our resolute commitment to ensure that our financial system remains strong and that depositors' savings remain safe. Now let me turn to the topic of the hearing, the President's fiscal year 2024 budget. Over the past 2 years, the United States has experienced an historic economic recovery. In January 2021, our country was in the middle of an economic calamity triggered by the coronavirus pandemic. But Congress and the President took decisive action through the American Rescue Plan and our vaccination campaign. And today, our unemployment rate is near historic lows. And we've seen the strongest 2 years of business creation in history. Now our task is to navigate our economy's transition from rapid recovery to sustainable growth. This includes bringing down inflation. We have seen some moderation in headline inflation, but more work needs to be done. Our administration will continue to build on the actions we have taken to expand supply and provide cost relief in areas like energy and healthcare. With your partnership, we've also laid a foundation for long-term economic growth. In just the past 2 years alone, Congress passed 3 transformational laws, a generational investment in infrastructure, an historic expansion of American semiconductor manufacturing, and the largest investment in clean energy in our nation's history. A strategic priority for our administration this year is to work with you to effectively implement these laws. We're seeing the early results. In just 7 months, there's been a wave of investments in clean energy manufacturing across the country. And our new resources for the IRS are already paying off. Taxpayers are getting drastically improved customer service this year. For example, we've answered hundreds of thousands more phone calls during this filing season than at this time last year. Our proposed budget builds on our economic progress by making smart, fiscally responsible investments. These investments would be more than fully paid for by requiring corporations and the wealthiest to pay their fair share. Fiscal discipline remains a central priority in our budget. We've proposed a minimum income tax of 25% on taxpayers with wealth in excess of $100 million. We've also proposed an increase of the corporate tax rate to 28% from the current 21%. And it will come as no surprise that I hope Congress will implement the United States' part of the global minimum tax deal. On the spending side, we suggest additional investments to boost our long-term growth potential. This includes improving the availability of high-quality child care, providing free and universal preschool, and boosting the supply of affordable housing. We also propose restoring the child tax credit and earned income tax credit expansions that were enacted in 2021 but have since expired. Importantly, with the proposed tax reforms, we estimate that this budget will deliver deficit reduction of nearly $3 trillion over the next 10 years. Thank you, and I look forward to taking your questions.
Thank you, Secretary Yellen. Let me begin with what I emphasized, that it's critically important that Congress takes steps to make sure there's no questions about the full faith and credit of the United States. and this is a matter within the Finance Committee's jurisdiction. Now, on Friday, the House Ways and Means Republicans passed a plan dealing with what they call prioritizing payments by the Treasury. They say that when Treasury runs out of stopgap funding, it should prioritize payments to Wall Street and creditors in China ahead of everybody else. I'm coming off some town hall meetings in Oregon this weekend. Wouldn't be a big hit with everybody. Now, setting aside the merits of this Republican plan, does the federal government have the technical capacity to prioritize some payments ahead of others? I understand there's not even a precedent for this.
The government, on average, makes millions of payments each day, and our systems are built to pay all of our bills on time and not to pick and choose which bills to pay. There is a reason that Treasury secretaries of both parties have rejected this incredibly risky and dangerous idea, and it's never been tried before. I cannot give any assurances about the technical feasibility of such a plan. It would be an exceptionally risky, untested, and radical departure from normal payment practices of agencies across the federal government, and I consider it essential that Congress come together to recognize that raising the debt ceiling is their responsibility to protect the full faith and credit in the United States.
So, you've told us this prioritization scheme is unworkable, and House Republicans don't get to decide what qualifies as a federal default. If the government can meet some but not all of its obligations, isn't that essentially the definition of a default?
Failing to pay your bills is what all of your bills when they're due is what I think of as a default. The United States has always paid all of its bills on time, and it should stay that way, and that's been a core American value since 1789, regardless of party. Presidents and Congresses have always honored all of our commitments, and prioritization is effectively a default by just another name.
I appreciate you bringing us up to date on that, Madam Secretary. And colleagues, the reason I've focused on protecting the full faith and credit of the United States is this is explicitly within this committee's jurisdiction. So I thank you, Secretary Yellen. Let's talk about the double standard in tax enforcement. Too much of the burden falls on working people in the middle class. It's too easy for corporations and the wealthy to get away with cheating every time out. It seems that Republicans are trying hard to keep it that way. They put an amendment to the IRA that, according to the Congressional Budget Office, would have led to even more tax avoidance by the wealthy. It would have encouraged billionaires to disguise their income so they'd appear to the IRS to be typical middle-class wage earners. There have even been Republican efforts to speed up hiring the kind of highly trained and dogged experts that you need to crack down on tax cheating by the wealthy and businesses that have very complicated business structures. And of course, the first bill out of the gate in the House was this $114 billion giveaway to the wealthy tax cheats and the tax dodging corporations.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, 1028 on the East Coast and 728 on the West Coast. You're listening in as Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen is testifying on President Biden's proposed budget for the 2024 fiscal year. As you can see up to the top right-hand side of your screen, the Dow is opening down again. We're going to talk more about that coming up in just a few minutes here. For now, let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we'll get back into that economic news. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You are taking a live look at the stock board there where you can see, yeah, not a great start to the day. The Dow is down 0.6% at this point and appears to be, well, on the downswing here. The stock market feeling the effects of multiple bank failures, situations overseas, all of it. Willie Delwich, the founder and strategist at Highmount Research, joins us now live to talk more about all of this. Willie, thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Excited to talk.
So first off, what exactly have we seen so far this week in the stock market?
Well, we've seen a lot of volatility this week. We've had big swings up, big swings down. If we go back to last week, I think the volatility really started to pick up as kind of you alluded to. We had news of bank failures in California, in New York as well. Really, I think on a short-term basis, well, brought on by this rise in yields that we've seen from the Fed, from the bond market over the past year, kind of starting to come home to roost a little bit.
Do you think there's any growing concern? Are we going to see people start to, I guess, sell their stocks in kind of a freak out moment, or is this just kind of a temporary thing?
Well, that is the big question, and it remains to be seen. So on one side, we have had some evidence of panic, particularly in bank stocks, particularly in regional bank stocks. Kind of this sell first, ask questions later mentality. You really saw that last week, and it's remained there this week. On the other side, the Fed and the administration are trying to present an image of calm, of this is an isolated incident that they're taking care of, which is kind of true. But I think it speaks to some fragility in the system as like I said, we go from an environment of ample liquidity to an environment of much tighter liquidity and still high inflation.
What advice do you have for stockholders, for investors? What would you say to them based on what we're seeing so far yesterday, today?
Yeah, probably the best advice is to not pay attention to the day-to-day swings. A lot of those tend to be noise. However, if the market is telling us something, it might be time to look at your asset allocation from a longer-term perspective. After a period of stocks doing really well for a decade, most investors are overexposed to equities right now. So finding ways to reduce that equity exposure, not in a panic way, but in a disciplined way, might be the best solution for a lot of investors, particularly if the volatility of the past week has been unsettling. Probably that means you have too much stock exposure.
And when you're looking at the stock board, you have people who will just kind of watch it every second of every day just to see exactly what it's doing. But as you're saying, it's not necessarily watching it like this that will give you a big picture, right? You want to pay close attention, I guess, to the long term.
Yeah, exactly. It's zooming out. Most individuals do not have a time horizon that pairs well with day-to-day market volatility, and when you try to respond in a way that doesn't fit your time horizon, that's where you make big mistakes. But at the same time, we need to acknowledge what some of those underlying trends are, and we've had a decade where U.S. large cap growth stocks have been the leaders. That doesn't appear to be the case anymore. So finding ways to rotate out of that, again, from a disciplined way, not because you woke up in the morning and saw a lot of red on the stock screen, but because you sat down with an advisor and said, hey, you've got a little more equity exposure than is warranted in this environment. Let's start to figure out ways to adjust that.
All right, let's talk about the future. I say it all the time, you don't have a crystal ball, but what do we expect to see happen, let's say today, tomorrow, and in the coming weeks and months?
Yeah, so there's a couple things I think that are going to be driving the market as we go forward. One, from just a market perspective, beneath the surface, get away from just bank-related news. You have seen more stocks making new lows and new highs, and so that speaks to some weakness. It speaks to some continued volatility. So I think investors were hoping that 2023 would be different than 2022 with respect to volatility. That doesn't seem to be playing out. So one, be prepared for more volatility in the market. The other side of this is, what does the Fed do with respect to rates in response to the inflation data, in response to kind of these bank flare-ups that we've seen? My guess is they will have to continue to raise rates, maybe not as aggressively as they did last year, but there's still going to be upward pressure from the Fed because inflation is still relatively elevated. The ECB this morning raised rates more than people were expecting they would. I think that's a preview for what the Fed's going to do, maybe not next week, but in the months ahead. And so I think it's prepare for higher rates, prepare for more volatility in the market.
How does the international market kind of factor into what happens in the U.S. market here?
Yeah, that's a great question. And over the past decade, it's really been, global diversification has kind of been a dirty word. You did much better by just staying at home in the U.S., staying with large cap stocks, like I said. In this environment, I think we can look overseas. Europe is holding up better than the U.S. is. The U.K. is holding up relatively better than the U.S. I think there are opportunities for investors, even if they want to continue to hold equities, diversifying away from the U.S. And looking at some of the resilience we're seeing out of Europe and just out of overseas in general, which is different than, like I said, what we saw over the past decade.
All right, Willie Delwich, thanks for taking the time to join us here. Anything else you want to add about the market before I let you go?
No, yes. I think just the takeaway that there is volatility, that doesn't mean that the world's coming to an end or that this is some sort of repeat of some of these famous analogs. This year's is going to be its own thing with its own opportunities, but you don't get to take advantage of those opportunities if you react to the day-to-day noise that's out there. I think focusing on the news and zooming out a little bit is probably helpful for most investors.
Gotcha. All right. Well, thanks again for taking the time to provide the insight.
Yep, sure thing.
All right, everyone, taking a look at the Dow Jones stock board right now. You can see we are down about 0.5%. We're, of course, down once again. We saw this kind of play out yesterday, so we're going to keep an eye on that stock board, pop it up and down for you right here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, let's head to a 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, it's back to those headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
Security and discuss possible approaches. So that's a conversation.
Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You were taking a live look over in D.C. as we do have Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen testifying. We know, of course, that she is speaking to Congress today. She did that last week as well, but she is answering questions, being grilled by Congress on President Biden's proposed budget for the next fiscal year. Let's pop that audio back up and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Certainly, it's a discussion we need to have.
I assume that both you and the president are sincere in what you just said. It would help a lot if the president would quit demagoguing the Social Security issue the way he has in recent weeks. I want to go to an extension of conversation you and I had June of 2021. You defended concerns about the president's spending proposals fueling inflation and interest rates hikes by saying this, quote, if we ended up with a slightly higher interest rate environment, it would actually be a plus for society's point of view and the Fed's point of view, end of quote. I want to emphasize plus for a society's point of view. Now, when you made that statement, inflation was 5.4% and the federal funds rate was effectively zero. Since that time, inflation hit a 40-year high, and the Fed has responded by aggressively hiking interest rates. As a result, families and small businesses are paying the price by way of higher interest rate costs for home loans and business lines of credit. Moreover, bank failures this past week highlighted how fragile our economy is given rising interest rates and decades-long inflation. So do you still see our inflation-driven interest rates hike as, using your words, a plus for society?
I consider high inflation the number one economic problem that all of us need to face and address. It's the president's top priority. I was very supportive of the American Rescue Plan. I think there are many factors that have contributed to high inflation. It's critical for the Fed to address it, and the president is doing all that he can, both through the Inflation Reduction Act, lowering costs of prescription drugs, lowering the cost of health care, using the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to try to lower and address higher gas and energy costs for Americans. It's critical for us to do what we can to bring inflation down and for the Fed to do its part as well. The Inflation Reduction Act was enacted at a time when I believe the greatest threat to our economy was that unemployment would remain shockingly high and that American families would be scarred by long-term job loss and losing the roofs over their heads. And I believe it was appropriate to take those actions.
My time has run out. Just let me finally say this, that what you say about the Inflation Reduction Act, reducing inflation within the last 3 weeks, the CBO says that increased inflation.
Thank you, Senator Grassley. Senator Cardin. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Secretary Yellen, welcome. Thank you very much for your service. I'm going to question in regards to areas where we have bipartisan support, where we can, I hope, make progress in this Congress in getting some changes in our tax code, particularly as it deals with one of the subjects that you mentioned in your opening statement, affordable housing. We have fallen behind in affordable housing. We were able to make progress in a lot of areas during the last 2 years, but affordable housing was not one of those areas where we were able to advance. So your budget includes 3 initiatives in which there is bipartisan support. One is to make permanent the new market tax credits. I'm working with Senator Daines on that proposal to give predictability to new market tax credits, which would be great for, I think, private sector investment. The other is the low-income housing tax credit, where your budget provides for the expansion and reform of that credit. Senator Cantwell and Senator Young have been leaders on this committee. We've joined them in that effort. And then lastly, on the neighborhood homes credit, which I have been the sponsor and Senator Young is my co-sponsor. So these are all bipartisan bills that we have a chance of moving forward. My suggestion is to try to see whether we can't move a housing tax credit program separate from the other areas where we might have more controversy. This is an area we could perhaps get to the finish line earlier. So could we have your cooperation in trying to deal with a housing tax credit bill that could perhaps make it to the president's desk earlier rather than later?
Absolutely, Senator Cardin. I'm very pleased that this is an area where there is bipartisan agreement on the need to act. I think the United States really faces a housing supply gap, and we need initiatives to make rents more affordable and attainable homeownership for Americans. And all of the programs that you mentioned, the New Markets tax credit, LIHTC, and the Neighborhood Homes tax credit, all of these.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are listening in live, raw, and unfiltered as we are hearing from U.S. Secretary of Treasury Janet Yellen. She is speaking to Congress, testifying on President Biden's proposed budget for the next fiscal year. We'll be dipping in and out of that because I can tell you it is going to be going on for quite a while. I do want to get to some of the other headlines that we have been following throughout the morning here. Earlier today, the U.S. did release video showing the collision between a Russian jet and American drone. It happened earlier this week over the Black Sea near Ukraine. I want to head over to Kyiv, Ukraine. That is where Mike Tobin with Fox News joins us live with more on that video. Mike, thanks so much for being here.
You bet, Josh. And what we've seen so far from the video supports what the Pentagon has been saying since Tuesday, and it's inconsistent with what the Russians have been saying since you had this counter with an American drone and 2 Russian fighters. What we see in the video, first of all, is one of the 2 Su-27 Russian fighter jets coming up from the rear of the drone. The video is shot by the drone itself with the camera facing toward the rear of the aircraft. The MQ-9 Reaper drone has the propeller mounted in the rear of the aircraft, and that's why you can see the propeller. But what you see is that plume behind the fighter jet. The Pentagon says that is fuel that the Russian fighter was dumping on this drone. You see a second pass, at least that was released in the video, a second pass from the Russian fighter, and this time you see the video freeze, become pixelated, and ultimately go to color bars. Apparently, that is when the Russian drone strikes the Reaper, or the Russian fighter, I should say, strikes the Reaper drone. Subsequent to that, European Command released a couple of stills that show first the intact propeller on the MQ-9 Reaper drone, the U.S. drone. The second still shows the propeller having been damaged. What the Pentagon says, once that propeller was damaged, the drone became unmanageable, and that is when it was ditched in the Red Sea, about 75 miles southwest, I should say, Black Sea, pardon me, 75 miles southwest of Crimea. Now, what we're hearing from American sources is that the Russian Navy wasted no time getting out to the site where that drone ditched in the water. The difficulty for the Russians is going to be recovering any of the wreckage from that drone because, according to the Pentagon, it's in 4,000 to 5,000 feet of water. General Milley, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, also says that any valuable information, any valuable components, any valuable technology on that drone most likely has been destroyed already. Josh?
Yeah, a lot of questions here. Mike Tobin with Fox News, thank you so much for taking the time to join us.
Got it.
All right, everyone, 10:49 over on the East Coast and 7:49 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. We do have several live cameras that we are keeping an eye on right here. I believe this is still over in Central City, Nebraska. Take a look at your screen right there. It actually looks like it's Turner Mountain, Montana, so it looks like they did change that camera there. Also keeping an eye on the stock board here as we are off to a down start, but not by too much there. Looks like we are down 0.08% for the Dow. We'll keep an eye on that stock board and bring you the latest information. For now, let's head to our last 2-minute commercial break of the hour, and on the other side, we'll pop that audio back up over in D.C. as we do have Janet Yellen continuing her testimony on President Biden's proposed budget. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You are taking a live look at the stock board, and some good news here. The Dow is up for the day, but very, very slightly, about 0.03%. We are going to keep an eye on the market as things do change very, very fast here. We'll keep you updated live, raw, and unfiltered with the latest on the stock market. For now, I do want to head back to Washington, D.C., as we do have Janet Yellen, the Treasury Secretary, testifying before Congress on President Biden's proposed budget.
Budget proposal, of course, just makes that clear because it offers more taxes, more spending, and more debt. Spending would be at historical levels relative to the economy. The national debt would continue to grow. Social Security and Medicare, which are on a path to insolvency. There is no proposal from the president to deal with these impending disasters. Of course, interest costs to service this debt would reach about $1 trillion annually. Our ability to defend our country in an increasingly dangerous world would be diminished because we'd be spending more money paying interest to the bondholders rather than paying to keep the American people safe. And Americans, of course, would be punished with trillions in higher taxes at a time when tax revenues are already at historical levels. It's not that the American people are taxed too little, it's that the federal government continues to spend too much and incur too much debt, which in turn creates this unvirtuous cycle. One final point, last year the administration pushed through an $80 billion blank check for the IRS without a spending plan. Only in Washington, D.C. would Congress pass an $80 billion spending appropriation without any plan as to how it's going to be implemented. And we were told, well, it will be forthcoming. That's great, but that's the opposite of what you would do it in the real world. First, you would want to know what is the plan, and then you would ask, how much does it take to finance or pay for that plan? Well, now the administration wants another $29 billion, which would bring the total up to $110 billion. This, of course, is going to mean more audits, more red tape, and violate the president's promise that no one paying less than $400,000 in taxes would pay any more. So unfortunately, the president's budget misses the mark, which is disappointing, but unfortunately pretty consistent with what we've seen from this administration.
Thank you, Senator Cornyn. Next would be Senator Bennett, followed by Senator Cassidy.
I'm going to yield to Mr. Cassidy, if that's all right.
Nobody can say there's no collegiality in the finance. Senator Cassidy.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, the president keeps saying he does not wish to have cuts in social. Is he aware that under current law, when the program goes broke in 9 years, that there will be a 24% benefit cut for those who are current recipients? Is he aware of that?
Well, it's clear that Social Security...
But is he, I apologize for interruption, but I have limited time. Is the president aware that when social goes broke in 9 years, under current law, there's a 24% cut in benefits for people who are currently receiving?
If we don't do anything about it, I think that's about right. But
okay, let me ask.
The president will wants to strengthen Social Security.
In the $4.5 trillion of taxes the president has proposed, are any of those taxes going to shore up Social Security? I actually know that answer. The answer is of the $4.5 trillion in taxes he has proposed, not a dime is going to shore up Social Security. Does the president know personally anybody who is dependent upon Social Security, and if their benefits are cut by 24%, they will slide into poverty? It's hard for you to know, so I'll give you a pass on that.
The president knows many people on Social Security.
Then why doesn't the president care?
He cares very deeply.
Then where is his plan?
He stands ready to work with
That's a
Congress to
lie,
address.
because when a bipartisan group of senators has repeatedly requested to meet with him about social, so that somebody who is a current beneficiary will not see her benefits cut by 24%, we have not heard anything on our request. And we've made multiple requests to meet with the president. Now, you can't comment on that, I realize that, but that is a fact. And if you've been told to say he stands ready to meet, I will tell you there's absolutely no evidence, because we have not gotten our meeting.
Well, I believe the president does stand ready to work with Congress
empirically, that is not
to address
true.
this issue.
Now, the president in the past has proposed increasing taxes on those making over $400,000 to pay for it. Although he's not made that formally, he has said that in the past. Now, he's also proposed to tax them more to pay for Medicare, and also to close the debt and deficit. So what would the rates have to be on that 2% of Americans who earn over $400K in order to do Medicare, the debt and deficit, and also to address our 75-year shortfall in Social Security? Do you have any sense of what the rates would have to be?
Well, he has proposed explicit increases in tax rates on very high income.
But do you think it's realistic that he can pay for Medicare, debt and deficit, and also address a 75% shortfall in social, a 75-year shortfall in social, by only taxing, the only thing he's going to do is to lay higher taxes on those who make more than 2%? I'm sure there's a projection of how much those rates would have to be. Can you tell us what those rates would have to be to do everything he is saying?
I can't tell you that, but I do know that he's put on the table many proposals that would raise very substantial revenues.
But of that $4.5 trillion, not a dime is going to social. And if you cannot tell me, I presume that they've not actually modeled what those rates would have to be, which tells me that he's actually not been developing his plan. Now, this is incredibly worrisome from a president who should be sympathetic with someone who, under current law, is going to get a 24% cut in her benefits.
The president is completely committed to protecting seniors who rely on Social Security.
Now, if we doubled our debt to GDP ratio, just theoretically, if you will, and aside from our conversation, if we double that GDP to debt ratio, what effect would that have on the economy?
So right now, and in the president's budget proposal,
I want to ask you just the theoretical, independently of the budget proposal.
If we were to double the debt to GDP ratio?
Yes.
I don't see why we would need
But
to
if we
double.
did, just you're an economist, if we did, what would be the effect upon the economy?
Well, it would tend to raise net interest costs.
Would it be a negative effect on the economy? Of course it would be.
Of course, yes.
Yeah, of course it would be. We've actually modeled this. For the president to do nothing, let's assume that we cast aside current law and we just double the national debt, and that's what it would do. It would have a devastating effect upon the economy. CBO says they cannot model the deleterious effects that would occur because of that. So we have a situation where the president has not proposed a single plan. He has turned down multiple requests for meetings with senators, and our options are a 24% cut on a person currently receiving, doubling our national debt, which CBO says cannot be modeled.
Welcome in on Live Now from Fox. The time is 11:01 on the East Coast and 8:01 on the West Coast. You are listening in live, raw, and unfiltered as we do see Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen. She is testifying before Congress, speaking as she did last week about President Biden's proposed budget for the next fiscal year. This is likely to go on for quite a while, so we will check back in on that coming up in the next little bit. For now, I do want to head to some of the other big stories that we are covering here, and this is one that we've been tracking all throughout the morning and really for the last several months. China accusing the U.S. of spreading disinformation and suppressing TikTok following reports that the Biden administration was calling for its Chinese owners to sell their stakes in the popular video sharing app. The Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson saying today that the U.S. has yet to present evidence that TikTok does threaten its national security and was using the excuse of data security to abuse its power to suppress foreign companies. The Wall Street Journal did report that the Committee on Foreign Investment in the U.S. was threatening a U.S. ban on the app unless its owners sold their stakes in the company. I want to talk more about all of this. So Mike Horning is an associate professor of multimedia journalism in the Virginia Tech School of Communication. He is here live to talk more about this topic that so many people are discussing. Thank you so much for being here.
Well, thank you.
So are you surprised by any of this, any of the latest developments here?
No, not really. I know this has been a conversation that's been taking place really, I think, started during the Trump administration, and it's a continued conversation that they're having.
So I guess the big question here is, why is the government looking to ban TikTok in the U.S., and what is the deal with, I guess, the Chinese portion of this selling their shares? How does that make it any different?
Well, right now, the company ByteDance is the company that owns TikTok. And when it comes to social media, obviously, it's a hugely popular platform. And it's the only platform, I would say, that many Americans are adopting that isn't a U.S.-based owned social media company. So companies like Meta, for example, or Twitter are all owned by the U.S. So there's some degree of comfort there that the data being collected on individuals is at least on American servers. Now, TikTok's data is on American servers as well, but because it's a Chinese-owned company, there's questions as to whether or not that company could be made to give over American data to foreign interests, specifically China.
Is it possible that there could even be an actual ban on TikTok across the entire country? I mean, how would that work, I guess?
Well, in theory, yes. In practice, that's a little more difficult. People always tend to find ways to work around things. There has been historical precedents where the U.S. has said it's in its national interest to ban certain things. The Marconi radio was an example of something back in the 1930s that the U.S. Shifted to manufacturing radios through RCA as a result, because they were concerned of the ownership of that company. So it could happen, but again, it's getting increasingly difficult with the internet to actually ban things. People find ways to work around it.
I mean, that's what I was going to say, is you can find a way, unfortunately, around just about anything there. Do you think it's even possible that China itself will say, all right, we'll listen to the U.S. here and we'll sell our stake in TikTok? Does that seem like something that is even conceivable?
Mm-hmm. They were in conversations to do just that prior to this last election. And, that kind of fell by the wayside. So it is hard to answer that. There may be the U.S. can, as I said, Congress can declare that it's in their national interest to do so and force a sale. Or they can develop some sort of negotiation where maybe TikTok has ownership, but the servers are, and the oversight of those servers are conducted through, U.S. companies. So there's different ways they could probably work around a solution.
What's next in all of this right here? What is the next step? Because we know the Biden administration, as we mentioned, has said they want the Chinese owners to sell their stakes in TikTok. China has essentially said right now that the U.S. is trying to suppress them. What is the next step in all of this?
Well, that's a difficult one to answer. I think, it'll depend on how assertive the Biden administration wants to be on this. And there are some compelling reasons for them to want to see that sale. There are, concerns that TikTok's algorithm could influence people's attitudes about certain policies and things like that, even concerns about how we feel about our own democratic processes in those institutions. So that may be enough of an interest for them to say, yeah, we do want to push through this sale. The larger question, though, will be what's next, right? So China's developing competitive social media. Certainly other countries may down the road do the same thing. And so this may not be a permanent solution to anything.
My last question for you, the Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson saying the U.S. has yet to present evidence that TikTok even threatens its national security here. Is that the truth, in your opinion, based on what you've seen? Is that truthful?
Well, that's complicated. There has been some reports that American data has made its way to the Chinese division that works on TikTok. That data, does it make its way ultimately to the Chinese government? No, we don't have any evidence of that. But that's a hard question to answer, and usually we don't, whether or not it would be in the U.S. interest to wait till that happens is probably the larger question we should be asking. So.
For sure. All right, Mike Horning there, associate professor at Virginia Tech there in the School of Communication. Anything you want to add about all of this before I let you go?
No, I think just it's important for us all to be aware of the data that's being collected on us when we're on any social media platform. I think, people need to take the time to understand how those things work. And I think that's an important part of the solution is just knowing what these apps can and can't do. So.
All right. Thank you again for taking the time to talk to us. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, everyone, I do want to go to some of the other stories that we have been covering here on Live Now from Fox. Take a look at your screen here. This video came out a bit earlier on this morning, the Pentagon video showing that Russian jet that is dumping fuel on a U.S. drone. Let me go over some of the background here. So the Pentagon on Thursday did release that video of what it said was a Russian fighter jet dumping fuel on a U.S. Air Force surveillance drone before the warplane clipped the drone's propeller in international airspace, leading to its crash in the Black Sea and raising tensions between Moscow and Washington over the war in Ukraine. Poland, in the meantime, said it's going to give Ukraine a dozen fighter jets, becoming the first NATO member to fulfill Kyiv's increasing urgent requests for those warplanes. The U.S. military's declassified 42-second color footage does show a Russian aircraft there approaching the back of the Reaper drone and releasing fuel as it passes. That's according to the Pentagon. The dumping fuel appeared to be aimed at blinding the drone's optical instruments to drive it from that area. Now, on the second approach, either the same jet or another Russian fighter that had been shadowing that struck the drone's propeller, damaging a blade. That is according to the U.S. military, which said it then ditched the unmanned aircraft in the sea. The video excerpt released by the Pentagon does not show events before or after the apparent fuel dumping confrontation and does not show the Russian warplane actually striking the drone. Russia said its fighters did not strike the drone and claimed the unmanned aerial vehicle went down after making a sharp maneuver. A story that we will continue to follow right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break as it is 11:10 on the East Coast and 8:10 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You are taking a live look at the stock board right here, where we have a bit of good news as the Dow is up ever so slightly here to start out the day at 0.2%. But again, you can see the green right there. We obviously, of course, started off in the red, but now we are in the green. In the meantime, we do have Janet Yellen, the Treasury Secretary, who is testifying before Congress. She did this just last week, but is back before Congress to answer questions about President Biden's proposed budget for the next fiscal year. Let's pop up that audio and listen in, live, raw, and unfiltered.
Have already been incurred is what underlies the United States' strong credit rating, and credit rating agencies like Fitch have already weighed in that if we were to fail to pay any of our bills, that would call into question whether or not we deserve our current credit rating. And it's simply a recipe for economic and financial catastrophe to think we can pay some of our bills and not all of them.
Thank you. This debt prioritization sounds like another version of Senator Scott's privatization of Medicare and Social Security. It makes no sense to the country and to most of us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And I will just tell my colleague, in red counties in Oregon over the weekend, I went through this idea that we'd pay China and Wall Street first, and people were just stunned. So I think you made a very important point. Senator Bennett is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Madam Secretary. I wanted to ask you a couple questions about the banking situation that we're facing today, but I just want to start, Mr. Chairman, because I've heard this discussion on the other side about the deficit. You know, I've been here for 14 years. The deficit and the debt hasn't gotten any better over that period of time, but I think and the good news is, if we want to work together, we could actually close the gap, because the gap isn't that gigantic compared to the way it's been in other places. If we could get it to a place where our government, our deficit wasn't growing faster than our GDP, that would be a really good step forward. But I just want to point out that we need to recognize that we have this problem today, this gap, because of the Bush and Trump tax cuts. And the deal that made 80% of the Bush tax cuts permanent, 80% of the Bush tax cuts permanent, a deal that I and Tom Carper were the only Democrats to vote against. There were 3 Republicans who voted against it. When you combine that, and when you combine that with what we did with the Trump tax cuts, that's 2% plus 1% of GDP. That's 3% of GDP right there. So we would have closed that gap and been well on our way. So I'm not, you know, I know that it's going to be a mix of spending cuts and it's going to be a mix of revenue, and that's how we get back to a place where, you know, you get a 19% of GDP of taxes and a 19% of GDP of spending. That's a felicitous place for us to be, because, you know, maybe before we're dead, we actually will move beyond the political talking points and do something useful for our kids and our grandkids. But I just want the math to reflect that. And that's why I voted against that bill. That's why I think Tom Carper voted against that bill. And I said, you know, in my completely unnoticed campaign for president, on a debate stage with the thank you, you're nice to say so, but I said with a person who became the president of the United States, that was a terrible deal that was struck between the Obama administration and Mitch McConnell, frankly, to extend those tax cuts permanently. So until we get to a place where we're willing to actually have a rational conversation about what it looks like, what every single state in the union I'm aware of, the conversation they have to have, because they have, you know, a duty and a responsibility to actually balance their budget. And I'm not even saying we have to balance it. Let's just get to a place where our debt is less than 3% of our GDP. We could make some progress. And there isn't a committee in Congress that's better situated than this committee to do it. That's not even what I wanted to talk to you about. I wanted to talk to you about the child tax credit, Madam Secretary, and all the evidence that we have that it worked, it did what it was supposed to do, and that you guys did an amazing job of implementing it. And so I'm going to leave that question for the record as well. I just want to go to the banking issue that we have in front of us right now, Madam Secretary. It's obvious to you and to me that marijuana, I'm going to get to the banking, but marijuana has been legal in Colorado for 9 years. But legal cannabis businesses are frozen out of the financial system, the finance system. Banks refuse to provide them financial services because of strict federal laws and regulations that prohibit them from offering services to cannabis businesses. Banking regulators can permanently ban someone from working at a bank or revoke an institution's FDIC coverage for working with cannabis businesses. This endangers the lives and livelihoods of Colorado business owners who have to operate in this kind of situation. They have nowhere to put their cash. Last weekend, Signature Bank failed. The other bank that failed, Silicon Valley Bank, here's what they had to do to fail. They had to not observe the fact that their balance sheet had basically tripled over, some period of time. Not observe the fact that they were in a volatile, high-tech industry where the tide comes in and goes out for all those tech companies at exactly the same time, which is what we're seeing today. They had to make a decision to lay on 10-year paper with ridiculously high interest rates. And they weren't even that high, but compared to, low interest rates compared to the interest rates that we were about to be challenged by the Fed. And I can tell you, unless somebody around here knows something, I don't know, Jay Powell wasn't exactly secretive about what he was doing with that. They had to get that through their board. They had to get that through that audit committee, and somehow they had to get that through a regulator, I guess, who was looking over that, who wasn't saying, this is insane what they were doing. We've had all week, it's been, is it Dodd-Frank, not Dodd-Frank, 2018, not 2018? I don't know what the answer is going to be about any of that. But I know that what they were doing was not prudentially sound, and I hope that the regulator would be the backstop. I'm 30 seconds over, so I will stop to go back to my marijuana question. Last weekend, Signature Bank failed, and almost a fifth of its deposits came from crypto. Like, they're not allowed to do anything with marijuana, but apparently they can lay 20% of this on crypto. A notoriously unstable, a thing that nobody here even understands, and where the value of the assets can soar and collapse. We've seen that in this sector. And my question is, what questions come to your mind when you see that? When you've got a bank that's now failed, where 20% of, what it was relying on to claim that it was doing the right thing by its depositors was something I would argue isn't even as stable as the marijuana industry in the state of Colorado, which can't get any approval from the Treasury Department.
Well, as you pointed out, in the case of marijuana, it is against federal law, and that's a barrier, unfortunately, to appropriate banking services for the industry, and it's something the regulators have been looking for solutions to. I think we need to look into the regulators do exactly what happened to create the problems that these two banks that failed faced, and make sure that our regulatory system and supervision is appropriately geared so that banks manage their risks to avoid problems of the type that these banks have suffered from.
Senator Bennett, thank you, and thank you for always being there to point out when numbers don't add up, because that's exactly what the budget chairman, who's a member of this committee, Senator Whitehouse, just found a couple of days ago with respect to the House Republicans. Senator Warner's next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Madam Secretary, it's great to see you, and let me commend my dear friend from Colorado. I've always noticed, Senator Bennett, what you do, and I think you raised great issues, and I think about one of the first gangs that you and Senator Crapo and I and others on Simpson Bowls wasn't perfect, but man, we'd be a heck of a lot further down the path if we had taken that. Let me also mention, I want to talk something I think that's not been raised on the banking issue, and I want to join a lot of my colleagues. I think you, the Fed, the FDIC, moved very aggressively. I think the potential downside risk for businesses across the country, for other medium-sized banks across the industry, could have been a disaster. And I think the actions you took were bold and stepped up and shored up the system. And I'm of the belief that, echoing what Senator Bennett said, that traditional prudential regulation should have caught this. Where was the bank management? Where was the regulators, both state and federal in the case of SVB, that didn't get this interest rate mismatch caught much, much earlier? But the one thing, though, that I worry about, whatever regulatory system we had in place, the other half of what happened, that happened sometime between Tuesday and Thursday afternoon, where we've seen now the very first social media, internet-based bank run. To put this in any kind of comparison, when WAMU failed, the largest bank failure in our country's history, $16 billion coming out over a 10-day period. I'm not sure what regulatory system anywhere, no matter how much capital, no matter how many stress tests, that would have protected any institution from a $42 billion bank run in a single day. That literally at that point was 25 cents on the dollar of every dollar that was deposited. I think most of us have all seen It's a Wonderful Life. We realized that money was off in small businesses and startup businesses around the country. Question I have is, who was playing the role of Mr. Potter? I think there were some, and I've been supportive of the venture capital community. I was a venture capitalist before, but I think there were some bad actors in the VC community who literally started to spur this run by virtually crying fire in a crowded theater in terms of rushing all of these deposits out. And I'm not sure that we have anything in our existing regulatory structure, and it's early on, and we need to figure out what happened and who missed this, but this notion that 25 cents on every dollar can rush out in a single day, and people who spur this online Tuesday and Wednesday night bear no responsibility, and the hypocrisy of some who are libertarian until the stuff hits the fan and then want relief is frankly more than a little repugnant. So early on, this is not normally within the traditional banking regulatory, but I think this will go down as the history's first internet-driven run. You have any initial thoughts on this?
Well, no matter how strong capital and liquidity supervision are, if a bank has an overwhelming run that's spurred by social media or whatever so that it's seeing deposits flee at that pace, a bank can be put at danger of failing. Of course, there's backup liquidity, there's the Fed's discount window, but this can be a threat to banks. And one of the reasons we intervened and declared a systemic risk exception is because of the recognition there can be contagion in situations like this, and other banks can then fall prey to the same kinds of runs, which we certainly want to avoid. But this was a bank that had a very high ratio of uninsured depositors. Insured depositors and retail customers are usually do not run. We tend not to see runs among insured depositors, but the liquidity requirements and needs of a bank with such heavy reliance on uninsured deposits that are runnable, I think we need to think about that.
And I agree. And a complete concentration.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are live, raw, and unfiltered right there in Washington, D.C., as we do have U.S. Secretary of Treasury Janet Yellen testifying on several different topics, but answering questions, and a lot of them, about President Biden's proposed budget for the next fiscal year. I do want to call your attention to the top right-hand side of your screen. We are keeping an eye on the stock market here. As you can see, the Dow was off to a slow start earlier today. It was in the red, but has now popped back up ever so slightly into the green. It's up about 0.48% at this point. We are going to keep the stock market board on your photo right there so you can keep an eye on it throughout the day. For now, let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we'll get right back into those headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to take you back over to D.C. as we do have Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen testifying in front of Congress. She is answering questions about a variety of economic situations right there, but she is answering a lot of those questions about President Biden's proposed budget for the next fiscal year. I do want to call your attention, though, also to the top right-hand side of your screen. That is where you're taking a live look at the stock board. You can see the Dow is in the green after starting out in the red. I'm going to keep that board up on your screen so you can take a look throughout the day. Also, down to the bottom right-hand side of your screen, that is the video we've been showing you throughout the morning that was released, showing a Russian jet that collided with that U.S. drone that happened just days ago over the Black Sea right near Ukraine. We're going to have continuing coverage of that here, but what you can see in the video is that it appears that the Russian jet actually dumps fuel on the drone before it does hit it with its propeller. Again, we'll keep you updated as we do get more information and reaction on that incident. In the meantime, let's pop that audio back up and listen in as that does continue with Janet Yellen testifying there in D.C.
Several weeks ago. So could you speak to when we might see a plan, since there's a request now for additional funding above and beyond what was a massive, historic amount of funding in the IRA?
So the plan is almost complete and you should have it in the near future.
And what does that mean, near future?
In a matter of weeks.
Okay. All right. I hope that you can follow through on that.
And let me just ask, with respect to the use of that $80 billion, some of it I know was supposed to be funded toward taxpayer services, which I hope is the case, because the IRS has had a deplorable record on getting back to taxpayers, 13% phone call return rate. How much of that $80 billion is going to be directed to enforcement, and does the Treasury expect that any of that revenue is going to come from increased audits of middle-class taxpayers?
The President and I have committed that there will be no increase in audit rates on individuals or small businesses under $400,000, and I stand by that pledge, and I've issued a directive to IRS to that effect. And most of the hiring, the large numbers that are seen, are replacement of people who are retiring, but there will be additional hiring, both of customer service representatives. 5,000 more were hired this season, and the response rate has gone from the 13% you mentioned to around 85% this tax season, and we want to keep it at that level and add other things that will make filing and interacting with the IRS more convenient for both individuals and for businesses. But an important goal is greater enforcement, hiring of skilled tax lawyers and auditors and accountants to deal with high income and high net worth individuals, complex partnerships, and corporations where we think most of the tax gap is centered. And so, although $80 billion over 10 years, it sounds like a huge investment. It's one with an enormous payoff that it substantially lowers the budget deficit because we have a huge tax gap that needs to be addressed.
The time, my friends, expired. We're going to push very hard to get every finance member a chance to ask their questions before we go. Next will be Senator Lankford, Senator Cortez Masto. We've got the Secretary till 1. Senator Lankford.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, thanks for being here. There's a lot of things that I wanted to be able to talk about on this. We've got some tax proposals on the table. I have a bipartisan charitable act dealing with tax policy that we're not going to have time to be able to talk through. I'd like to be able to talk about full expensing. Senator Toomey used to be able to champion this, but it's a big issue for our manufacturers in my state and all around the country. Love to get a chance to talk about that. I'd love to talk about marriage penalties in the tax code because, quite frankly, they're still there. It's one of the things we've got to be able to work on, energy independence. I did notice a whole new set of new taxes on energy companies in the United States that I think would hurt our energy independence. And there's still no definition for the $600 if you do Venmo payments to somebody up to $600. Now the IRS is going to track you. I've noticed that you've delayed that, and the IRS has delayed that. But there's a lot of questions with that and new creative definitions of what it means to be made in America. We now have new treaties that are popping up that are not really treaties, not really free trade agreements, but are being declared free trade agreements to allow from the Inflation Reduction Act actions from Japan and Germany to now be defined as made in America. I find that very creative. Love to talk about all that. Don't have time. I'd need to be able to drill in on a couple of things. Let me start with some of the banking issues we're dealing with on it. Will the deposits in every community bank in Oklahoma, regardless of their size, be fully insured now? Are they fully recovered? Every bank, every community bank in Oklahoma, regardless of the size of the deposit, will they get the same treatment that SVB just got or Signature Bank just got?
A bank only gets that treatment if a majority of the FDIC board, a supermajority of the Fed board, and I, in consultation with the president, determine that the failure to protect uninsured depositors would create systemic risk and significant economic and financial consequences.
So what is your plan?
We made that determination.
Right. So what is your plan to keep large depositors from moving their funds out of community banks into the big banks? We have seen the mergers of banks over the past decade. I'm concerned you're about to accelerate that by encouraging anyone who has a large deposit in a community bank to say, we're not going to make you whole, but if you go to one of our preferred banks, we will make you whole at that point.
Look, I mean, that's certainly not something that we're encouraging.
That is happening right now.
That is happening because depositors are concerned about the bank failures that have happened and whether or not other banks could also
No,
fail.
it's happening
And
because you're
it's-
fully insured no matter what the amount is if you're in a big bank. You're not fully insured if you're in a community bank.
Well, you're not fully insured. And
You
the big-
were at Signature, and
the
it just barely met that threshold. You were at Signature.
Well, we felt that there was a serious risk of contagion that could have brought down and triggered runs on many banks. And that's something, given that our judgment is that the banking system overall is safe and sound, depositors should have confidence in the system, and we took these actions.
So there's a
to
special
discourage
assessment that's been done
contagion.
on community banks in my state and all banks across the country. Was there any discussion that that special assessment would only apply to the larger banks, or was it always assumed the special assessment would cover every bank, including rural banks in my state?
I think, I'm not certain what the rules are around that. That's for the FDIC to determine.
It has been reported publicly that SVB had a large number of Chinese investors that are there, including some that were companies directly connected to the Chinese Communist Party. Will those individuals, companies, entities, and investors that are Chinese investors be made whole based on assessments in my banks in Oklahoma? So what I'm asking is, will my banks in Oklahoma pay a special assessment to be able to make Chinese investors whole from Silicon Valley Bank?
Uninsured investors will be made whole in that bank, and I suppose that could include foreign depositors, but I don't believe there's any legal basis to discriminate among uninsured.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are listening in as Secretary of Treasury Janet Yellen continues her testimony on President Biden's proposed budget for the next fiscal year. This has been going on now for about an hour and 40 minutes and could go on for several hours. So we're kind of dipping in and out of that throughout the day. I do also want to call your attention to the stock board up to the top right-hand side of your screen. We have been leaving that up as we've seen the several bank failures have an impact on the stock market this week. Right now, we are in the green for the Dow at about 0.4% upward. So, hey, that is some good news today. We also have this video down to the right-hand side of your screen that does show that Russian jet colliding with the American drone earlier this week over the Black Sea just outside of Ukraine. We will show you that video over and over and over as it's pretty interesting, and the U.S. did release it earlier on today. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we'll get back into your headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and I do want to head right back out to Washington, D.C. as Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen continues that testimony in front of Congress. She's, of course, answering questions, being grilled on President Biden's proposed budget for the next fiscal year, also asked questions about the recent bank failures. So let's pop up that audio and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
To lead us into this clean energy future requires a bridge to get us there. Requires a bridge to get us there. And let me just say this. I support the manufacturing here in this country, and we need to build it and grow it. But when it comes to solar, we're not there yet. I support the manufacturing that is happening in Ohio and here across this country. But the manufacturing for the supplies that we need to grow out solar in this country has a capacity of 5.6 gigawatts. Now, let me just say in 2022, we were able to actually install, the demand was for 20.2 gigawatts. So we are at a deficit there. And if we don't get these supplies, if we don't have what we need to address bringing these supplies here from somewhere and deal with the tariffs that are out there that are limiting our access to these supplies, we are going to be limited to the amount that we can grow our clean energy in this country through solar. So that's what I would love the administration to keep in mind, my colleagues as well, that yes, we want to make sure that we're getting our supplies from countries that we support, that are our friends, that are our partners, absolutely. But until we grow our domestic manufacturing here, we are not going to meet the demand for solar in this country that we need right now.
We're going to try.
Well, there is substantial incentives in this legislation to bring manufacturing of solar panels to the United States. And we're certainly picking up great interest among investors in moving manufacturing here. We're trying to get out the regulations as rapidly as we possibly can to make sure that we provide the certainty that's needed for those investors. But there are big incentives in this package to do just that. And we're excited to see what's happening already.
And I don't mean to cut you off. I only have so much time. Let me just talk about the budget real quick, what I see here. Is it true that the federal deficit has been reduced by over $1.7 trillion just in the last 2 years?
Yes, that is true.
And it's also true what you said earlier, that this budget proposed by this administration looks at also an additional deficit reduction of $3 trillion years over 10 years.
That is correct.
So this administration is concerned about reducing the deficit, correct?
Yes.
And the debt limit that we were talking about, everybody's talking about, that debt limit, let's be fair, let's talk in a bipartisan way, that debt was incurred by both previous Republican and Democratic administrations, correct?
Yes, when we're talking about paying bills that for spending and that Congress has authorized.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I know I'm over my time. I will submit the rest of my questions for the record. Thank you, Secretary.
I thank my colleague, and I will just say during the 10-year odyssey of developing those clean energy tax credits, it was always our intent to have the bonus solar tax credit for low-income communities. So we'll continue to work with my colleague. Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So on Friday, the United States faced the second biggest bank failure in our entire history. And as panic spread among small businesses and nonprofits that had money deposited with Silicon Valley Bank, Treasury and other financial regulators announced they would take emergency measures to stabilize the system. I'm grateful for the administration's steady hand, but we shouldn't have had to be here in the first place. These bank failures were the direct result of policymakers' decisions over the last 5 years, beginning with a 2018 law signed by President Trump with the support of both parties to weaken the regulations that had been put in place after the 2008 financial crisis to ensure that big banks never again crashed our economy. On Monday, President Biden called on Congress and regulators to, quote, strengthen the rules for banks to make it less likely that this kind of bank failure will happen again, end quote. Secretary Yellen, thank you for being here today. Do you agree with the President that we need to strengthen our banking rules?
Well, I think we certainly need to analyze carefully what happened that triggered these bank failures and re-examine our rules and supervision and make sure that they're appropriate to address the risks that banks face.
Okay, so we want to make sure we've got the right rules in place. And pretty obvious, we need some stronger rules here. So I want to talk about those rules, the stress test. Stress tests are critical tools in the regulatory toolbox that are designed to expose banks' vulnerabilities if bad things happen and force the banks to shore up any weak points before it's too late. Now, Secretary Yellen, when you were implementing the Dodd-Frank regulations as Fed chair 6 years ago, back in 2017, you said, quote, "Our stress testing regime is forcing banks to greatly improve their risk management and capital planning," end quote. But you warned that because, quote, "we can never be confident that there won't be another financial crisis, it is important that we maintain the improvements."
Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. You are listening in live, raw, and unfiltered as Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen is testifying on Biden's budget, also speaking about the bank failures. A lot going on here in Congress. We also heard from Yellen just last week, but again, this is now underway and has been going on for almost 2 hours. Take a look at the stock board right now. To the top right-hand side of your screen, we are in the green after starting the day in the red. So hey, some slight good news there. I do have some more good news for you because we do have Mike Page, who is over in our Phoenix office. He's taken over in just a few minutes here, but he joins us with a look at what he's working on. Mike, thanks for being here.
Yeah, good morning, Josh. And yeah, when we were looking at the Dow there, seeing that swing into the positive, that is always good news there. And we're seeing it because regional bank there, First Republic Bank, looks like it's going to be getting some help maybe from JP Morgan or Morgan Stanley there. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. Investors are liking that news there and keeping all the banks open. Obviously, very, very a good sign there. And that is what the government wants. And we'll continue to take a listen there at Yellen, and of course the White House briefing coming up in a couple of hours as well. So we'll have it all right here on Live Now from Fox.
Love to hear it. All right, 11:51 over on the East Coast and 8:51 on the West Coast. We are going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, Mike is in charge. He is in the driver's seat and will bring you all of your headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here as we are getting close to the top of the hour, almost noon out on the East Coast, 9 on the West Coast there. You are seeing some positive trend there going on with the Dow Jones there, now up 200 points in the green there as we continue to hear about Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen. She is on Capitol Hill right now taking some testimony right now, talking about the banking system as a whole. Obviously, still talking about Biden's budget plans as well. But right now, Senator Elizabeth Warren asking some questions. Looks like she just pulled away there from the questioning. Let's listen in for a little bit more here. Now that we are seeing such a nice rise there on the Dow, and we'll continue to listen in here right here on Live Now from Fox.
I just want to start. Do you know how much a dollar that you held at the start of the Biden administration in January 2021 is worth today?
Well, we've had inflation and it's declined in its purchasing power.
It's worth 87 cents. In your testimony, you said that inflation is the #1 economic problem. Do you know what the inflation rate was at the start of the Biden administration in January 2021?
It was substantially lower.
It was 1.4%. You said that inflation has many causes. I agree with that. By the way, I would say that the #1 economic problem is our debt and deficit. And I would say that the top 3 causes of inflation are massive deficit spending, the war on fossil fuels, which have driven gasoline prices to record levels, obviously supply chain dislocation. That was caused by our miserably failed and incredibly stupid response to COVID, the pandemic. But would you agree those are the top 3 causes of inflation? Deficit spending, high energy costs, and supply dislocations?
I don't believe that deficit spending is one of the main causes of inflation.
I mean, inflation is too many dollars chasing too few goods.
Well,
so when you're printing all this stuff, so do you know in the first 3 fiscal years of the Biden administration, you know how much the total deficit spending is going to be?
We had an economic collapse that was caused by
right,
the
and
pandemic.
we were certainly coming out of that because there's all this pent-up demand and a sloshing around of trillions of dollars. So I'll answer that question for you too. The first 3 fiscal years of this administration, the total deficits would be about $5.7 trillion. So now you're here testifying about the president's budget. How much are the total deficits over that 10-year period according to the president's budget? You don't know that off the top of your head? Yeah, I'm running out. It's $17 trillion, okay?
Yeah, that's
you're going to drive the debt from somewhere around $32 trillion up to about $50 trillion, correct?
Yes, but what I believe is the single most important metric for judging the fiscal stance of the country is real net interest as a share of GDP.
Okay.
We have
so are you concerned when
GDP.
you're taking the debt from $32 to $50 trillion? Are you concerned who's going to buy that debt, and also at what rate they'll expect to be compensated for buying riskier and riskier debt? Are you concerned about that?
Well, if the real net interest cost of the debt remains low relative to GDP, and we're on a sustainable fiscal.
Well, we're not on a sustainable path. Senator Cassidy was talking about the president's demagoguery on Social Security, unwillingness to try and save Social Security. If we do nothing, and the Social Security Trust Fund runs out 2023 to 2025, about the end of the budget period, are you concerned about, are we going to have the financial wherewithal to plus up benefits to honor those promises? I mean, you think we're going to, with $50 trillion in debt, a debt's exceeding our GDP, aren't you concerned about our inability to honor those promises?
The interest cost on the debt as a share of our economy remains quite low throughout the 10-year horizon of the president's budget. It remains around 1%.
Secretary, and you're also the one who said
very manageable.
You also said that inflation was transitory, and it certainly isn't. And I think Chairman Powell certainly now agrees the fact that, no, we've got something going on here that's going to take a very long while, unfortunately, to wring out of our system. Not only you, but OMB Director Young and members of the other side keep talking about that you're cutting deficits. The deficit in 2021 obviously was high because of the pandemic, but in 2022 is about 1.4 trillion. 2023, we think it's going to be about 1.6 trillion. 2024, you're projecting 1.85 trillion, and again, growing debt by another 7. It never drops below 1.5 trillion dollars. How can you claim that you're cutting deficits?
Well, it always is a comparison with the baseline of what would happen if our policies were not
really
enacted, and the increase in deficits would be larger. There's net deficit reduction over 10 years.
Saying you're cutting the deficit is just misleading the American public. Let me ask you one final question, because we always hear on the other side, same thing from OMB Director Young yesterday, that we want to make the rich pay their fair share. So, I mean, the fact is, and this is the latest figures we have from the Treasury, 2020, the top 1% made about 22% of income, but they paid 42.3% of the income tax. Now, I'm going to ask you the metric. At what point, I mean, how much of the total income tax should the top 1% pay before you'll consider and before President Biden will consider that they're finally paying their fair share? I mean, they're paying double the income tax that they're getting in income. It's obviously a highly progressive rate. By the way, the bottom, they're paying about
colleague's over his time, and I want the witness to answer his question.
Well, I believe that billionaires should pay rates that are not lower than what a teacher or firefighter pays.
Okay, the top 1% averages
that's
the
time of the gentleman's expired. Senator Tillis is
my
next.
colleague got 7 minutes. The top 1% paid
the time of the gentleman's expired.
The bottom 50% pay 3.1. We have a highly progressive tax system.
Senator Tillis, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Secretary, just real quick on this question. The president's budget, I think, assumes 4.3% inflation through calendar year 2023. Number one, can you confirm that or give me an accurate number if I'm wrong? And then just describe for me, how do we do that, particularly in light of what's happened with SVB and what I think we will continue to see monetary policy that's going to increase incrementally until we get inflation under control. That creates other stressors for the banking community. But is it 4.3%? And do you agree with that assumption?
Did you say inflation?
Yeah, inflation. For calendar year 2023,
we assumed that inflation would run at 3%.
At 3%. And we're in the tail end of March. So you still believe, given the inflation estimates that we got, that that's still a valid assumption?
It is coming down on a 12-month basis, and
yeah. Okay. If we could just get to the committee, the analysis that went into that, I think it'd be helpful. I want to go back to Senator Warren's question or comments very quickly. Back in 2017, I think you were quoted before the Joint Economic Committee with respect to Senate Bill 2155 that the Fed would still be able to impose enhanced prudential standards on firms if necessary, and that the bill is a move in the right direction that would be good enabling for the Fed to appropriately tailor its supervision. Do you still stand by that statement?
I think that I said that I thought tailoring is appropriate, and I still believe that. And I think the Fed continues to have.
I guess the question that I have, because I don't agree with Senator Warren's the premise of her questions. It seems to me, unless we and I should say that in that same time frame, Mr. Torello was responsible for implementing a bill that he publicly criticized, Senate Bill 2155. He did not like the bill. He's over there helping implement it. And yesterday,
when wasn't it passed in 2018? He left.
No. I'm sorry. When you were implementing Dodd-Frank, I'm sorry. So when you were implementing Dodd-Frank, Torello was in play. Then we passed Senate Bill 2155. He was highly critical of it. However, He said as late as yesterday he doesn't believe that Senate Bill 2155 had anything to do with what occurred at Silicon Valley Bank, and that his suspicion was that it was supervisory, maybe supervisors not being aggressive and potentially using some of the discretionary regulatory regimens that were allowed in Senate Bill 2155 if you happen to have a specific bank that had activities where you should increase the level of supervision. So it seems to me that here we're using 2155 as a red herring for something that I believe fundamentally is going to be a supervisory or regulatory lapse. I want to ask you a question about OECD in my time remaining, and I do want to get close to 5 minutes. The baseline agreement doesn't have what I consider to be the most basic standards for dispute resolution, but it looks as if we still want to move forward with congressional action absent that. I also have some concerns with the exemptions that are in the agreement, particularly with respect to China. And I'm grossly summarizing my context to give you a chance to respond. But let me tell you, even beyond the exceptions that benefits China and state-owned enterprises, this committee nor the Committee on Taxation has received the data and analysis that you all used as a basis for negotiating the deal. Can I just simply get a commitment that the Joint Committee on Taxation and that this committee will get that data and analysis as a part of our future consideration for the provision that has to come before Congress?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure if you're talking about Pillar 2 or Pillar 1.
I think it's all of the above to the extent that they're both in the agreement.
Well, I think the analysis on Pillar 2 has been done. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the Joint Committee on Taxation has looked at that, and we've provided estimates as well that use standard methods and can discuss that with you. Pillar 1.
We'll submit a question for the record. My time has expired. We'll submit a question for the record to fully describe exactly what we're looking for. And to the extent that it's possessed by some members, then I'll stipulate that I was wrong. But I'm going in with a little bit of a skeptical position. Thank you.
I thank my colleague for his courtesy, and we'll have the staff, the finance staff, share what we have on Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 with my colleague. Senator Blackburn is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary, thank you for being with us today. I want to return to the SVB issue and ask you, I haven't heard you say today, when were you first notified that there were problems with SVB, and when did you alert members of Congress? What was that time lag?
I believe that I first found out about the troubles at Silicon Valley Bank. I guess it was last Thursday.
Last Thursday. And then your notification of Congress came when?
The bank was put in.
Why don't you just put that in writing for me so I don't waste my time? I know Senator Langford asked you about the Deposit Insurance Fund and how that would affect our local banks. And there's a lot of concern over this. And I know you were uncertain about that. If you would run the numbers on that and let us know a ballpark of what you think this would cost if you end up insuring everybody's deposit. And then I have to ask you, being from Tennessee, you know, we have a long and storied history of opposing nationalizing the banking system. Do you see this as a step to nationalize the banking system?
Absolutely not. I see this as a step toward stemming contagion that could come from the failure of these banks that would place community banks across the country at great risk of runs as well that we want to.
Thank you, ma'am. Let me move to the Inflation Reduction Act and that implementation. I hear a lot about this from local mayors and our state agencies. There is a lot of money that can be doled out. Treasury and other agencies are going to be required to issue guidance. That hasn't come. And so there's a lot of confusion there. And I was looking at the structure, and I want to make certain that I'm viewing this right. You have the Deputy Secretary, the Office of IRA Implementation within Treasury, the Office of IRA Implementation in the IRS, and Danny Werfel, who is the new, recently confirmed IRS Commissioner. So with all of these bodies involved, who is actually in charge? Who's the final decision maker on the guidance and the timeline for releasing that guidance?
Well, our Office of Tax Policy drafts regulations,
so they're
and we
doing
go
it?
through a regular rulemaking.
Then do you sign off on it? Are you the final say?
I
So
do
you
sign
are the
off
one
on it.
that's
We
the final
confer
say.
with many,
Okay.
many people in the process of drafting that, and it will go through full comment and review before
All right.
final.
Let me ask you something else, because the buck stops with you. You have really praised the IRA. I want to ask you one more thing about that, because your statements contradict themselves somewhat. You talk about the IRA as a way to really bring prosperity, to lower inflation, to lower the debt. So do you really believe that we can spend our way to lower inflation, to debt reduction, and to economic prosperity with
Well,
the
I
amount of debt?
I believe that this law promotes clean energy and R&D and investment in the United States.
That's not my question.
It
Do
will-
you believe we can spend our way to lower inflation? And I'm going to move on, obviously.
I've never said
we
any
don't there.
such.
Oh, well, okay.
I've never said that I think that
All
that's
right.
a
Thank
way
you,
to
ma'am.
lower inflation.
You have mentioned the IRS being able to answer more phone calls and respond more quickly because of the IRA funding. And I was looking at the IRS data, and it shows that the IRS actually answered 2.6 million fewer calls this March during the tax filing season. So, and I know Senator Thune asked you about this. If we could get some clarity from you and from your testimony about this, and what is the rate, how often are these calls answered and missed, what percentage of people at the IRS are still working remotely, and what is your timeline for bringing them all back?
What I can tell you is that the response rate to customer calls has been between 80 and 90% every week during this tax filing season, and that's a massive improvement. The IRS hired 5,000 new people to put into customer service, and that relied on funds from the IRA.
My time has expired, but the 8 Corners data call that the IRS gave in early March, the IRS says they've actually answered 2.6 million fewer calls this tax filing season.
There may have been fewer calls, but the rate of response was very much higher,
Thank you.
hugely
Thank you,
higher.
Madam Secretary.
We do need to move on. Senator Menendez.
The Federal Reserve's emergency lending facility is predicated upon the notion that Treasury and agency securities have no credit risk. That facility will be extending loans of up to a year using these securities as collateral. But one potential problem, is that unless Congress raises the debt ceiling in the next few months, U.S. Treasury and agency securities will face the prospect of default. Now, while I certainly won't vote to default on the debt, I think some of my colleagues may not feel the same way. In light of the events in the financial system over the past week, how damaging would a debt default be to our banking sector, particularly to regional banks?
It would be completely devastating, and I don't think that Congress should for a second contemplate the possibility of not raising the debt ceiling to pay our bills. This is the cornerstone of what makes our financial markets the soundest and best in the world, and people trust that the government stands ready to pay its bills. It would be a
And
calamity.
obviously, if we're using Treasury securities to back up the loans that we're making, if those Treasury securities default, then we have a cascading effect.
It's beyond contemplation.
Is it possible, I should say, isn't it possible that if Congress fails to raise the debt ceiling well before any default, that we could run the risk of seeing more runs on regional banks?
Yes, we have seen that concern about whether Congress would meet this responsibility has provoked concern in financial markets. That was evident, for example, in 2011, when there was a downgrading of the U.S. credit rating because of doubts as to whether or not.
Some of you are going to be seeing a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox.
It's for our financial system.
Agreed.
It's dangerous for our businesses.
Yes.
It's dangerous for working families. And it's dangerous to put at risk the U.S. dollar as the reserve of choice in the world, which others are seeking to replace us in, which has enormous benefits to us. Wouldn't you say that having our dollar as the reserve choice in the world?
Yes, I completely agree. It's because, in part because our financial system is so deep and treasuries are regarded as so safe and liquid.
Now, in 2018, Congress passed a bill which was signed into law by President Trump that relaxed regulation for institutions like Silicon Valley Bank. That law, which I opposed, exempted those banks from enhanced prudential standards, stress tests, raising the threshold at which a bank would be considered systemically important. So even as the law kept Silicon Valley Bank off the list of systemically important institutions, regulators, on a bipartisan basis, rightly cited systemic risk to justify their actions over the weekend. So, Secretary Yellen, isn't it true that the situation at Silicon Valley Bank posed systemic risks?
Well, look, I think it's important for regulators, the banking supervisors, to examine what happened at this bank. But clearly, the bank had a very high proportion of uninsured deposits, which made it vulnerable to runs, and it experienced a devastating run.
But, Madam Secretary, the regulators said that the reason they were intervening because there was systemic risk, then it must have been systemic risk, right?
Well, in the sense that the chances of contagion that other banks might be regarded as unsound and suffer runs seemed extremely high, and the consequences would be very serious.
Seems to me that institutions, while we still have a lot to learn, like Silicon Valley Bank, have the potential to be systemically important, and our laws and regulations should treat them as such. Let me close on the following. In the President's budget proposal, there is yet a glaring absence of a issue critical to families in my state and in other states in the country. The budget continues to allow C corporations to fully deduct state and local taxes as under current law. Isn't that the case?
I'm not sure. I think so, but
yeah. Well, for the purposes of our discussion, let me just assure you that the budget allows C corporations to fully deduct state and local taxes under current law.
Okay.
But it does not propose the same tax benefit for middle-class families. Is that fair to say?
the issue of state and local taxes is one we think that Congress should address.
Well, I'll close by saying if C corporations can deduct state and local taxes, middle-class families should be able to deduct state and local taxes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Secretary Yellen, thank you for being here this morning. Thank you also for the conversation that we had on Monday. We may not always see eye to eye on a number of the issues, but your availability was helpful in understanding and appreciating the actions of the administration. So thank you for that part.
Thank you, Senator.
I'm sure you've seen and maybe even had a big hand in proposing some of the president's budget requests. I can honestly spend hours talking about the president's budget and how much I dislike it. I think it's bad for the economy. I think it's bad for the American people. We certainly see $5 trillion of tax increases, $7 trillion of spending the highest rate of taxes on individuals in the last 40 years, and a new corporate tax rate higher than the tax rate imposed on Chinese Communist Party on their own businesses. More and more policies that undermine our own nation's energy independence and energy security. This isn't a budget that unifies the country. This budget only seeks to isolate and divide us. This budget simply said, taxes too much and spends too much. In the midst of all this budget talk, however, we are once again having to exercise important oversight over the federal regulators and agencies responsible for ensuring they're doing the job that Congress gave them the tools to do. As such, I want to spend some time discussing Silicon Valley Bank. While there are many questions that must be answered, I do know a few things for sure. First, the bank failed because of its management and because of its board. I know that the failure of SVB also was contributed to by a lax regulatory environment. I believe that the state and federal regulators failed to appropriately use the tools they have to supervise and regulate the failed institutions. And finally, that the Biden's handling of the economy contributed to these bank failures. The president's budget is further evidence of reckless tax and spending that will only exacerbate the highest inflation we've seen in 40 years. This impact will be felt by everyone and everything from grocery bills to financial institutions. It appears that the San Francisco Fed was asleep at the wheel. They failed to meet their basic, not enhanced, but basic supervisory responsibilities and therefore missed their opportunity to use enhanced supervisory tools if necessary. Instead of taking accountability for this blatant failure, regulators are now forecasting that they plan to increase regulations on the rest of the banking industry. In other words, the banks that made responsible business decisions and have not failed. The failure to supervise is inexcusable, and I plan to hold the regulators accountable. This administration's tax and spend reckless policies fueled inflation and will only further lead to unmanageable inflation and higher interest rates. Secretary Yellen, will this administration acknowledge that their reckless tax and spending contributed to not only the challenges that we see in everyday households, but also to the challenges that we're facing today with SVB?
Look, inflation is too high, and it is the president's top priority to bring it down. And there are many contributors to why inflation is too high. Importantly, fallout from the pandemic and Russia's war on Ukraine that boosted food and energy prices. Many countries around the world suffer from the same problem, regardless of what their fiscal policy was.
Thank you. I don't want to cut you off, but I only have a minute left, and I want to just, with my synopsis, there's no doubt that the pandemic was in the rearview mirror. We saw the COVID relief response in January of 21 that spent $1.9 trillion. The only thing missing in that COVID relief bill was COVID relief, which we had 1% for COVID vaccines, under 10% for COVID-related health, but we had a lot of liberal policies embedded in the $2 trillion of spending, which then led and accelerated inflation to a 9.1% or a 40-year high. The Fed response to the high level of inflation was to have 8 rate increases, leading to a liquidity challenge that we are now seeing the results of. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Senator Hassan.
Thank you, Ranking Member Crapo, and for holding this hearing today. Thank you to you and the chair. And Secretary Yellen, thank you so much for being here and for testifying before the committee. I would like to follow up on issues that my colleagues asked about concerning the recent actions that the administration has taken to protect our economy. Last weekend, the Treasury and other agencies took several steps to strengthen public confidence following the failure of 2 banks. The priority of federal regulators needs to continue to be protecting families and small businesses by ensuring the stability of our banking system and our economy more broadly. Given the events of the past week, I'd like to understand how Treasury is evaluating the effectiveness of its recent actions. So what specific benchmarks are you using to measure the success of Treasury's actions? For example, what are the economic indicators that you are actively monitoring?
Well, we are looking at indicators of the functioning and stress in the banking system. We want to make sure that the problems at these two banks don't spread to others, and so we're monitoring very carefully the situation of banks in the United States using a wide range of indicators. And a more general problem that concerns us is the possibility that if banks are under stress, they might be reluctant to lend where they're worried about shoring up liquidity and capital, and we could see credit become more expensive and less available. And there are a variety of statistics that we can look at to judge whether or not banks are tightening credit, things like the senior loan officers' survey of credit terms and related statistics on the cost of borrowing, because that could turn this into a source of significant downside economic risk.
Well, I appreciate that. I think being really clear about what the goals are and having transparency about defining success is critical here. And I just want to urge you and the administration to continue communicating with Congress as it closely monitors the situation to ensure that we have a coordinated and responsible and effective response to the entire situation. I want to turn now to tax issues that are overseen by Treasury. Last year, my bipartisan Home Energy Savings Act, something I introduced with Senator Collins, was signed into law. This bill expanded tax cuts for homeowners who make energy efficiency upgrades, such as installing a more efficient HVAC system in their homes, which also obviously lowers energy bills. How is the Treasury increasing awareness of these tax cuts for homeowners, given the high energy and other costs that families are facing?
Well, as you point out, there are really critical supports here for taxpayers. They can get up to $2,000 for upgrades like heat pumps, 30% on the cost of installing solar panels, and so forth. We have worked with IRS to publish plain language, frequently asked questions on all of these credits, and you can find this on the IRS's IRA homepage. There are also other sites, something called cleanenergy.gov, but really we want to get the word out broadly, and we would be eager to work with you to discuss ways that we make sure homeowners know what they're eligible for.
Well, I would look forward to continuing to work on that. Obviously, with high energy costs being what they are, especially in the Northeast, it's really, really important that we get the word out. Last question here. Along with Senator Brown, I'm leading the effort to cut red tape for online sellers by reducing the number of casual online sellers who receive unnecessary and confusing 1099 tax forms. It's important that we work across the aisle to find a bipartisan way to cut down on these unnecessary forms. As Congress considers various ways to address this challenge in a bipartisan way, will Treasury provide analysis of the impact of different proposals on online sellers?
Certainly we'll try to work with you on that. You know, we were trying to implement a provision of the rescue plan that required reporting of transactions over $600. Right. It's set to take effect this year, but we realized that there were concerns, broad concerns about that timeline, and so we've delayed, and we want to reduce confusion, and we'll work with you to try to do that.
Well, I appreciate that very much, and I see that I'm over time. I will just note that there are a number of us in Congress who want to do more than delay it. We want to correct what we think is a bad policy and provides lots of confusion. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank my colleague. Senator Young is next.
Welcome, Madam Secretary. It's good to have you here before the committee. I want to take a moment to begin to join my Republican colleagues in expressing my frustration and displeasure over the way the administration's handled the OECD Pillar 2 negotiations. To that end, Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that a copy of my longer statement on this topic.
Without
be entered in the
objection, so
record.
ordered.
Thank you. So to summarize this statement, my concern is whether enacting the regime globally would undermine the incentive to invest in the United States and to grow jobs here in the United States. I fear the answer to that question is yes. In particular, the Pillar 2 undertaxed profits rule would uniquely disadvantage American workers and job-creating businesses by providing our trading partners with the political blessing to tax the U.S. activity of U.S. companies. That's right. Let me repeat that. Foreign countries under the undertaxed profits rule, with these negotiations, could tax the U.S. activity of U.S. companies. This would, of course, directly undercut our American sovereignty, but it would also impact the legislative power of tax writers to provide bipartisan, well-crafted, thoughtful economic incentives, like the research and development tax provisions important to our dynamic economy. This credit, which my bipartisan colleagues and I are fighting so hard to protect, and much more, look to be wiped out under Pillar 2. So, Madam Secretary, American workers and American companies deserve a better deal. And I want to begin by asking you to go back to the negotiating table and negotiating that deal for them. Moving on, Madam Secretary, as you know, President Biden has promised dozens of times that he won't raise taxes on anyone earning less than $400,000 a year. During the budget reconciliation exercise in August of last year, that was our second budget reconciliation, you'll recall, I introduced the not one penny in taxes raised amendment to allow the American people to hold members of Congress who agreed with that pledge and to hold the president accountable. That amendment passed the United States Senate by a vote of 98-1. 49 out of 50 of my Democratic colleagues agreed with Republicans. We can't raise taxes when Americans are struggling. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that a copy of my amendment and the roll call votes be entered into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Secretary Yellen, in the view of the administration, which tax rates or other provisions from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that are scheduled to sunset after 2025 must be extended in order not to violate President Biden's pledge that no taxes will be increased on anyone earning less than $400,000? For the benefit of all members, in understanding these important red lines for the President of the United States, please include all provisions that you understand would cause the President's pledge to be violated if they are not extended.
Well, there certainly are aspects of TCJA that, if they sunset, would impact households or taxpayers earning under $400,000. And the President has, as you mentioned, pledged he doesn't want to see taxes raised by a penny on anyone making under that.
That's right.
So he stands ready to work with Congress.
Well, no, the President made the pledge, and so I want to know the administration's position on this. I know my Democratic colleagues will want to know it as well. My time is short, so can you please provide the specific TCJA provisions that have to be extended in order to keep President Biden's tax promise?
I don't know that I can provide you with that. I think there are a lot of complicated provisions, and exactly what happens to different taxpayers
That is reasonable.
will depend on
You're a reasonable
menu.
person. I'm known as a reasonable person, one right now that's 2 seconds over time. So I just ask you, Madam Secretary, could you commit to providing me and other members of this committee with that comprehensive list within 2 weeks from today? It shouldn't be difficult. You have an army of people supporting you.
I think it is a very complex exercise, and I'm not sure that
Is it
that
complex to keep the pledge?
The time of the gentleman's expired. I want to work with the gentleman with respect to the updates on the tax law. It's well known.
Some of you are going to be seeing a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We are awaiting a major news conference out of Florida, an update to a murder investigation where a Florida father, was gunned down in front of his toddler. We are going to listen to this update as soon as it happens right here on Live Now from Fox. Stay right here with us. Quick 2-minute break. We're back here for you on Live Now from Fox, taking you out to Jacksonville, Florida, getting an update on a murder investigation where a father was gunned down in front of his toddler. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
I want to thank all of them for their efforts and cooperation to arrive at this moment for Jared's family, who also join us here today. To briefly recap, on February 16th, 2022, Jared was driving home from a planned routine date night with his children. After dropping off his 9-year-old twins at his ex-wife's residence, he headed home with his 2-year-old daughter in a car in the back seat. While driving on a dark stretch of Sanctuary Boulevard in Jacksonville Beach, Jared came across a tire blocking his route of travel. The tire was purposely placed there to make him stop, which he did. Tragically, he began to exit his vehicle to move the tire, and he was gunned down in cold blood. We are now 13 months since Jared's murder, and we have not stopped working. In late January, we announced the arrest of Henry Tenon on several charges, including conspiracy to commit murder and second-degree murder. Today, we announced the additional arrest of Mario Fernandez Saldana for several charges related to Jared's murder. With that, I'm going to turn it over to ATF Special Agent Bob Bryson.
Thank you. My name is Bob Bryson. I'm a group supervisor here in Jacksonville, Florida. On behalf of the U.S. Department of Justice, we're glad to contribute ATF's expertise in violent crime investigations and forensics to help bring closure to a tragic case. Earlier today, ATF agents arrested Mario Fernandez Saldana in Orlando without incident about 9:35 a.m. After his arrest, he was transported to the Orange County Jail. The operation was conducted with Orange County Sheriff's Department, Jacksonville Beach Police Department, and it is a solid example of great collaborative police work. Today's announcement is only possible because of the tireless efforts of our detectives, agents, and the prosecutors. ATF has been a part of this joint effort since day one, and we're glad to contribute our expertise in federal firearms laws in investigating violent gun-related crimes. To be sure, this investigation remains open and will continue. Everyone here shares a commitment to bring those responsible for Jared's murder to justice. Now I'll turn it over to State Attorney Melissa Nelson.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you all for being here today. Thank you, Chief Smith and Special Agent Bryson. My continued thanks to both your and ATF's teams who have worked hand in glove with our team from the very beginning of this investigation to get us here today. This morning, Henry Tenen pled guilty to murdering Jared Bridegan. Specifically, Tenen entered a plea of guilty to second-degree murder with a weapon. Our investigation has revealed a single link between Jared Bridegan and Henry Tenen. That is Mario Fernandez Saldana. As part of Tenen's plea agreement with the state of Florida, he has agreed to testify truthfully against those he worked with to murder Jared Bridegan. As I said at our last update on this matter, we know Henry Tenen did not act alone. And Tenen has confirmed this to be true. Tenen's cooperation has both corroborated evidence collected during the investigation and provided additional evidence against Mario Fernandez Saldana for his role in the planning and execution of Jared's murder. Mario Fernandez Saldana is the husband of Jared Bridegan's ex-wife, Shayna Gardner. Immediately after Tenen's court appearance this morning, the Honorable Linda McCallum signed an arrest warrant for Fernandez Saldana for the charge of second-degree murder. After the warrant was signed, the lead prosecutor on this matter, Assistant State Attorney Christina Stifler, presented Fernandez Saldana's case to a Fourth Circuit grand jury, and the grand jury has returned an indictment charging Fernandez Saldana with first-degree murder. In addition to the first-degree murder charge, the grand jury also has indicted Fernandez Saldana for conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, solicitation to commit a capital felony, as well as child abuse. First-degree murder, this is a capital felony punishable by death or mandatory life in prison. Conspiracy to commit murder. Conspiracy to commit murder is a first-degree felony punishable by up to 30 years in prison. Solicitation to commit a capital felony. This is also a first-degree felony punishable by up to 30 years in prison. Child abuse. As I told you at the last update, this charge stems from the fact that Kirsten and Jared's then 2-year-old daughter was directly in harm's way when her father was shot and killed in front of her. This is a third-degree felony punishable by up to 5 years in prison. This morning, as you've heard, while the grand jury was in session, ATF agents, Jacksonville Beach detectives, and the Orange County Sheriff's Office Fugitive Apprehension Team apprehended and arrested Fernandez Saldana in Kissimmee, Florida. He will be extradited to Duval County and go through first appearance upon his return. Our investigation remains active and ongoing, and it has not stopped today with the arrest of Mario Fernandez Saldana. We all remain committed to seeking the truth, and that is the entire truth, and holding accountable every single individual involved in the murder of Jared Bridegan. And with that, we'll go ahead and take a few questions.
State Attorney, can you answer why? What is the motive here?
At this point, soon you're going to receive a packet of information, including the arrest warrant this morning. It's heavily redacted, and we're going to continue, because this remains an active criminal investigation, to be limited in the factual information that we provide, Vic. Yes, Rebecca?
Does the family have anything to say?
Yes. In fact, Kirsten has a statement. Would you like to come up, Kirsten?
We
are here today feeling many emotions. We have great relief knowing that 2 of the people behind my husband's murders are now behind bars and are no longer a threat to our family. We are also still angry that they were walking free while we were grappling with the reality that Jared wouldn't be here for any future memories, vacations, or tender moments with our kids. Angry that our youngest, who was 6 months at the time of his death, will have no memories of her father. Angry there will be no new memories for Liam, Abby, Bexley, London, or anyone who knew and loved Jared. We have fought hard for the truth, and the world now knows what we have known all along, that Jared truly was an innocent victim. Since day one, those in charge of the investigation promised us that they would be relentless in their pursuit of accountability and justice, and they have been. We are grateful to the State Attorney's Office, Jacksonville Beach Police Department, the ATF, and any other agencies that have been involved in this investigation. Justice for Jared will not be stopped, and we will not be silenced. We know there's still a long way to go before all those responsible are truly held accountable, but today is a very significant day for our family. Thank you.
Melissa, can you
Yes.
What is the connection between Henry Tenen and Maria Saldana in this case?
Henry Tenen was a tenant, a former tenant of a rental property that Mario Fernandez Saldana owned.
And how did Henry Tenen implicate Mario Fernandez Saldana?
So at this time, pursuant to what I told Vic, the statements he has made are going to be redacted from the warrant, but he's provided sworn testimony and has confirmed both what we believe to be true based on other evidence in the case and provided us additional evidence in the case.
And is this a death penalty case?
So Ann, should we file a notice of intent to seek the death penalty, we will do it within the 5-day requirement after Fernandez Saldana is arraigned.
State Attorney, are more arrests coming?
At this time, I'm not going to answer that question.
State Attorney, do you have a picture of who was the shooter, who was the driver?
Henry Tenen has admitted that he, in fact, was the shooter.
And whose gun was it?
I'm not going to answer any more factual details, and thank you for understanding. I'll reiterate this one thing. This is an active and ongoing criminal investigation. That is, in fact, the exemption under the Florida Public Records Law in which we've redacted certain information. And in due time, obviously, all of the facts and the evidence as we know it will become available to all of you. Thank you for coming today.
I'll have the arrest warrant for Fernandez Saldana for you.
All right, that was a major break there in that investigation. Mario Fernandez is now indicted on the murder of the Microsoft executive. That is the big news there. The Mario Fernandez is the husband of Jared Bridgen's ex-wife there, has been arrested in connection with his February 2022 murder. The man previously charged in the killing, Henry Tenen, pleaded guilty to second-degree murder of the crime as well. So big news there coming from that investigation where police, like they said, did not give up on that investigation. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. This will be our last here of this hour. We're live here for you on Live Now from Fox. Taking a look at the Dow. We have a positive going right now. Look at it. It started deep red, but now up 227 points there. This is coming on news there that I first reported to you earlier in the hour as the U.S. government is now trying to orchestrate a rescue of First Republic Bank with the aid of the nation's biggest banks after shares plunged the last 5 days. First Republic Bank seeing a drop of 70+% and now rebounding right now. And you can see the Dow is liking that as First Republic Bank is a regional bank. They're based in California, has a lot of high portfolio, high-paying clients there. So we'll wait and see on that as well. In the meantime, want to go out, back out to the Senate hearing there featuring the Treasury Secretary, taking a lot of questions on this and Silicon Valley Bank as well. Let's listen.
Ownership rule has been far less than we had hoped and far less than we believed the actual statutory language directed, both regarding the so-called access rule, which is the subject of the letter, and regarding the verification standard, and regarding the court order requirement. If you would be good enough to take this back to your team and make sure that you have a look at this and make sure that you approve of where they are going, because I believe they have missed a very significant opportunity to significantly strengthen our battle against kleptocracy with the rather weak way in which these three parts of the rule have been rolled out. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's for under advisement.
Thank you. I take it that way.
Senator Casey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Yellen, you have been very patient. I'm the last questioner, and I'll try to keep within my time in light of your appearance here. We're grateful for your time here. We're grateful for your service to the country. I did want to start just preliminarily by noting in earlier questioning about the phone call return rate at the IRS, there have been statements made today that went, some of which went unchallenged. And am I right to say that last year the phone call return rate at the IRS was about a low number, like 13%?
Correct.
And the current number is between 80 and 90%.
That is correct.
That is important for the public record, because I know that there's a narrative that the other side falsely is perpetuating. So 80 to 90% is a hell of a lot better than 13. You don't have to comment on that, but I'll just state that for the record.
It's huge improvement.
And that's...
And, you know, the IRS has been tremendously under-resourced, and the resources that Congress provided through the IRA are critically important. They hired 5,000 customer service representatives, have made enormous progress in working through the paper backlog, and are now, we're going to see continued improvements and, you know, great improvements in customer service.
Thanks so much for that. I want to talk to you first about, more broadly, energy communities, in particular coal communities. I live in Scranton, Pennsylvania, born and raised there, still live there, and happens to be the hometown of the president. But we live in a region that has basically 5 counties that were so-called anthracite, hard coal counties, historically. And then in southwestern Pennsylvania, you have a much larger number of counties that were so-called bituminous or soft coal counties. I don't have to tell you, most Americans know the story of what happened to that industry. We're told, though, most recently that the Appalachian Regional Commission reports that coal employment has fallen by some 62% over the last decade, leading to broader decline in the region. And that's true in these communities in Pennsylvania. The report also indicates that overall private sector employment in Appalachian coal counties, that would of course go to West Virginia and several other states, has been flat since the Great Recession, but it was increasing in the non-coal communities. In the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, I fought for an additional tax credit of 10% that would encourage private companies to build new energy and manufacturing projects in these energy communities. To date, the Treasury Department has not released guidance on how companies can claim these credits or guidance on what exact areas qualify. So without that guidance, companies have been reluctant to announce new projects in these coal or energy communities, and we've seen new investment flowing to non-energy communities. So I'd ask you to tell us, if you can, when can Pennsylvania and other states that have these coal communities expect Treasury to finalize the rules, the guidance, so these coal country communities can get their share of new jobs and investment?
This is a tremendously important provision. We recognize how hard hit these communities are and how important this bonus is. I can tell you that my staff is working utterly around the clock to write and implement these regulations. They're tremendously complex, and we will do this. It's a priority item. We will do this as quickly as we possibly can. I typically have several meetings a week with tax policy to make sure that things are moving as rapidly as we can make humanly possible, and this is a priority item for us.
Thank you, Secretary. I appreciate that. And the next question, I think I'll submit for the record, just want to preview it for you. We have this bizarre circumstance in the tax code where corporations are given a tax break for activities that are often union-busting activities, so they get a tax break for that. And at the same time, in the 2017 tax bill passed here in the Senate, a provision for union dues deduction and work expense deductions were taken away from individuals. So the worker got a tax break taken away, and big corporations have had this benefit to allow them to union bust and get a break for it. I have a no tax breaks for union busting act with 30 of our colleagues that I'm trying to pass, and I'll ask you a specific question about that. But in the interest of time, I'll submit that for the record. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Senator.
Madam Secretary, I very much share Senator Casey's views. I'm on his legislation for no tax breaks for union busting. And I think you all had that dialogue about the energy communities provision. Madam Secretary, I think we call it a priority. I'd like to designate it a super priority because Senator Casey led the effort for those energy communities in the effort on the IRA. And I know it's extraordinarily important to a host of these communities where there's a history of one energy policy, and we've got to get them to help Senator Casey's measure and vision. So I thank him for it. Madam Secretary, we're going to let you leave in the kind of 2 minutes that I think we may have remaining, so we keep you on the clock. As usual, you have accounted for yourself very well today.
Thank you,
and
Chair.
I especially appreciate your saying, for what I believe is the first time, that prioritization of debt ceiling payments is just unworkable. That is the message that needs to go out far and wide. This committee, and let the record show, the Secretary has again said that's correct. This committee has jurisdiction over these issues relating to full faith and credit of the United States. I very much appreciate what you're saying to us, your comments about clean energy, your comments about housing. You had the waterfront in front of you to talk about, and I just want to make one point in wrapping up. Republicans, in their tax amendments, these various tax amendments, define taxable income so as to give many billionaires a free pass on taxes. And that is really what the difference is. We feel very strongly about protecting all those firefighters and nurses and all the small business people. We all share that view. We are just unwilling, as are you and the President, to your credit, to give billionaires a free pass. And it is all about how these amendments define taxable income, which would basically keep billionaires from getting audited or paying little, if any, taxes for years on end. So we look forward to working with you in the days ahead. For the information members, questions for the record for the Secretary are due at 5 p.m. next Thursday, March 23rd, and the Finance Committee. And we thank you again. Secretary Yellen is adjourned.
Thank you, Chair Wyden.
And that's the hearing there on the Senate side with Janet Yellen there. Really involved there. Senate hearing, as you would imagine, they're talking about the banking crisis, talking about what could possibly happen with Fed interest rate hikes there coming. 320 points there in the green right now. You can see in the nice swing that is going on an uptrend. We will continue to follow along here for you right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. We are also monitoring in the financial news and financial sector. First regional Republican bank there out of California. It was down at market open about 30% and has now clawed its way back up and seeing a rise of already up 10%. So we're seeing a 40% swing. This coming on news that JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, and other banks looking to help it out right now. So we'll be keeping an eye on for that official announcement there. But that is what we are seeing, a big swing happening right now in this sector here. So we'll keep an eye on that for you, as always, right here on Live Now from Fox. First Republic Bank is a regional bank out of California there with some high-profile assets. And what we will do now, keep you out on the Senate side, though, right now. This is Senator Lindsey Graham and other Republicans coming together to talk about Second Amendment.
When you live under a king, you can't speak your mind. You'll wind up in jail if you offend the king. You can't assemble. You can't worship the way you would like. You worship the way the king likes. When you live in a autocratic environment, you don't own guns, the government does. You can't defend yourself. The First Amendment was trying to make America different, allowing individuals to speak their mind, to worship on their terms, that the government will not establish a religion, and also the right to bear arms. The Biden administration's executive order expanding background checks evades the American legal system to get a political outcome. Liberals will do anything and everything, the law be damned, to get their way. They tried to destroy Judge Kavanaugh personally to keep the seat open. It didn't work. This executive order by the Biden administration is going around Congress. It is an affront to the fundamental process we've created when it comes to constitutional rights. The hearing yesterday was setting the stage for Democrats to come after the Bruen decision. There's two decisions by the Supreme Court that have happened in recent years, pretty close to each other. The Heller decision said the Second Amendment is an individual right, John, that you have and I have and everybody in the country has to own a weapon responsibly. The Bruen decision said if you try to regulate lawful gun ownership, you have to look at an analysis historical in nature, because the Second Amendment was designed to allow people to defend themselves in dangerous situations outside their home. There's nothing in the Second Amendment about you can own a gun in your home and nowhere else. So the New York law made it impossible to own a weapon to defend yourself outside your home, and the Supreme Court struck it down, and here's what liberals want to do. They want to change that law. And if they get control of the Supreme Court, these cases will change. This is a concerted effort to attack the fundamentals of the Second Amendment as part of an effort to maintain control of the Senate, take back the House, and win the White House. To conservatives, this is a wake-up call. We need you. Understand what's going on here. So what is the Republican response on the Judiciary Committee? We're going to take the holdings of Heller. You can own a gun individually. That's a right given to you by the Second Amendment. and the holdings of Bruin that you have the right to protect yourself by owning a gun responsibly, even outside your home, and make it part of federal statutory law. We have legislation supported by every Republican on the Judiciary Committee that will codify Heller and Bruin and make it part of the federal statutory law, giving you more protection when it comes to responsible gun ownership. We're going to introduce this bill today, and I'm urging Leader McConnell and all other Republicans at every opportunity advance this cause. Take on the Democrats now, because if you don't do it now, you regret it later. And there is no better spokesperson for the rights of Americans than Senator John Kennedy.
Thank you, Lindsey. You know, our founders really were geniuses. They came up with a system of individual states with rights and with state constitutions. But they also came up with a concept of an overarching federal government and a United States Constitution that would reign supreme. That doesn't mean that states don't have rights. What it means is that those rights exist consistent with the United States Constitution. Why do our institutions work in America? Why does the United States Congress work? Why does the executive branch, the presidency, work? Why does the U.S. Supreme Court work? Because as Americans, we have accepted them as institutions of government, and we've all agreed to abide by what they do. We may not like it, and if you don't like it, in the case of the executive and legislative branch, you can vote folks out. But we've agreed to abide by it. One of the roles of the United States Supreme Court is to interpret the Constitution, particularly the Bill of Rights. And what the Bill of Rights does, and what the Supreme Court does in interpreting it, is to set a floor, a minimum list of rights that we all have, and no one can take them away. The Congress can't take them away, the President can't take them away, and the states can't take them away. Now, the states and Congress and the President can affect policy, but it has to be consistent with those basic floor of rights. We have a Bill of Rights, and it's not an a la carte menu. Every right as interpreted by the U.S. Supreme Court matters. Some don't like the way the Supreme Court, through the years, through the centuries, has interpreted our rights. But we have always accepted them. Not without dissent, but we've accepted them until recently. And now there seems to be this undercurrent, I see it in judiciary, that if my Democratic colleagues don't agree with the right as interpreted by the U.S. Supreme Court, it's okay for them to ignore it. And in this case, their copy of the Bill of Rights goes from Amendment 1 to Amendment 3. They skipped the Second Amendment. But you can't do that, not and have our institutions, including the institution of the Supreme Court, survive. The Supreme Court's spoken very clearly in Heller and Bruin on the Second Amendment. We have an individual right to own a gun. Doesn't mean that Congress and the presidency and the states can't impose reasonable regulations, but they can't take away that right. Now, some Americans think the Supreme Court got it right. I do. Senator Graham does. Others don't. But we've all got to abide by it. But there's this new attitude in Washington. I've seen it develop since I've been here, that if we don't agree with the Supreme Court interpretation, we can just ignore it or change it. No, you can't. There's this undercurrent. I've seen it develop since I've been here. That cops are a bigger problem than criminals. There's this undercurrent that's developed that says if a cop shoots a criminal, it's always the cop's fault, every time. But if a criminal shoots a cop, it's always the gun's fault, every single time. And what's underpinning this undercurrent? Some of my colleagues believe that only the federal government is entitled to own guns through their police forces. And this is America. You can believe that. But that's not what the Supreme Court has said. And all Lindsay's bill does, our bill, is saying, look, we really shouldn't have to do it.
Right.
It's just say the Bill of Rights matters. The role of the Supreme Court is to interpret the Bill of Rights, and the Supreme Court has interpreted it, and we're all going to abide by it. You know, I've been studying constitutional law. I taught it a little bit at LSU Law School since I was in law school. There have been plenty of opinions by the Supreme Court I've disagreed with, and I know Senator Graham, who's a scholar of the law, feels the same way. But you accept them. That's why our institutions work. And once you start doing what I sense my Democratic friends are going to try to do, is as bad as it is with respect to Americans' right to own guns, it also is going to start undermining the institution of the Supreme Court. And that's why I'm supporting this legislation. And I tried to stall for time to get Corn in here, but he's still not here. So
the bottom line is I left out one of the most important aspects of our statutory response to the hearing yesterday. We're giving individual Americans the right to sue under the law we're introducing today if governmental organizations or other organizations come after your lawful Second Amendment rights. I expect that liberal jurisdictions will be making a full-throated effort to undercut the Bruen decision, that Americans are going to find themselves having to confront their local government, maybe their state government, under this bill that John and I and all Republicans are introducing. Not only do we codify the Bruen-Heller decision, we give you the right under this statute to sue those who are coming after your right to responsibly own a gun, to give you a cause of action so you can fight back.
can I add one thing, Lance?
Sure.
You know, if you don't want to own a gun or a rifle, you don't have to. Just don't. You don't have to. I do. I own several. I also believe that love is the answer. But I do. I own a handgun just in case. And that's my right under the Bill of Rights and under several Supreme Court opinions. Why can't we just accept that?
And this is part of a wider trend. The Dobbs decision, the response of the Democratic Party to that decision was to expand the Supreme Court and pack it with liberals. As we lecture Israel about their...
And some of you will be seeing a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Stay right here with us.
Proposed openly to expand the number of justices on the Supreme Court in response to the Dobbs decision to dilute the conservative majority, and that would destroy the rule of law in America because every time one party got in power, they'd change the numbers. So they want an outcome. They don't give a damn how they get it. This is a brewing assault on the Second Amendment. We're standing in the breach today. Get behind this effort today to prevent erosion of the Second Amendment tomorrow. I know where they're going. I know what they're up to. They would pack the Supreme Court if they could. They would do away with the legislative filibuster if they tried to do it. They would extinguish minority rights in this country as part of how the Senate works, and they would change the makeup of the Supreme Court because they don't like the decisions being issued by this court. This is a critical time in American history. This is time to stand up and be counted, and we're introducing legislation today to push back. Yes, sir.
Senator Kennedy, you brought up, you said Congress doesn't have the power to, or no, you said the Supreme Court, but they say go, it's final. So why the legislative fix?
I think it's belt and suspenders. If you can ignore a Supreme Court opinion, as some of my Democratic friends have tried to do, there's going to be litigation. Takes it a while to get to the U.S. Supreme Court. The ignorance is struck down. But this bill, if we can pass it, will take effect immediately, and I think it will send a message that I tried to articulate earlier, that this issue is bigger. As important as it is with respect to guns, it's bigger than guns. It's about respecting the institution of the United States Supreme Court. That's how I look at it.
And can I just add something? I don't think anybody asked the Democrats about why they were trying to codify the Burgerfelder decision, which allowed same-sex marriage.
It's a good analogy.
They took the Supreme Court holding in a Burgerfelder and made it a federal law. I think they did it in a way to jeopardize religious freedom. That's why I was opposed to it. But what's different here? You asked a really good question. This statute doesn't only codify a Supreme Court ruling, it allows private causes of actions to fight back against those institutions that may come after your Second Amendment right. It empowers average citizens with the right to sue. That's what's so important about this. We give you the ability to fight back as an individual.
I'll tell you, there's another difference, too, as Lindsay pointed out with respect to Obergefell. When Congress passed the statute with respect to
DOMA.
to gay marriage, it affirmed a Supreme Court opinion. I'll tell you what Congress could not have done. It could not have undermined that opinion. Obergefell really wasn't about gay marriage. It said that as an American, you have the right, within certain reasonable restrictions, to marry whoever you want. You do. You don't have to justify it to the state. If Obergefell, or rather, in light of Obergefell, if that legislation that passed Congress had been to overrule Obergefell, it would have been knocked in the next week by the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
Struck it down.
Yeah.
Is there any Democratic buy-in on this legislation?
I think there will be over time, because I know there's some Democrats, like Joe Manchin. There's some Democrats who have been supportive of the Second Amendment. Mm-hmm. There are a bunch of Democrats who voted against banning assault weapons. Again, I own an AR-15 responsibly. It's the person who has the gun that we should focus on. You know, the Democratic response here is to pass gun regulations on law-abiding citizens rather than stop letting people out of jail who kill you. This revolving door situation needs to stop. So the bottom line, I think we need to have a vote on this bill. It codifies Bruin and Heller. It gives you a right to sue as an individual if some entity comes after those rights. It's very important to empower the American citizenry in this area. If we had a debate on the floor of the Senate, I guarantee you it'd be bipartisan support. So I'm going to push this. Everybody on Judiciary is going to push this. This effort by the Democratic Party to change the nature of the Supreme Court because they don't like a decision by packing is a bad idea. This effort by liberal Democrats to abolish the filibuster is a bad idea. And this hearing yesterday is setting up a frontal assault on the Second Amendment. That's where they're headed. The executive order by Biden is part of it. I'll turn it over to John Corner.
Get him, Corner.
Well, I understand that Democrats don't like the Second Amendment.
but it's part of a Bill of Rights, which is in turn part of our Constitution, alongside of the freedom of conscience, freedom to worship according to the dictates of your conscience, freedom of association, freedom of speech. This is a cherished constitutional right. And unfortunately, it's a necessary right, given the more dangerous country we're living in, thanks to some of the Democrats' woke policies, undermining police, jeopardizing the rights of law-abiding citizens to keep and bear arms, and frankly, attacking the wrong topic. We've found a way to work together when it comes to things like making sure that people with criminal records, people who have been adjudicated mentally ill, are not able to buy or maintain firearms through the background check system, the National Instant Criminal Background Check System. We've made great strides and I think saved lives by things like the Fix NICS bill that we passed a couple of years ago, which uploaded millions more records into the background check system. This seems to be one area where there is broad bipartisan consensus, as you might suspect there should be, when it comes to keeping guns out of the hands of people who are criminals and people who are mentally ill. But the Democrats seem to be focused on law-abiding gun owners who are not a threat to public safety. There is no law-abiding gun owner that is a threat to public safety. Yet the Democrats want to make it about the gun and not about the person who possesses or has custody of that firearm. Law-abiding citizens know how to operate those safely. They're more and more necessary for self-defense and protection of property, given the difficulty in recruiting and maintaining adequate police forces to make it response times reasonable so that people can depend on the police. But sometimes you can't, and law-abiding citizens need to have this option available to them. And all of these traps that are been set up in terms of state-by-state determination about whose gun license will be recognized with reciprocity in another state. We have driver's licenses that are issued from our states that are recognized all over the country. And a concealed handgun license should be treated in exactly the same sort of way. I'm glad that Senator Graham is leading this effort, and I'm proud to join he and Senator Kennedy here today, as well as our other colleagues.
One last question. Yes, ma'am.
For Senator Cornyn, obviously you helped lead on the bill regarding background checks and mental health after the Uvalde shooting last year. How do you message to your constituents? I know when you went back to Texas, you faced some pushback from Texas residents about, not protecting the Second Amendment. So how do you message this here? You're saying that this is about protecting the Second Amendment, but also keeping firearms out of the hands of people who shouldn't have firearms. How do you get that message across properly? Because the debate seems to be you're either for guns or against them.
Well, that's any suggestion that I don't support the Second Amendment is just false. It's a lie. There are people in this city who seek membership and raise money based on this issue because they know how emotional it is. But nothing I've ever done as a member of the United States Senate has eroded the rights of law-abiding citizens. It's been focused strictly on keeping guns out of the hands of people who are criminals and who suffer from mental illness. I would think that would be a common sense way to reconcile the competing interests here. But I'm never going to vote for anything that will undermine the Second Amendment.
And I'd just like to add, I voted for the package too because it made sense to me, okay? If you ask the average American out there, do you believe in responsible gun ownership? They would say yes. The Supreme Court has said it's an individual right. But rights do have limitations. You have a First Amendment right, but you can't yell fire in the theater. You can't slander somebody. So what John's trying to do is focus on making sure criminals and people who are mentally unstable are denied weapons that can hurt themselves or others. What we're trying to do here today is to tell the Democrats that your effort to destroy the Second Amendment as we know it will be fought. that we're going to introduce a law codifying Supreme Court decisions and giving you, an individual American, a right to sue people who come after your lawful gun rights. That's what's important about this bill. And to my good friend, Senator Durbin, who is a friend, and we're going to be working together on regulating social media. But here's the state of play. We had a hearing yesterday about setting up the erosion of lawful gun ownership, undercutting 2 Supreme Court cases that solidified that right, rather than having a hearing about fentanyl. More people have died from fentanyl poisoning last year than the entire Vietnam War, 70,000 just from fentanyl. More people died from fentanyl poisoning than gun violence and car wrecks combined. But we had a hearing yesterday about lawful gun ownership and how to erode it. I'm urging Senator Durbin and the Democratic Party to work with all of us to go after the drug cartels in Mexico that are poisoning America, make them foreign terrorist organizations because they are terrorizing America. It's time to terrorize them rather than sit back and be terrorized. I'm urging the Democratic Party to change your policies when it comes to fentanyl poisoning, to secure a broken border. And the head of the Border Patrol yesterday, when asked under oath, said, we do not have operational control of our border. So I find it odd that the hearing yesterday was about undermining lawful gun ownership rather than dealing with terrorist activity to the south of us that's killing more Americans than the Vietnam War did over a decade plus in 1 year with no end in sight.
Can I have 15? Can I have 15 seconds? Because that was a really good question. As I knocked over the...
He's got a really good answer.
Yeah. You know, here's how I look at it. You have a right to drive a car in America. It's not a constitutional right, but you do have a right. Some people abuse that right. They get drunk and they get behind the wheel of an automobile, and it's a problem. We don't solve that problem by revoking everybody's driver's license and saying nobody can drive anymore. We concentrate on the problem, the drunk driver. And what some of my Democratic colleagues are trying to do, they're trying to get rid of all automobiles and drivers in America to deal with the drunk driver. And it's backwards. And they can't do it because you have a constitutional right under the Second Amendment to own a handgun or a shotgun or a rifle to defend yourself or to hunt or for whatever reason. You don't even have to explain it to government. So, as Senator Cornyn did, let's try to concentrate on the drunk drivers, if you will. Let's don't get rid of all drivers.
Well said, and they said amen. All right.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We are going to take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now. And we are back here for you on Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for joining us here. I'm your host, Mike Page, as we continue to bring you top stories and headlines from across the country. We're actually going out to Florida right now to get an update on a major drug bust that happened. Let's listen right here on Live Now.
United States, and do you think the federal government needs to do more to prevent drugs from going into Puerto Rico?
You know, I'm a local law enforcement officer. We do what we do here to do this. I can tell you our federal partners, you know, in this case with DEA and the U.S. Postal Service, not only in this case, but multiple cases, work extremely well with us here in Central Florida. We have a great working relationship with DEA, postal inspectors, HSI, the U.S. Attorney's Office to try to leverage who has the best resources for that. We do know drugs through a variety of means, whether they're ships or containers or parcels, come from Puerto Rico. That is a source, and so we work very closely with our federal partners since they have that jurisdiction, and our partners in Puerto Rico to try to stop the drugs before they come or to make cases against those defendants.
I just didn't know if a lot of the source of supply was from nearby countries that came down in that area, and then also the border.
In general, it's known that the drugs come from South America through the Dominican Republic into Puerto Rico and then to the continental United States.
You mentioned crack cocaine in the late 80s, early 90s. It seemed like we were covering that particular issue constantly. We haven't heard a lot about cocaine. We hear a lot about heroin, a lot about fentanyl. Is this an indication that cocaine's making a comeback, or really has our attention just been drawn elsewhere and the cocaine has been, you know, persistent?
We don't have crack cocaine like we had back in the 80s and 90s. We now have more powdered cocaine. We have observed over the last few years that although we have focused on the overdose being caused by fentanyl and heroin, the actual deaths being caused by cocaine have not dropped. They still remain steady. So there's been a steady supply of cocaine coming to Central Florida. MBI has observed really over the last 4 years significant increases the amount of cocaine that we are able to seize, which we believe indicates the amount that's coming into Central Florida. So really starting probably about 2019, we began to see an uptick in bulk cocaine shipments coming to Central Florida.
You mentioned that some of it was mixed with horse tranquilizer to increase the volume of the drugs. Is that a trend you're now seeing?
They always mix it with something. They obviously are not going to sell bulk cocaine to individuals, and so they're going to cut that with something. Horse tranquilizer is not unique to this group. They mix it with all kind of different things. One of the things we're seeing now, of course, is they're mixing almost all drugs are mixed with fentanyl, because fentanyl becomes more addictive, and of course it is so potent that is why it's driving so many overdose deaths. Some people don't think they're buying fentanyl. They may think they're buying cocaine. We have times laboratories have told us they have found fentanyl in marijuana. People think they're smoking marijuana and there's fentanyl in there, and then the person dies because it takes such a little bit to kill somebody.
Everybody good? All right. Thank you, Director. Thank you, Sheriff Chief, everyone.
All right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Thanks, Sheriff.
That was the update there. Take a look at their Operation Out of Hand, arresting many suspects there. And we're just hearing the dangers there of drugs on the streets now laced so many times with fentanyl and cocaine and even marijuana right there. So we are going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox.
Inspirations are driving too many politicians that are aspiring to be president or any higher office. But what they don't understand, that America is strong, is diverse, but we're also the envy of the world. And what they're doing is aiding and abetting enemies that we have in other nations that would like to see this country destroyed. So the aiding and abetting is by dividing our communities of color, when in reality that is deplorable, it's hateful, it's racist. In our allegations, we are here to tell you that the state of Texas budget consists of a third of the budget being of federal funds. Sorry about that. Let me get back to where I was. The state of Texas budget consists of a third of federal funds. Those funds are distributed to many agencies with the condition of non-discrimination. And there's various laws within those departments that fund the state that have the ability to recall that money or refer it to the Justice Department. The coalition will also seek congressional investigations into the allegations of TEA, as reported that there are 15 other instances where TEA has done takeovers or done selective enforcement, which is disparate treatment under the law against other school districts. I believe the number is around 15 that are predominantly minority population students. So not only are we asking for the investigation of TAA takeover over HISD, which had made many advances, and you're going to be hearing from other people. I just want to set the tone of our complaint. So now, having said that, we feel that along those lines, we will also announce a march to take place on March the 31st, beginning at 10 a.m. at the Cesar Chavez High School on Highway 3, I believe. But that information will be announced with the further information. I would like to include several of the other organizational leaders which the coalition have. That includes LULAC, NAACP, the Urban League, Lawyers Guild, and various others. Some of them because of the urgency of the news conference, we're unable to do. I would like to introduce, beginning with my good brother. His name is well known. His dad was one of the first to serve in city council. And I am proud to invite the president of the Urban League, Mr. Jackson Ramos.
Johnny, thank you for all that you've done for decades, not generations, for our community. Making sure that all voices are heard is what this coalition stands for. And we have to explore, ladies and gentlemen, every avenue of response that we can. We protest, we march, we write letters, we sue when necessary. But it's important that all the things that the Constitution allows us, that we as citizens take it upon ourselves to exercise and to do. So again, we're here to ensure that the rights of the people are being fully explored, that we have every option to ensure that the voices of the parents, the teachers, the community advocates, the agencies, the organizations that are assembled here, and many others that are not, but support and stand for opportunities for all to be heard, that we take this additional step to ensure that all voices are heard. Thank you, Johnny, for your leadership.
Thank you, brother. Augie with the LULAC will speak up.
Good afternoon. My name is Agustin Pinedo. LULAC, the oldest and biggest Latino organization in the United States, stands solidly behind the Greater Houston Coalition for Justice and other organizations that are filing a federal complaint against TEA, Governor Abbott, and all those others that are implicit or complicit in this takeover of the schools. This is just another step towards doing away with rights for Latinos and African Americans. It's a process of marginalization. Just a few weeks ago, they announced where Governor Graggett was getting rid of affirmative action and inclusion. This is just the second step, now taking over HISD to further marginalize, to further discriminate, and we're not going to stand for it. And we fully support the efforts of the coalition to file a federal complaint in violation of Title VI, and I believe even Title VII of this. Ahora en español, ¿están tomando en español? Soy Agustín Pinedo de LULAC. Estamos aquí apoyando la organización de la Coalición para Justicia y otras organizaciones que están entablando una queja federal contra la TEA y el gobernador Abbott y otras entidades que están peleando este caso de discriminación, que están violando posiblemente el título 6 y el título 7 de Derechos Civiles de 1963, que garantiza la inclusión a las minorías y a todos. Entonces, el gobernador Graver hace unas cuantas semanas anunció que iba a deshacer el affirmative action, inclusividad, y lo iba a quitar totalmente. Ahora, el segundo paso, que está despojándonos del control de las escuelas de
And for those of you just coming in right here on Live Now from Fox, we are taking this live news conference happening right now in Houston. This is the Greater Houston Coalition for Justice coming together, announcing the filing of a federal third-party complaint of discrimination filed with the U.S. Department of Education against the state of Texas. This all coming after the state of Texas taking over the Houston School District there, citing underperforming schools there. And so we are going to continue to listen in right here on Live Now from Fox, now that it has gone away from the Spanish version. Let's listen.
SD has nothing to do with what is best for children. It's about money, it is about politics, and it is a power grab. If you were concerned about children, Governor Abbott, Commissioner Marath, You would be adequately funding our schools. You would not be finding a way to put in vouchers to allow for charter schools, which would further strip funds from our already starving public schools. If you want what's best for children, you would be providing resources for them to be able to get a quality education. We will not lay down. We will not stand for this. You have removed our voices. As registered voters, we have made our choice, and we will not stand by and let you remove the choice we have made from letting our democratically elected board serve us, and we can hold them accountable. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Amalia Paola Torres Audifred Gallegos. I am Mr. Mata's secretary, the secretary for the Houston Greater Coalition. I would like to reach out every single one of you out there in the Houston city who is fighting with us. We need the people's help. Houston, we've been through a lot of weathers, hurricanes. We're a close community. I implore for all of y'all to please show up on our march at the Cesar Chavez High School on March 31st. El pueblo de Houston, le quisiera implorar a todas las personas que han atendido y son padres de estudiantes
All right, so that was the coalition coming together there to announce that complaint that was just issued there against the state of Texas education system. You are watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. You can see the White House briefing room. It is coming up in the next, say, 30 to 45 minutes, and we will feature it for you right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. We can also show you what the Dow is looking at right now. We are seeing a rebound right here after a day that it opened at 150 points there in the red, coming back now and making some positive gains there, 340 points nearly in the green. So we will definitely be keeping an eye out on that. Do want to go to one of our top stories here that we are featuring for you today with the big news out of Jacksonville, Florida, of the Microsoft executive that was gunned down in front of his toddler. There was a major break in the case. We want to go to the police giving that update right here on Live Now from Fox.
Family who also join us here today. To briefly recap, on February 16th, 2022, Jared was driving home from a planned routine date night with his children. After dropping off his 9-year-old twins at his ex-wife's residence, he headed home with his 2-year-old daughter in a car in the back seat. While driving on a dark stretch of Sanctuary Boulevard in Jacksonville Beach, Jared came across a tire blocking his route of travel. The tire was purposely placed there to make him stop, which he did. Tragically, he began to exit his vehicle to move the tire, and he was gunned down in cold blood. We are now 13 months since Jared's murder, and we have not stopped working. In late January, we announced the arrest of Henry Tenon on several charges, including conspiracy to commit murder and second-degree murder. Today, we announced the additional arrest of Mario Fernandez Saldana for several charges related to Jared's murder. With that, I'm going to turn it over to ATF Special Agent Bob Bryson.
Thank you. My name is Bob Bryson. I'm a group supervisor here in Jacksonville, Florida. On behalf of the U.S. Department of Justice, we're glad to contribute ATF's expertise in violent crime investigations and forensics to help bring closure to a tragic case. Earlier today, ATF agents arrested Mario Fernandez Saldana in Orlando without incident about 9:35 a.m. After his arrest, he was transported to the Orange County Jail. The operation was conducted with Orange County Sheriff's Department, Jacksonville Beach Police Department, and it is a solid example of great collaborative police work. Today's announcement is only possible because of the tireless efforts of our detectives, agents, and the prosecutors. ATF has been a part of this joint effort since day one, and we're glad to contribute our expertise in federal firearms laws in investigating violent gun-related crimes. To be sure, this investigation remains open and will continue. Everyone here shares a commitment to bring those responsible for Jared's murder to justice. Now I'll turn it over to State Attorney Melissa Nelson.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you all for being here today. Thank you, Chief Smith and Special Agent Bryson. My continued thanks to both your and ATF's teams who have worked hand in glove with our team from the very beginning of this investigation to get us here today. This morning, Henry Tenen pled guilty to murdering Jared Bridegan. Specifically, Tenen entered a plea of guilty to second-degree murder with a weapon. Our investigation has revealed a single link between Jared Bridegan and Henry Tenen. That is Mario Fernandez Saldana. As part of Tenen's plea agreement with the state of Florida, he has agreed to testify truthfully against those he worked with to murder Jared Bridegan. As I said at our last update on this matter, we know Henry Tenen did not act alone. And Tenen has confirmed this to be true. Tenen's cooperation has both corroborated evidence collected during the investigation and provided additional evidence against Mario Fernandez Saldana for his role in the planning and execution of Jared's murder. Mario Fernandez Saldana is the husband of Jared Bridegan's ex-wife, Shayna Gardner. Immediately after Tenen's court appearance this morning, the Honorable Linda McCallum signed an arrest warrant for Fernandez Saldana for the charge of second-degree murder. After the warrant was signed, the lead prosecutor on this matter, Assistant State Attorney Christina Stifler, presented Fernandez Saldana's case to a Fourth Circuit grand jury, and the grand jury has returned an indictment charging Fernandez Saldana with first-degree murder. In addition to the first-degree murder charge, the grand jury also has indicted Fernandez Saldana for conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, solicitation to commit a capital felony, as well as child abuse. First-degree murder, this is a capital felony punishable by death or mandatory life in prison. Conspiracy to commit murder. Conspiracy to commit murder is a first-degree felony punishable by up to 30 years in prison. Solicitation to commit a capital felony. This is also a first-degree felony punishable by up to 30 years in prison. Child abuse. As I told you at the last update, this charge stems from the fact that Kirsten and Jared's then 2-year-old daughter was directly in harm's way when her father was shot and killed in front of her. This is a third-degree felony punishable by up to 5 years in prison. This morning, as you've heard, while the grand jury was in session, ATF agents, Jacksonville Beach detectives, and the Orange County Sheriff's Office Fugitive Apprehension Team apprehended and arrested Fernandez Saldana in Kissimmee, Florida. He will be extradited to Duval County and go through first appearance upon his return. Our investigation remains active and ongoing, and it has not stopped today with the arrest of Mario Fernandez Saldana. We all remain committed to seeking the truth, and that is the entire truth, and holding accountable every single individual involved in the murder of Jared Bridegan. And with that, we'll go ahead and take a few questions.
State Attorney, can you answer why? What is the motive here?
At this point, soon you're going to receive a packet of information, including the arrest warrant. This morning, it's heavily redacted, and we're going to continue, because this remains an active criminal investigation, to be limited in the factual information that we provide, Vic. Yes, Rebecca?
Does the family have anything to say?
Yes. In fact, Kirsten has a statement. Would you like to come up, Kirsten?
We are here today feeling many emotions. We have great relief knowing that 2 of the people behind my husband's murders are now behind bars and are no longer a threat to our family. We are also still angry that they were walking free while we were grappling with the reality that Jared wouldn't be here for any future memories, vacations, or tender moments with our kids. Angry that our youngest, who was 6 months at the time of his death, will have no memories of her father. Angry, there will be no new memories for Liam, Abby, Bexley, London, or anyone who knew and loved Jared. We have fought hard for the truth, and the world now knows what we have known all along, that Jared truly was an innocent victim. Since day one, those in charge of the investigation promised us that they would be relentless in their pursuit of accountability and justice, and they have been. We are grateful to the State Attorney's Office, Jacksonville Beach Police Department, the ATF, and any other agencies that have been involved in this investigation. Justice for Jared will not be stopped, and we will not be silenced. We know there's still a long way to go before all those responsible are truly held accountable, but today is a very significant day for our family. Thank you.
Melissa, can you
Yes.
What is the connection between Henry Tenen and Maria Fernandez-Saldana in this case?
Henry Tenen was a tenant, a former tenant of a rental property that Mario Fernandez-Saldana owned.
And how did Henry Tenen implicate Mario Fernandez-Saldana?
So at this time, pursuant to what I told Vic, the statements he has made are going to be redacted from the warrant, but he's provided sworn testimony and has confirmed both what we believe to be true based on other evidence in the case and provided us additional evidence in the case.
And is this a death penalty case?
So, Ann, should we file a notice of intent to seek the death penalty, we will do it within the 5-day requirement after Fernandez-Saldana is arraigned.
State Attorney, are more arrests coming?
At this time, I'm not going to answer that question.
State Attorney, do you have a picture of who was the shooter, who was the driver?
Henry Tenen has admitted that he, in fact, was the shooter.
And whose gun was it?
I'm not going to answer any more factual details, and thank you for understanding. I'll reiterate this one thing. This is an active and ongoing criminal investigation. That is, in fact, the exemption under the Florida Public Records Law in which we've redacted certain information. And in due time, obviously, all of the facts and the evidence as we know it will become available to all of you. Thank you for coming today.
I'll have the rest more for.
All right, that coming out of Jacksonville, their major break there in that case there with the arrest now of another suspect there. And it was the victim's ex-wife's husband, Mario Fernandez, that you see pictured right there. That shooting happened back in February of 2022. Of course, we always got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for being here with us as we continue to bring you top stories and headlines from across the country. One of the other top stories, this happening earlier this morning as the Pentagon releasing the video there of the Russian jet that collided with the U.S. drone a couple of days ago. Take a look at this there. This coming from the U.S. European Command there, and you can see there just as the video, we're going to show you that one more time, slow it down just a little bit more, and you're going to see the impact there, and that is when it will lose video connection. But take a look at here as we're able to slow it down for you, and then that moment there where the connection there is lost. For more updates here on this matter, let's continue to give you updates right here.
As tension between Russia and the U.S. intensify, the Pentagon releasing new footage of an encounter between a Russian jet and an American military drone. The video appearing to undercut Moscow's version of the incident. You can see here the Russian jet clearly targeted the drone, something the Russians say didn't happen. Fuel was dropped in an attempt to damage its surveillance equipment, also denied by Russia. And finally, when the fuel dump didn't work, the Russian jet brought the drone down with a dangerous mid-air collision.
It is very aggressive action on their part. And again, it was international airspace. We have every right to be there.
Russia has not yet responded to this video, but on Thursday, a U.S. defense official told Fox News Russian ships are now at the site of the crash. They were sent almost immediately to try to recover the drone, but it won't be easy. That part of the Black Sea is 4,000 to 5,000 feet deep, and the drone is likely far beneath the surface already.
I don't know if we can recover them or not, but we will certainly have to do that, and we will deal with it. I certainly hope for success.
Meanwhile, back in Washington, a growing number of lawmakers are calling for Moscow to be held accountable, calling for possible new sanctions or even the downing of a Russian drone.
Should obviously demand multiple things as a result of this. We've got to be strong and lay the law down.
The Pentagon says even if Russia can retrieve the wreckage, there's likely nothing of value left in the drone. In Kyiv, Mike Tobin, Fox News.
All right, we are going to continue on here with other top stories right here on Live Now from Fox, talking about the wicked winter weather. Just with a couple of days left of winter, they're still having a hold on the east and as well as the west, with a very, very wet winter for California.
We just got the snow cleared, and now we're just getting through the mud.
Cleanup is underway in storm-weary California after 2 atmospheric river events hit the state in recent days. Heavy rains led to flash flooding and mudslides in several areas. In Colfax, one home was completely destroyed.
There was a single occupant at home sitting in a chair that was moved actually by the force of the mud across her living room.
And in Orange County, several homes are teetering on the edge of a cliff after a hillside gave way, leading to several apartment buildings being evacuated.
We have a major retaining wall, and it went down and took about half of our yard with it. And we have a pool, and it's the pool that's holding the rest of the yard in.
Rain also overwhelmed sewage systems and shut down beaches in Oceanside, where authorities say thousands of gallons of wastewater spilled into the ocean.
I've never seen that color. It looks like somebody changed the color of the ocean. It's pretty nasty.
In total, 43 of the state's 58 counties are under emergency declarations due to the severe weather. Tens of thousands are still without power, and while rain has subsided, more is on the way.
We're not out of the woods. Again, the 11th atmospheric river on our way to the 12th.
Flood warnings remain in effect along California's central coast, which has been hit hard by storms since late December. In Los Angeles, Jonathan Hunt, Fox News.
All right, thanks so much there. Jonathan, just coming in right now, we will have a press briefing from the Pentagon coming up here. So we will definitely be taking that to you right here as we will be learning a lot more about the video that was just released this morning. I just showed it to you, but here it is once again of the Russian jet there taking down the U.S. drone a couple of days ago. Obviously, that will still be big questions at today's briefing, and we will bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox when it does happen. Also, White House briefing is on deck as well. So it's setting up to be a busy couple of hours right here on Live Now, and no better place to be than right here, giving you all these top stories, headlines, and breaking news when it happens. Right here. I want to go back out to the Dow here because I want to show you the latest update on the Treasury Secretary Yellen that was on the Hill today testifying. Here it is right here on Live Now from Fox.
After the failure of 2 U.S. banks, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen sought to reassure lawmakers on Capitol Hill about the U.S. banking system.
I can reassure the members of the committee that our banking system is sound and that Americans can feel confident that their deposits will be there when they need them.
Yellen defended the Biden administration's response and addressed criticism that the move was a bailout for the wealthy.
No taxpayer money is being used or put at risk with this action. Deposit protection is provided by the Deposit Insurance Fund, which is funded by fees on banks.
The congressional role ought to be to stop the Biden administration from bailing out this bank with taxpayer funds. That's what they're doing. They're guaranteeing these billionaires their money back.
Economists and investors are worried there will be more financial pain to come due to interest rate hikes by the Federal Reserve. Some argue higher rates played a role in the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank.
We don't know what the impact of that has been, so why not just pause next week? Don't raise interest rates, and let's see if we can fix one problem at a time.
The FDIC is asking banks interested in purchasing Silicon Valley or Signature Bank to submit their bids by Friday. In Washington, Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
And what we will do, everyone, is take our first break here of this hour. Stay right here with us. When we come back, we'll show you some of the highlights, some of the big exchanges from Secretary Yellen and senators today.
on inflation, but more work needs to be done. Our administration will continue to build on the actions we have taken to expand supply and provide cost relief in areas like energy and healthcare. With your partnership, we've also laid a foundation for long-term economic growth. In just the past 2 years alone, Congress passed 3 transformational laws: a generational investment in infrastructure, an historic expansion of American semiconductor manufacturing, and the largest investment in clean energy in our nation's history. A strategic priority for our administration this year is to work with you to effectively implement these laws. We're seeing the early results. In just 7 months, there's been a wave of investments in clean energy manufacturing across the country. And our new resources for the IRS are already paying off. Taxpayers are getting drastically improved customer service this year. For example, we've answered hundreds of thousands more phone calls during this filing season than at this time last year. Our proposed budget builds on our economic progress by making smart, fiscally responsible investments. These investments would be more than fully paid for by requiring corporations and the wealthiest to pay their fair share. Fiscal discipline remains a central priority in our budget. We have proposed a minimum income tax of 25% on taxpayers with wealth in excess of $100 million. We've also proposed an increase of the corporate tax rate to 28% from the current 21%. And it will come as no surprise that I hope Congress will implement the United States' part of the global minimum tax deal. On the spending side, we suggest additional investments to boost our long-term growth potential. This includes improving the availability of high-quality child care, providing free and universal preschool, and boosting the supply of affordable housing. We also propose restoring the child tax credit and earned income tax credit expansions that were enacted in 2021 but have since expired. Importantly, with the proposed tax reforms, we estimate that this budget will deliver deficit reduction of nearly $3 trillion over the next 10 years. Thank you, and I look forward to taking your questions.
Thank you, Secretary Yellen. Let me begin with what I emphasized, that it's critically important that Congress take steps to make sure there's no questions about the full faith and credit of the United States. And this is a matter within the Finance Committee's jurisdiction. Now, on Friday, the House Ways and Means Republicans passed a plan dealing with what they call prioritizing payments by the Treasury. They say that when Treasury runs out of stopgap funding, it should prioritize payments to Wall Street and creditors in China ahead of everybody else. I'm coming off some town hall meetings in Oregon this weekend. Wouldn't be a big hit with everybody. Now, setting aside the merits of this Republican plan, does the federal government have the technical capacity to prioritize some payments ahead of others? I understand there's not even a precedent for this.
The government, on average, makes millions of payments each day, and our systems are built to pay all of our bills on time and not to pick and choose which bills to pay. There is a reason that Treasury secretaries of both parties have rejected this incredibly risky and dangerous idea, and it's never been tried before. I cannot give any assurances about the technical feasibility of such a plan. It would be an exceptionally risky, untested, and radical departure from normal payment practices of agencies across the federal government. And I consider it essential that Congress come together to recognize that raising the debt ceiling is their responsibility to protect the full faith and credit in the United States.
So, you've told us this prioritization scheme is unworkable, and House Republicans don't get to decide what qualifies as a federal default. if the government can meet some but not all of its obligations, isn't that essentially the definition of a default?
Failing to pay your bills is all of your bills when they're due is what I think of as a default. The United States has always paid all of its bills on time, and it should stay that way, and that's been a core American value since 1789, regardless of party. Presidents and Congresses have always honored all of our commitments, and prioritization is effectively a default by just another name.
I appreciate you bringing us up to date on that, Madam Secretary. And colleagues, the reason I've focused on protecting the full faith and credit of the United States is this is explicitly within this committee's jurisdiction. So I thank you, Secretary Yellen. Let's talk about the double standard in tax enforcement. Too much of the burden falls on working people in the middle class. It's too easy for corporations and the wealthy to get away with cheating every time out. It seems that Republicans are trying hard to keep it that way. They put an amendment to the IRA that, according to the Congressional Budget Office, would have led to even more tax avoidance by the wealthy. It would have encouraged billionaires to disguise their income so they'd appear to the IRS to be typical middle-class wage earners. There have even been Republican efforts to speed up hiring the kind of highly trained and dogged experts that you need to crack down on tax cheating by the wealthy and businesses that have very complicated business structures. And of course, the first bill out of the gate in the House was this $114 billion giveaway to the wealthy tax cheats and the tax dodging corporations. They would have, in effect, repealed the funding Democrats passed in the Inflation Reduction Act. Secretary Yellen, if Republicans had their way and repealed the IRS funding to go after wealthy, tax cheats, what would that do to the agency's ability to really make sure that those people at the very top paid their fair share?
Well, it would allow the wealthy and large corporations to skip out on taxes they legally owe and make life harder for ordinary middle-class families who pay their taxes to get the kind of service that they deserve from the IRS. And it would increase the tax gap and add to the deficit by over $114 billion.
So let's talk about improvements in taxpayer services. Now, the IRS funding, as of early March, the IRS was answering 90% of the calls to its customer service lines and had the backlog of individual returns reduced substantially, in the ballpark of 90%. Now, that's after spending roughly 1% of the IRA funding. Secretary Yellen, if Republicans were able to successfully repeal the Inflation Reduction Act funding, what would that mean for taxpayer services? And the reason I ask that is right now we're in the middle of the filing season. So this isn't some kind of abstract kind of concern. What would it mean for taxpayer services if they repealed the funding?
Well, it just clearly would lead to worse services for taxpayers. Phones would go unanswered, wait times would grow, mail would be processed more slowly, refunds would be delayed. We're undergoing a transition to digital forms, and improved scanning would be delayed. Paper backlogs would grow, and taxpayer assistance centers are now being reopened and fully staffed, and some of them would have to close or be understaffed.
I'm over my time. Senator Crapo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And let me start out, Madam Secretary, with the full faith and credit issue that my colleague Senator Wyden has raised. We are in agreement that we need to protect the full faith and credit of the United States. Frankly, as I indicated in my opening statement, the problem that we see on the Republican side is that it's all tax and all spending increases in terms of the administration's approach to this. And while you and the chairman just discussed a number of concerns you have with Republican ideas with regard to how to deal with this, the bottom line is that we must stop trying to solve this problem by massive new spending and massive new taxes. So we have some disagreements about how to deal with this. What I would ask of you is, at this point, the president has refused to negotiate with Republicans on fiscal restraint policies that they believe need to be put into place with a new extension.
All right, that was just some of their Secretary Yellen testifying in front of the Senate. We are going to continue with live coverage here. Let's go out to the White House. White House briefing just getting started.
Patrick's Day celebration, continuing a long-standing St. Patrick's Day tradition here at the White House. To kick off the celebrations, Taoiseach and his partner, Mr. Bennett, will join Vice President Harris and the second gentleman for breakfast at the Naval Observatory, where they will be serving eggs St. Patrick's, of course. Apparently that's a thing. It's going to be exciting. Later tomorrow morning, the president will meet with Taoiseach for a bilateral meeting. In the afternoon, the president and Taoiseach will go to the Capitol for the annual Friends of Ireland luncheon. And in the evening, the president and Taoiseach will return to the White House for the St. Patrick's Day Shamrock presentation ceremony and reception, including a special performance from Ireland's own Niall Horan. Niall is a multi-platinum selling singer-songwriter who has toured the globe, including with One Direction. Going to keep my comments to myself on One Direction. I don't know who they are. Sorry. Many of you, I'm sure, do. But I know. Okay. But I know a few members of my team are truly excited about that, especially Allison. You guys all know Allison, one of our wranglers. She's been thrilled this past couple of days. So, and all. Anyway, St. Patrick's Day, we're all excited to be celebrating that tomorrow here at the Biden White House, and so I'm sure you guys will all be celebrating with us and the rest of the country. But today, we have very sad news, a goodbye to one of our day ones, one of our OGs, members of our team, Kevin Munoz, who is sitting right here. Many of you know him. He was here the day one, obviously, day oneers of this administration, and since Kevin joined the Biden world in 2019 for the campaign, he has affectionately been known as our Florida man for his knowledge of all things Florida. If you have any questions about Florida, Kevin is your guy. That is his home state, of course, and Dr. Munoz. And we affectionately call him Dr. Munoz for his leadership during the early days when we were still in the throes of the COVID pandemic. And Kevin took that on without complaint and with clear brilliance, and really led us through that path of what was happening very early on in the administration. And as you know, and again, just to add, he embedded himself into the core team of the White House response team on COVID, and with their strategic decisions and how to move forward on COVID-19. And Kevin has just been, again, brilliant and fantastic in that role. Those were difficult days, as you all know, working around the clock, and Kevin was exactly the right person for the job. He thrives in the pressure cooker and has been a strategic and effective communicator on some of the most complex and critical issues we have faced as a country. Kevin has also been an important spokesperson for us on issues of deep importance to the Latino community and also LGBTQ Americans, and he has helped reach Spanish-speaking Americans across the country as a strong and effective bilingual communicator. Kevin is wicked smart and has a huge heart. He cares about all of these issues, and he cares about his colleagues, and he certainly cares about the work that we've been doing here these last 2 years, and we will miss him dearly, and but he won't go far. And also his birthday was yesterday, so happy birthday, Kevin. But we love you, and we will miss you, and thank you so much for your dedication and for your service. With that, Darlene.
Thank you. 2 questions on banking. So the Treasury Secretary was on the Hill this morning testifying that the system remains sound and people can be confident about their deposits. When the president addressed the situation on Monday, he said that he was going to ask Congress and the banking regulators to strengthen the rules for banks to make sure that this type of failure is less likely to happen in the future. At this point, can you be a little more specific in terms of precisely what the president is looking for from Congress and the banking regulators on this issue?
So to answer the the first question, I guess. We have seen bipartisan support on a piece of legislation, Warner-Porter bill, and so we appreciate those folks putting their ideas together and putting that on the table. So we're going to work closely at that bill and other regulatory changes as well. As you all know, the Obama-Biden administration put in place tough requirements after the 2008 financial crisis to make sure that this sort of crisis would not happen again. But unfortunately, in the last administration in 2018, some of those rolled back some of those regulations that would have been incredibly important as we move forward. So as the President said, Congress and regulators must strengthen those rules for larger banks so that this doesn't happen again. And so again, there's a legislation that we are encouraged to see, and we'll continue to work with Congress on what else can be done. But as we know, we can't. There's quite a bit that we can do administratively, but without Congress, without Congress, we can't fully deal with this issue. So as with your question on the regulators, already underway, the regulators at the President appointed over the last few years, reversing the changes that we saw in 2018 under the last administration that I just mentioned. But we need Congress to take we can't let Congress off the hook, and they need to take action. So it's going to take both of Congress and regulators to strengthen those rules, and so that's what we're calling on to do.
And secondly, there are reports that a group of banks and other financial institutions are working on a $30 billion or so plan to shore up First Republic Bank in California. Can you say what role the U.S. government has in terms of trying to pull this rescue package together?
So I'm not going to comment on any specific actions or any specific institutions from here because of the actions that the regulators took over the weekend at the President's direction. Depositors know that they are safe, and banks have access to resources to meet those depositors' needs and demand. But I'm not going to get into any specific situations from here.
Thank you.
Question on TikTok. Over 100 million people now use this app. What is your message to them about why you're so concerned about this platform? What is the President's greatest fear about TikTok?
So we've talked about this many times from here before. The President has spoken about this. Look, we want to make sure that our administration, we're okay over there? Oh, budget TikTok. Smart. Okay, so look, we've expressed concerns over China's potential use of software platforms that could endanger or threaten America's safety and their national security. So that is the President's concern. That is why we have called on Congress to take action. We see a bipartisan piece of legislation that that we are supporting. It's called the Restrict Act, as you all know and been covering. And so that's the President's main priority, to make sure when it comes to their safety, when it comes to their security, when it comes to our national security, that those things are protected. And so that has been the President's focus over the last couple of years.
Last month, the President said he wasn't sure if the U.S. should ban TikTok when he was asked about this. Now the administration seems to be hardening its stance. You're backing this legislation, as you mentioned. We've learned, now warning that a possible ban could be at risk here. What changed?
So look, when it comes to CFIUS, which is, I'm not going to get ahead of CFIUS, they're the ones who are reviewing this, this particular software and app, TikTok, obviously. So not going to get ahead of their process. There's a process here. We try to stay away from that process. Again, going to support the bipartisan legislation that I've just spoke to. Look, the bottom line is that when it comes to potential threats to our national security, when it comes to the safety of Americans, when it comes to their privacy, we're going to speak out, and we're going to be very clear about that, and the President has been the last 2 years. And so we're asking Congress to act. We're asking Congress to move forward with this bipartisan legislation, the Restrict Act, as I just mentioned, and we're going to continue to do so.
And just one more on this. China says that the U.S. hasn't presented evidence that this app threatens U.S. national security. They say that this is simply about suppressing foreign companies. Is there evidence that the U.S. has that has been presented?
Look, what I can say is CFIUS has a process that they're going through. We're going to let them go through their process. We have concerns, as we have said many times before, about this particular software platforms, and so we take the national security very seriously. The president takes that very seriously. The safety of Americans very seriously. The privacy of Americans very seriously. And so we're not going to get ahead of the review, but certainly we again support this bipartisan legislation that we're seeing out of Congress.
Just continuing on the questions about the banking sector. So the Biden administration has expressed a lot of concern in the past about consolidation in other sectors. You've spoken about meatpacking, shipping, ocean shipping, oil companies. Are you worried that this crisis surrounding several regional banks could lead to a consolidation and a concentration in the larger banking sector? And then I'll have another one.
So promoting competition in the American economy, we see that as a priority. You hear the president say these words, and I'm about to repeat right now, which is capitalism without competition isn't capitalism. And so that is something that you've heard the president say multiple times. His executive order on this particular issue, promoting competition, specifically encourages the Justice Department in consultation with the Fed, the FDIC, and Comptroller of the Currency to revitalize merger and oversight. So again, this is something that the president believes in. He believes that we have to have capitalism, and you can't have capitalism without competition, and that isn't capitalism. And so I'll just leave it there. And it isn't, again, the last thing I would say is an important part of our American economy.
But I mean, the question is, are you concerned, and what can you do about it? You know, to as consumers are now making decisions, having seen what happened with SVB and with Signature, what's happening now with First Republic. I mean, what tools do you have to push back against a further concentration in this critical sector?
So look, as it relates to specific banks and institutions, I would refer you to the relevant banking regulators. So I'd leave that there, and that's why the president. But more broadly, that's why the president took the actions that he did over the weekend. Remember, he directed his Treasury Secretary and the NSC director to come up with a plan on how to deal with what we were seeing with SVB, the Silicon Valley Bank, and so they took action. And now what we believe and what you heard from the Secretary today, which is decisive and forceful actions were taken by the government to strengthen public confidence in our banking system. So there should be confidence in our banking system. No taxpayer money is being used or put at risk with this action. And lastly, she said our banking system remains sound and that Americans can feel confident that their deposits will be there when they need them. This week's actions demonstrate our resolute commitment to ensure the depositor savings remain safe. Again, this is something that happened and occurred at the president's direction, and we want to make sure that Americans do indeed feel confident. I'm not going to speak to any specific bank, as you just asked me about the particular bank in California. We clearly are going to be monitoring.
Okay, and then just on the international front, on the banking sector, we've seen trouble now with Credit Suisse. The Swiss authorities are stepping in, offering a credit line. What had been discussed there was also a further consolidation. So the biggest bank in Switzerland, UBS, stepping in to aid Credit Suisse. Would you have concerns about that on a global scale if you start to see this movement, kind of happening globally?
So, look, we're monitoring the situation. I know the Treasury has been in touch with their Swiss counterparts, which is important. And so we're glad that the Swiss Central Bank provided a reassurance in the form of a loan facility yesterday. But I will say that what we're seeing currently with the Credit Suisse is a distinct issue, and it's a problem. Its problems are not related to the current economic situation, the current economic environment. Again, this is a distinct issue that we're currently seeing, and we're having the Treasury Secretaries, the Treasury, I should say, more broadly, is having conversation with their counterparts.
Some of you are going to be seeing a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now.
Discourage further consolidation in banking globally, or
I would refer you to the Department of Treasury. They have been in close contact with their Swiss counterparts as it relates to this particular issue, this particular bank. But again, want to be very clear. What we're seeing with the Credit Suisse is a distinct situation. It does not speak to the current economic environment that we're in. Go ahead.
Thanks, Karine. You referenced the Dodd-Frank rules just a few moments ago. Do you believe that Silicon Valley, excuse me, do you believe that Silicon Valley's bank's failure could have been averted had those Dodd-Frank rules not been rolled back during the previous administration?
So right now, and the president said this in his remarks on Monday, that we got to get a full accounting of what happened. We need to know exactly what happened so we know who to hold accountable here. Right now, his economic team, the president's economic team, is focused on stabilizing the financial system and protecting depositors, not investors. We've been very clear about this. But again, it is not 2008. The banking system is far more resilient on a better foundation thanks to the tough requirements that were put in place by the Obama-Biden administration. And I just said this moments ago, in 2018, we saw what the Trump administration did. They did roll back some of those tough requirements. But again, we need to see exactly, do a full review, get a full accounting of what occurred, so we can make sure to hold those to account.
And the administration moved to insure all deposits at Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank through the FDIC's Deposit Insurance Fund. So will that be the policy going forward for other bank failures? And in terms of future legislation, does the administration support changes to the existing $250,000 cap on FDIC insurance limit for checkings and savings accounts?
So again, I'm not going to get ahead or get into hypotheticals on what the future is going to hold. And I've said this moments ago as well, which is, look, we need Congress to act, and we need Congress to take a look of what else can be done. That's why we're supporting the legislation, the bipartisan legislation that I just mentioned. Look, the president, as I mentioned also earlier, the president appointed regulators over the past 2 years to reverse the changes that we saw in the last administration. But again, Congress needs to act. As far as the $250,000 deposit insurance limit, we have more to say on the specific regulatory changes in the next few days. I'm not going to get ahead of what the regulators are going to decide moving forward.
But that's something that you guys are looking at.
I'm just not going to get into specifics or get ahead of what they're currently looking at or what they're going to be announcing.
And then just on a different topic, in terms of the video that you guys released of this U.S. drone that was intercepted by a Russian fighter jet, can you tell us if the president was involved in the decision to release that footage and why he or the administration felt it was important to get that out to the public?
So look, this is something that I believe the Pentagon believed it was important to get that out so that the public can see. I don't have any internal conversations to read out about how it came to be. I know that there's many times during this administration where we feel it's important to have transparency and to show the American people exactly what occurred. I just don't have any internal conversations to lay out for you at this time.
Yeah, thank you, Karine. What is the White House's reaction to environmental activists critical of the Biden administration's approval of the Willow Oil project? They argue that the president has undermined his own goals on climate change in approving this.
So a couple of things there. Look, the president, when it comes to, you're talking about the Willow project?
Yeah, the Willow Oil project.
Look, the president kept his word when where he can by law, right? That is important to note. And as the Interior Department said, some of the company's leases are decades old, granted by prior administrations. The company has a legal right to those leases. The department's options are limited when there are legal contracts in place. For example, the DOI solicitor under President Clinton and law professor at U.S.
All right, Pentagon briefing just starting here. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Immediate actions following the Suicide Prevention and Response Independent Review Committee's recommendations and establishing a Suicide Prevention Implementation Working Group. The department continues to recognize the importance of addressing and preventing suicide within the military ranks. Immediate actions to be taken stemming from the committee's recommendations focus on improving access to mental health care through initiatives such as expediting hiring for behavioral health professionals, expanding opportunities to treat common mental health conditions in primary care, and improved utilization of behavioral health technicians. These actions aim to strengthen the well-being and support available to our service members worldwide. Notably, Secretary Austin has also directed the working group to give full consideration to all of the other recommendations provided by the Suicide Prevention and Response Independent Review Committee, and the implementation working group will provide him with their own subsequent recommendations on the feasibility and impact of each one of the implementation in an implementation plan, due to the Secretary by June 2nd. While we recognize that suicide has no single cause and that no single preventative action, treatment, or cure will eliminate suicide altogether, we will exhaust every effort to promote the wellness, health, and morale of our total force, be there for one another, and save lives. Additional information about DoD's Suicide Prevention Implementation Working Group and Secretary Austin's direction is now available on defense.gov. Switching to the National Guard, Chief of the National Guard Bureau General Daniel Hokanson visited CENTCOM this week to formalize the Arizona National Guard State Partnership Program relationship with the Sultanate of Oman. General Hokanson was joined by Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs, U.S. Ambassador Leslie Tsao, Arizona National Guard Adjutant General Major General Kerry Muhlenbeck, and a delegation of Arizona Guardsmen for a formal signing ceremony in Muscat, Oman. The National Guard State Partnership Program, which celebrates its 30th anniversary this summer, has grown to 88 partnerships with 100 nations. Engagements between states and their international partners